I turned my everyday skills into divine powers. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 201. Princes and nobles gathered in Kingshao City. As the Hengshao City incident unfolded, the new Confucian and Taoist spiritual practice gained widespread fame and recognition. It caused a tremendous sensation and reverberation throughout the Great Yan dynasty. It even spread to neighboring kingdoms through the mouths of scholars, merchants, and the fringe. This spiritual path, which could be cultivated through reading and writing, granting scholars extraordinary powers, was truly both incredible and filled with anticipation. However, for ordinary people, the practice of the true self was far from reach, and the threshold was unattainable. It was simply not within the reach of the average person. While martial arts may ostensibly claim to be open to anyone, the true cultivation of the martial arts was also quite demanding. It required not only talent and a strong foundation, but also enormous resources. Otherwise, one would end up being nothing more than a warrior with greater strength, a meaningless achievement. Without cultivating blood ki, one was not much different from an ordinary person, and social status was unlikely to change significantly. Ultimately, both martial arts and spiritual cultivation had already established a certain class stratification. Ordinary people are increasingly facing fewer and fewer opportunities to rise to prominence. Martial arts families and sects have a near monopoly on resources for martial arts practice, and the path to advancement for martial artists. Unless blessed by heaven with exceptional talent and immense opportunity, even if one cultivates virility, they will only serve as cannon fodder and a stepping stone for the wealthy. Therefore, by comparison, studying is the easiest path, and has the largest audience. While the traditional path of changing one's destiny through study is more difficult than that of martial arts practice, Confucianism offers a completely new path. Knowledge is not only useful for governing the country, it can also be used in battle, to slay enemies, and defend the way. Even if one cannot enter the officialdom, one can still carve out a niche with these extraordinary skills. Therefore, for many, Confucianism seems like a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to change their destiny. This is especially true for those scholars and literati who truly love reading, and refuse to be mediocre. Confucianism is like a bright road, an oasis. Naturally, they are determined to seize this opportunity, no matter the cost. As the spread of Confucianism and Taoism spread throughout the Great Yan dynasty, countless scholars were ignited with a burning passion. They traveled thousands of miles to Hengshao and Kingshao, hoping to pursue their studies and become Confucian and Taoist practitioners. Principals and teachers from other major academies in the Great Yan dynasty also set out for Hengshao. Most of these people knew Du Shaoling, and many also knew Su Zhe. After all, Du Shaoling had once held high positions, and was a renowned literary figure in the Great Yan dynasty. His poetry influenced generations, and many of his works were now required courses for students. Therefore, these people hoped to leverage these connections to gain permission to establish Confucian and Taoist academies. Furthermore, numerous princes and nobles also flocked to Hengshao and Kingshao. It felt as if a migration had occurred throughout the Great Yan dynasty. Meanwhile, Wei Yi, who had been honing his calligraphy skills at home, was interrupted by his uncle and aunt. The two said they had something they wanted to discuss with him, but second aunt hesitated, and second uncle was equally hesitant. They hesitated, rambling, as if they had something to hide. Only after Wei Yi, having guessed their thoughts from their fragmentary conversation, finally spoke directly. It turned out they wanted to discuss marriage with Wei Yi. They had previously mentioned their marriage to Meng Shulian to him. At the time, Wei Tieshan was still in the military camp and could only take leave during the spring festival holiday, so the wedding was initially planned for that time. Later, when Wei Tieshan was granted freedom, the date was adjusted. The main reason was that the Meng family wanted to choose a more suitable date for the wedding. In that era, marriages were generally arranged and finalized by both parents. Therefore, Wei Yi hadn't been heavily involved, leaving it entirely to his aunt and uncle to help with the arrangements. After all, his goal was to marry Meng Shulian, not just for marriage's sake. Furthermore, with so much going on recently, he had no time to dwell on these matters. But for his uncle and aunt, the events of this period were equally earth-shattering. They felt as if they barely recognized their nephew, even feeling nervous when speaking to him. They worried that Wei Yi might disdain Meng Shulian and abandon the marriage, so they sought his advice. Although they sincerely hoped that Wei Yi and Meng Shulian would finally marry, seeing the expressions of Wei Tieshan and Wei Zushi, Wei Yi spoke sincerely, "Uncle and aunt, no matter who I am in the eyes of others, or what status I hold in this family, in front of you, I will always be Wei Yi, your nephew. That has never changed. And in my heart, Shulian has long been my fiancé. This will never change, not even with my changing status and abilities. But so much has happened recently, leaving me stretched thin, that I've neglected Shulian, and neglected the wedding. I'm wrong." In his heart, Wei Yi never considered his extraordinary powers any less superior. He would never forget Meng Shulian, who had shared his hardships, and journeyed through the most ordinary times together. In Wei Yi's heart, Meng Shulian would always hold a place that no other woman could replace. But sometimes, one's fate is beyond one's control. The tide of time will push you forward. Ordinary people consider a warm bed with a wife and children, and the daily companionship of family, to be their greatest happiness. But they don't know that they can enjoy a stable life, because even if the sky falls, there are those tall men who will hold it up. If it weren't for his diligent cultivation and hard work during this period, King's House City would not have the peace it enjoys today. Heng's House City would not have the security it enjoys. There's no telling what the future holds for the world. Without national stability and peace, how could there be the warmth of a small family? As the saying goes, there is no such thing as a peaceful life. It's just someone carrying a heavy burden forward. Therefore, if he doesn't work hard to change the world and protect the stability of King's House City, all love and affection are empty talk. He believes Meng Shulian understands. Okay, your words reassure second uncle and second aunt. After discussing this with the Meng family, we've decided that the 16th day of the first lunar month is an auspicious date. You and Shulian's wedding should be held on that day. What do you think? Wei Zu said with a smile. Of course, no problem. All your wishes are up to you. Wei Yi said with a smile. That evening, Wei Yi personally prepared a table of dishes and summoned the entire family. He also called Meng Shulian from the restaurant for dinner. Wei Yi had been so busy lately that it had been ages since he had enjoyed a proper dinner with his family. Wei Yi and Shitao also enjoyed a few drinks with Wei Tieshan. The family reminisced about the good and the bad, recalling the past few months as if it were a lifetime ago. At this time last year, the family could never have imagined the events that would unfold in the Wei family. They certainly could not have imagined the prosperity the Wei family enjoys today after the storm. For the next few days, King's House City and Heng's House City were bustling with activity. Scholars flocked to seek knowledge, practically overwhelming the thresholds of the two academies. The Wei family's door to the throne was nearly broken open by the princes and nobles. Each of these princes and nobles desired to have their children become Wei Yi's disciples. After all, they knew that so many people now sought to cultivate Confucianism. If they truly desired to acquire skills and attain extraordinary powers in the future, they would undoubtedly need to become Wei Yi's personal disciples. Furthermore, for a man as extraordinary as Wei Yi, if their children were fortunate enough to become his disciples, it would be a true leap to heaven, their futures boundless. Inheriting a title or becoming an official seemed like trivial matters. Becoming an extraordinary being, towering above all others, was their true aspiration. Unfortunately, aside from a few supporters of the Xiangsha alliance, Marquis Ningguang, Duke Zhangguang, and the Prince of Jin, never did anyone else see Wei Yi in person. They repeatedly visited the Wei family, but Wei Yi was always absent. However, they remained unperturbed, knowing their expectations were a bit too high. While they were princes and nobles, Wei Yi was a true master. Not only did he forge Confucianism and Taoism, allowing those who loved to read the opportunity to become extraordinary beings, but his immense power even defied the celestial beings, and he slew demons and saved countless people in Heng's House City. So, how could such an extraordinary person accept disciples casually, even the children of princes and nobles? In the eyes of those truly peerless masters, even princes and nobles had to humble themselves. My apologies, Lord Marquis, but my son is away. If you also wish to inquire about Confucianism and Taoism, you can visit the Confucian and Taoist Academy in the city, the guard at the Wei Yi residence's gate said, clasping his fists. Faced with the imposing presence of the Lord Marquis, he felt a wave of panic. Okay, if Lord Wei Yi returns, please let me know, the Lord signaled to a man in brocade at his side. The man immediately pulled a bag of silver from his sleeve and thrust it into the guard's hand. No. The guard hurriedly demurred. Just a small token of my appreciation. Buy us some wine. The man in brocade said with a smile. Sorry, we dare not accept it, Marquis. You're putting us in a difficult position. Our master has a rule. We can't accept this money. If young Master Wei finds out, he might. None of the guards dared to accept it. They knew full well that Wei Yi was deliberately avoiding these people. So how could they dare accept money for delivering a message? Besides, while the Marquis held a high position and great power, Wei Yi was their master, a truly extraordinary figure of immense power and omnipotence. They knew what was important. Moreover, Wei Yi treated them well and paid them generously. Marquis, don't worry. As soon as the young master returns, we will definitely notify you. Another guard said, clasping his fists. Seeing the guard's refusal to accept the money, the Marquis was helpless and could only wave it off. He then bowed and said, then I'll trouble you. The Marquis boarded his carriage and left the Wei family mansion. Seeing the Marquis leave, the guards breathed a sigh of relief, but they felt a surge of joy in their hearts. It feels so good. Even the Marquis is being polite to us. Haha, that's right. They need our help. Sigh. Our young Master Wei is truly remarkable. That's right. Young Master Wei is a man of great virtue. Only mortals can compare. Princes and nobles are no different from us in front of our young master. Several guards discussed this. Their horizons had been truly broadened recently, meeting countless princes and nobles at once. They were either highly placed or members of the imperial family. Taken together, they were enough to turn the great Yan dynasty upside down. Wei Yi wasn't actually afraid of meeting these people. He simply had to show the proper demeanor. Otherwise, if he treated them too readily, he'd be left with nothing to do. He wouldn't even be able to handle all of them every day, let alone maintain his dignity. Therefore, he had to show his respect, to maintain a safe social distance, to whet their appetites, while also gauging the attitudes of each family. At worst, the worst case scenario was to place all the children of these princes and nobles in his own Confucian and Taoist academy, offering occasional guidance and showing his appreciation. After all, these second-generation nobles were the future kings and ministers of the dynasty. Bringing them under his wing would be tantamount to tying the families behind them to the same boat. With their support, the Confucian and Taoist academy would develop more stably and become indestructible. What surprised Wei Yi was their remarkable patience. Not a single one backed down. They seemed determined not to give up until they met Wei Yi. After all, they understood the importance of this opportunity, and as long as one family held on, none would. If they gave up, the opportunity might fall into the hands of another, inevitably leading to a loss of one and a loss of the other. With both martial arts and Confucianism, and a versatility in both civil and military matters, they would naturally hold more cards in their laps. After teasing everyone for a few days, Wei Yi finally asked the old prince to invite all the princes and nobles to the Jing'an Palace. He then formally met with them. At the banquet, high-ranking officials and nobles were eloquent, each displaying their talents. They alternately praised Wei Yi and enthusiastically promoted their own children. Young Master Wei, my daughter particularly loves your poetry. She knows every one of your poems by heart, reciting them daily and absorbing them with deep concentration. Come, Xiao, recite When Will the Bright Moon Rise for you. Haha, my son does the same. He copies your poems over and over again every day and even writes down his reflections. Oh, and I've even brought a few here for you to review. Young master, my youngest son wrote a beautiful piece of calligraphy, but he said that after seeing your calligraphy, he realized there's always something better than what you can achieve. Everyone rushed to showcase their children's talents, vying for a chance to perform, hoping Wei Yi would take notice. Despite the crowd's enthusiasm, Wei Yi maintained a serious expression throughout, showing no favoritism. He even made no mention of taking on a disciple, and when someone brought it up, he simply changed the subject. It wasn't until the very end of the banquet that he expressed his approval of the young men and young ladies. Although each of you is exceptional, rules are rules. If you wish to practice Confucianism, you must first enroll in our Confucian Academy. At most, I can skip the assessment process and allow you to enroll directly as Confucian students. But I, Wei, promise to do my utmost to nurture you. As the saying goes, a master may lead the way, but the practice is up to the individual. What lies ahead will ultimately depend on your individual efforts. Chapter 202, Forest of Ink Upgrade. As Confucianism and Taoism grew in popularity, Wei Yi's number of writers doubled, and the size of the forest of ink and brush increased several-fold. Of course, the forest of ink and brush's growth was primarily driven by the elders who became Confucian and Taoist teachers and lay Buddhists. These individuals inherently embodied a vast amount of calligraphy and ink energy, and upon becoming writers, they directly contributed to the forest of ink and brush, bringing a significant surge in growth. However, the younger generation of students also joined in small numbers, contributing a significant amount of calligraphy and ink energy to the forest of ink and brush. Furthermore, the diligent practice of these young people expanded the forest of ink and brush at an astonishing rate. Riding on the surge in Confucianism and Taoism, Wei Yi's poems and essays became a nationwide sensation. He gradually entered classrooms across the country, garnering countless admirers. Thus, the blazing golden sun within the forest of ink and brush seemed to be slowly undergoing some unpredictable transformation, shrouded by countless golden rays. The first batch of teachers had already begun to be dispatched to various counties, opening Confucian and Taoist classrooms there to spread the teachings and provide guidance. Du Shaoling was invited to teach at various academies, introducing Confucian and Taoist cultivation techniques to students. He directly preached that Confucianism treated everyone equally. Anyone willing to study, learn, and embrace Confucian principles could practice Confucianism. Along the way, Du Shaoling encountered no danger, protected by members of the Xiangsha Alliance and the White Dragon. Furthermore, local dignitaries warmly welcomed Du Shaoling and offered their full support for his mission to teach and establish a Confucian academy. Even if the Shanren sect attempted to stir up trouble, they were unable to interfere. For a time, practicing Confucianism seemed to be a popular pursuit. Whether they were former Shanren sect minions, once troublesome bullies, or arrogant and tyrannical nobles, they all united in their support for Confucianism and hoped to secure the opportunity to practice. Even those who had clashed with Du Shaoling during his time in the court, such as Huzhou prefect Chongqing, received invitations from Du Shaoling. He had once served alongside Du Shaoling in the imperial court, where they had harbored deep resentment due to factional strife. Upon hearing that Du Shaoling had arrived in Huzhou, intending to teach Confucianism at Zulu Academy, Chongqing felt deeply depressed and heavy-hearted. This deep, heavy feeling, of course, stemmed primarily from jealousy and a touch of fear. On the one hand, he envied Du Shaoling's rise to Confucian prowess, his extraordinary strength, and his now world-renowned reputation as Wei Yi's person, admired and adored by millions. On the other hand, he feared Du Shaoling's revenge. After all, the case of Zhu Zifu in Hangzhou City was a precedent. However, Chongqing was surprised to receive an invitation from Du Shaoling today. Du Shaoling's letter made no mention of their past grudges. Instead, he praised his knowledge and literary talent, hoping that he would cultivate Confucianism and become a master like himself. He also invited him to come and support his former colleague tomorrow. Seeing this invitation, Chongqing was surprised, yet his heart was filled with mixed emotions, and he fell into deep thought. If he were to question his true feelings, he indeed wanted to join Confucianism, hoping to leverage his knowledge and gain extraordinary power. But, sir, does Du Shaoling have some hidden agenda? An officer beside Chongqing asked. I don't think so. Perhaps he's worried that our lord will embarrass him, affecting his ability to preach at Zulu Academy. It seems Du Shaoling is quite tactful, another officer remarked. However, Chongqing remained silent for a long time as his two subordinates spoke. In fact, He knew that the other party wasn't taking the initiative out of fear of him, which was a good thing. After all, Zhu Dachen's death was the best proof. Back then, the Shinran cult still controlled Hengzhou City, wielding immense power, yet Zhu Dachen's death remained unsolved. Furthermore, Confucianism is now so powerful, with numerous dignitaries and influential figures supporting it. Wei Yi is immensely powerful and prestigious, while the Shinran cult is severely weakened and biding its time. Under these circumstances, even if Du Shaoling hadn't delivered the letter, he wouldn't have dared to provoke them. After all, he wouldn't have considered his life too long. Du Shaoling couldn't have been unaware of this. As for the conspiracy, that was even more absurd. If he truly wanted to harm me, there seemed to be no need for him to go to such lengths, even sending a letter inviting me over. Wouldn't that be a case of trying to cover up one's own guilt? So, after some rational reflection and analysis of Du Shaoling's character, Chongqing came to a conclusion. He could only say that he now possessed a lofty vision, a humble heart, truly repaying grievances with virtue, and seeking to win me over to Confucianism. This seemed to be the magnanimity and vision of a Confucianist. Perhaps he had long since let go of these grudges, letting bygones be bygones. He, however, was still holding on to it, which seemed a bit petty. Don't judge a gentleman by your own standards. The Du Shaoling I know isn't that narrow-minded. If it weren't for the factional strife back then, when we were on opposite sides, perhaps we could still be friends. Chongqing said gravely. Deep down, he admired Du Shaoling's literary talent and wit, even a hint of jealousy. He also admired Du Shaoling's integrity and incorruptibility. But men die for wealth, birds for food. To advance their careers, to rise to high positions, one has no choice but to step on the corpses of others. Sometimes, they harbor no grudges against each other, merely a power struggle, a desperate struggle for their own advancement. So, once outside the court, free from conflicting interests, they don't necessarily have to be enemies. Go and see tomorrow. Perhaps you too can learn the methods of Confucianism. Chongqing said solemnly. A flicker of joy flashed in the eyes of the two assistant officers at his words. They naturally hoped to cultivate Confucianism. After all, who wouldn't want to possess extraordinary power? Chongqing quickly sent a reply to Du Shaoling, announcing his presence the next day and welcoming him to Huzhou. Du Shaoling smiled slightly at Chongqing's reply, though he still harbored a deep dislike for those who had once curried favor with the powerful and assisted them, even feeling contempt for them. But he knew clearly that, if Confucianism and Daoism wanted to quickly establish a foothold throughout the Great Yan dynasty, they had to minimize their enemies and increase their allies. Their current goal was to cast a wide net, capitalizing on the Confucian and Daoist craze, to win over the people, and dismantle the Shinran sect's local networks. They had to win over all the officials who had previously worked for the Shinran sect. Even if these Shinran sect minions didn't defect, as long as they stopped aiding and fully supported the Shinran sect, the Shinran sect would be like a tiger without minions, a far less threatening force. After all, their ultimate goal was to completely eradicate the Shinran sect. Therefore, for this grand strategic goal, for the greater good, he could completely abandon all personal grudges and values. Furthermore, the first step in Confucian and Daoist cultivation was simply to contribute to the world of calligraphy and painting, without being able to utilize the key of calligraphy and painting. Whether they could use the key of calligraphy and painting in the future depended entirely on Wei Yi's decision. Therefore, Du Shaoling didn't care about teaching these people the methods of Confucianism and Daoism. He would wait until he had eradicated this great tiger, and then he could deal with these smaller minions and generals. Thanks to Du Shaoling's efforts, Confucianism and Taoism spread rapidly, and more officials were wooed. However, during this period, the Shinran sect also actively spread rumors about Confucianism and Taoism, hoping to curb its expansion. These rumors did initially have some impact, but they primarily affected those who could not read, had little cultural knowledge, or lacked discernment. These individuals, driven by jealousy, ignorance, or some other inexplicable motivation, believed and spread the rumors. Others simply followed the crowd, perhaps even cutting off their own genitals to dig out gold, if someone claimed they had it in their testicles. However, the core group of Confucian and Taoist practitioners were scholars, knowledgeable, and discerning individuals. Naturally, they would not readily believe ordinary rumors. Furthermore, the fact that the rumormongers were illiterate only heightened their suspicion of their motives. Furthermore, these scholars were known for their ability to argue with reason and their eloquence. A clash between scholars and warriors unfolded in a tavern in the capital. The warriors claimed that Confucianism and Taoism were a scam, and that Wei Yi was merely exploiting their faith to improve his own cultivation. They claimed that the students' foolish efforts in cultivation were merely a pretext for Wei Yi ultimately being exploited without realizing it. Others claimed that those people simply couldn't cultivate supernatural powers, and that the so-called extraordinary powers were just empty promises made by Wei Yi, and that few possessed them in the end. Even if someone did possess supernatural powers, they were merely borrowing Wei Yi's power, remaining weaklings themselves. Others claimed that Confucian and Taoist practitioners could lead to infatuation, and that many had already died, likely sacrificing them for Wei Yi's quest for immortality. Faced with the warriors' alarmist rhetoric, the scholars retorted, "It seems that we scholars have extraordinary powers, which makes some people jealous. Why are you martial artists so afraid of us practicing Confucianism and Taoism? What's your intention?" "That's right, you said Confucianism and Taoism are a scam. I want to ask, how do you, a person who has not practiced Confucianism and Taoism, know that practicing Confucianism and Taoism is a scam? Do you know what we practice? Secondly, you said that practicing Confucianism and Taoism will lead to obsession. Then tell me, what does a person who has been possessed look like? Does he have broken meridians and bleeding from all 7 parts of his body, or is he unconscious and crazy? It really makes me laugh to death." Thirdly, you said that we practice hard just to make wedding dresses for Master Wei. I want to ask, how did you know the inside story, and who told you? Even if we practice Confucianism and Taoism to make wedding dresses for Master Wei, so what? As the saying goes, a general success is the result of thousands of skulls. Which person in a high position did not climb to the top by stepping on a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood? Furthermore, Master Wei possessed a noble character and a heart for the common people. He offered us all a path to enlightenment, even enabling many children who otherwise could not afford to go to school. What was wrong with him? Can you guarantee that your children would become martial arts prodigies? If they couldn't pursue martial arts, but loved reading and desired extraordinary powers, what would you choose? Furthermore, I want to ask you all, each of you possessing martial arts skills, what have you done for the great Yan dynasty and the people of the world? Have you supported the weak and fought for justice? Have you fought in battle or punished evil and promoted good? Master Wei repelled the Western barbarians, resolved the border crisis, and saved the great Yan dynasty from war. He single-handedly prevented the arrival of a demon god, saving Hangzhou city and our own great Yan dynasty. Without him, every one of us here would likely be dead in the wilderness, facing imminent danger. It can be said that Master Wei owed a debt of gratitude to each of us. As human beings, we owe it to ourselves to repay his kindness. Even if Master Wei used us, so what? We are merely repaying him for saving our lives. And you, on the other hand, are only here to drink and chat because of Master Wei. Not only are you ungrateful, you're also spreading rumors and slandering Master Wei, damaging his reputation and insulting his character. I just want to ask, have your consciences been eaten by dogs? People like you, with ulterior motives and heartless hearts, have the nerve to discuss Confucianism and Taoism here, and what qualifications do you have to judge Master Wei? The scholars spoke with such conviction and force that the warriors were speechless. Their words resonated with the others around them, who couldn't help but echo them, joining the scholars in pointing fingers at the warriors, sneering and criticizing them. Indeed, Wei Yi was not only the founder of Confucianism and Taoist practice, he was also a hero in the hearts of the people. So, for ordinary people, insulting Confucianism and Taoist practice might be fine, but insulting Wei Yi's reputation was truly deserving of condemnation. Seeing the crowd's indignation and fury, several warriors left the restaurant, cursing and swearing. Then, they fled in disgrace, their tails between their legs. The rumors spread by the celestial being cult had no effect. Instead, they united the scholars, uniting them to resist and combat the rumor mongers. They spontaneously began to promote Confucianism, presenting facts and reasoning, and constantly brainwashing the people. This, in turn, only bolstered Wei Yi's fame and influence, making the spread of Confucianism even more unstoppable. As Wei Yi's writing career grew, the forest of ink and brush expanded more than tenfold compared to its initial size. Wei Yi was pleasantly surprised to discover that, as the forest of ink and brush doubled in size, his proficiency in calligraphy and painting also doubled. Consequently, Wei Yi's calligraphy and painting skills improved rapidly during this period. On New Year's Eve, his calligraphy skills reached the next level. With the annual Spring Festival approaching, the entire King's House city was enveloped in festive festivities, with lights and decorations adorning the air, a festive atmosphere abounding. Wei Yi personally wrote several pairs of couplets, and sent them to the palace, government office, etc. He also wrote couplets for his own house and shops such as restaurants. On New Year's Eve, Wei Yi also cooked a large table of dishes, and spent this happy and lively festival with his family. With the sound of fireworks and firecrackers all over the sky, people finally ushered in the new year. The whole family was bathed in the joyful atmosphere, and didn't want to go to bed, but Wei Yi went back to the house to rest early, because he wanted to upgrade his writing skills. With the familiar feeling sweeping over, Wei Yi's consciousness sank into the forest of pens and ink again. At the same time, he was also surprised to see that the forest of pens and ink had changed again. It's the last day of the month. Please give me some monthly tickets to support the storefront. Thank you all for your support. Thanks to Bookfriends 151 *999, JIU Diane, and Bookfriend 2023 *7491 for awarding 100 starting coins each. Thank you all for your support. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203 Painting Skills Taming Skills Upgrade. On New Year's Day, the Wei household was bustling with activity, with a constant stream of friends and relatives visiting to pay their respects. King Aware's brother Wei, is he out? Guo Pixiu asked, somewhat surprised, after finishing his New Year greetings. He knew Wei Yi would normally be up and practicing by this time. My brother's still asleep, Wei King whispered. Don't disturb him, let him get some rest. Oh, alright, then I'll be home. Wei Yi wasn't deliberately staying in bed, it was just that the upgrade to his forest of ink had taken a long time. He had just woken up and was lying in bed, reflecting on the many changes that had come with it. His calligraphy skill had reached the 7th level, and Wei Yi had also gained 2 great supernatural powers, flowing clouds and water, and thunder with his pen. As their names suggest, these 2 powers allow Wei Yi to control the vastness of water, summon wind and rain, and create thunder and lightning with his pen. It could be said that he truly mastered the power of heaven and earth, freely exerting it. Furthermore, these powers weren't simply about controlling wind, rain, and lightning. They truly harnessed the true meaning of the Dao, such as the true meaning of wind, water, thunder, and lightning. These so-called true meanings are what cultivators call the Great Dao. They embody the power of the laws of heaven and earth, and are truly supernatural powers that transcend magic. Generally speaking, only true Dao cultivators can master this power. Therefore, Wei Yi felt that having obtained this supernatural power, he was almost as powerful as a Dao cultivator. Even if he couldn't defeat a Dao cultivator, he should be able to easily defeat a spiritual transformation cultivator. Furthermore, with this upgrade in writing skills, the forest of ink and brush also underwent an upgrade. Now, the entire forest of ink and brush has transformed into a small planet, completely covered in a forest formed by the energy of ink and brush. It is lush and vibrant. Furthermore, the upgrade has transformed the main forest as well. No longer a monotonous forest of trees, it now resembles a true primeval forest, filled with a diverse array of vegetation, towering trees, low shrubs, grasses, and flowers. These various plants are condensed from the energy of ink and brush, and are covered in golden characters. These words were all written by those who had contributed to the brush and ink energy, and the most dazzling of them were poems written by Wei Yi earlier. Furthermore, the original golden sun had once again transformed, becoming a true sun. Under its radiance, the brush and ink energy underwent a qualitative change. Its power had increased immensely, and even when it was used to create brilliant works of art, its might was incomparable. This was perhaps why he could harness the power of the laws of heaven and earth with the brush and ink energy. Furthermore, when he now used the penetrating into wood technique, he could truly achieve the miraculous ability of transforming decay into magic, of transmuting stone into gold. However, what delighted Wei Yi most was that, under the sun's rays, the trees in the brush and ink forest were able to continuously grow, blossom and bear fruit, and produce seeds. The seeds sprouted, grew, and then produced more seeds. This cycle continued, forming a true ecosystem. In other words, even if no one contributed brush and ink energy, the brush and ink forest could continue to grow and reproduce on its own. Even if some trees were destroyed, new ones would slowly grow again. This is similar to how a cultivator's ki and cultivation level will gradually and automatically increase even without practicing. Of course, if consumption exceeds the growth rate of the ink forest, the original balance will be disrupted. Therefore, he cannot completely dissociate himself from the contributions of the calligraphers. After all, their contributions are what allow the ink forest to grow faster. Besides the fundamental changes to the ink forest, its functionality has also undergone significant changes. It has become increasingly like an intelligent system. It can better manage all calligraphers, even assigning them levels, permissions, and identities. It can even customize many promotion rules, such as the conditions required to reach a certain level, the maximum amount of ink key they can use, which magical powers derived from writing and painting skills they can use, the percentage of power each magical power can exert, and so on. The rules can be set in great detail. Furthermore, these rules can directly transform Wei Yi's inner thoughts into logically complete rules. Furthermore, the ink forest contains detailed data on each calligrapher, including the amount of ink key they have contributed, their usage history, their loyalty to Wei Yi, and so on. This loyalty is calculated based on a comprehensive analysis of several dimensions, including admiration for Wei Yi, resonance and enjoyment of his poetry, and recognition of Confucian and Taoist principles. The use of brush and ink energy can also be viewed in near detail, including the specific purpose and time of use. Of course, due to the large number of writers, Wei Yi can filter and view them in batches. The forest of ink and brush will also automatically generate a list for display or filter based on criteria set by Wei Yi. With these management features, Wei Yi can more easily manage his writers and establish a comprehensive cultivation system. Wei Yi immediately established a series of promotion requirements for each rank, including students, Tongsheng, and Zhuokei. The entry method and qualifications remained unchanged, but future access to brush and ink energy would depend on whether the candidate met the conditions he had set. The primary condition was loyalty to Wei Yi, followed by the amount of brush and ink energy contributed. After getting up, Wei Yi first greeted his uncle and aunt. After eating something, he went to the Meng family to pay New Year's greetings. Afterwards, he went to Du Yujiang's residence to pay New Year's greetings. To Wei Yi, Du Yujiang had been a benefactor and a mentor. He had also helped him in his most difficult times. Therefore, he would never forget this kindness. No matter how one's status and position changed, one should never forget those who had lent a helping hand in one's most helpless moments. Wei Yi's arrival surprised and delighted Du Yujiang, leaving him feeling flattered. He had never expected Wei Yi to come and pay New Year's greetings, nor had he expected Wei Yi to remember him. Who was Wei Yi now? Even the Prince of Jinggan would have to show him respect. Although he held no official position, he was a truly peerless master, a hermit. He was also the founder of Confucianism and Taoism, a hero to countless people. Du Yujiang knew his own limitations. Although he had helped Wei Yi in the past, that small favor was nothing to be proud of. Moreover, his advancement from a 7th rank swordsmith to a 5th rank swordsmith was entirely due to Wei Yi's guidance. So Wei Yi owed him nothing, and he never considered asking Wei Yi to repay him. After leaving Du Yujiang's house, Wei Yi returned home. He then took his personal maid and rode in a carriage to the Jingan Prince's palace. Once aboard, the maid's eyes were filled with excitement and anticipation, and she smiled happily at Wei Yi. Unbeknownst to anyone, this plain-looking maid was actually Xiao Jinsi. To keep Xiao Jinsi by his side and allow her to move freely around the city, Wei Yi used his lifelike magical powers to alter her appearance and even her figure, transforming her into a completely different person. She then lived as a maid in the Wei household, accompanying Wei Yi daily. Today, Wei Yi was taking Xiao Jinsi back to the palace to visit her mother, grandfather, and brother. Jinsi, believe me, it won't be long before you can live an upright life, Wei Yi said, looking at Xiao Jinsi seriously. His calligraphy skill had now reached the 7th level, and his forest of ink painting and beast taming skills were about to advance. With his current strength, he was confident he could overthrow the Shinran sect. Then, he would lead the Xianxia Alliance and his own Confucian and Taoist forces to completely purge the court of corrupt officials under the pretext of clearing the imperial court and enthroning a new emperor. The Xianxia Alliance's goal was to ensure that Shangxing, the virtuous and talented son of the Prince of Jin, would inherit the throne. But no matter who it was, Wei Yi saw the future of the Great Yan dynasty as a Confucian and Taoist dynasty. Of course, Shangxing was also a Confucian and Taoist practitioner and a disciple of Wei Yi. Once Shangxing ascended the throne, the Xiao family would be considered meritorious officials, and with his connections, Xiao Jinsi would naturally have nothing to fear. He could live a life of integrity. The future of the Great Yan dynasty would surely be a prosperous one, under his control. The carriage arrived at the Jingan Prince's mansion, where the guards immediately opened the gates to greet him. Now, even without the token given by the old prince, Wei Yi could freely enter and exit the palace, completely unannounced. Upon arriving at the palace, Wei Yi met the old prince. Seeing the maidservant beside Wei Yi, the old prince seemed to have guessed something and immediately dismissed all the servants and locked the door. Grandpa, Jinsi wishes you a happy new year, Xiao Jinsi said excitedly. My dear granddaughter, Grandpa knew it was you who had returned. Xiao Yingshan was also thrilled. Although he knew Xiao Jinsi was at Wei Yi's house, he had previously been afraid to visit her to avoid exposing her whereabouts. Moreover, every festive occasion brought a sense of longing for family, and the thought of his granddaughter being unable to return home had always weighed heavily on his mind. Even last New Year's Eve, the family hadn't been happy. After a brief conversation, the old prince summoned Xiao Jinsi's mother and brother, Xiao Xian, since they were the only ones who knew the truth. Wei Yi also erased the alterations to Xiao Jinsi's face, revealing her true appearance. Upon seeing Xiao Jinsi, her mother burst into tears. Embracing Xiao Jinsi, she cried and laughed, overcome with emotion. Wei Yi and the others left the room, allowing the mother and daughter to reunite and talk. They then went to the study, where Wei Yi discussed their plans with the old prince and Xiao Xian. After all, the Xiao family was a well-known supporter of the Xianxia Alliance. Their goals were largely the same: to eradicate the Shinran sect, depose the puppet emperor, and enthrone Shangxing. The day when the clouds of our Great Yan dynasty will lift is not far off, Wei Yi declared sternly. My Xiao family is at your service, young Master Wei, the old prince declared, clasping his fists. Xiao Xian's gaze was determined, his expression unconcealed with excitement. He had finally waited for this day. The Great Yan dynasty was finally about to clear up, and the Xiao family's difficulties were about to pass. For the next few days, King's House City remained shrouded in festive cheer. However, shops had gradually reopened, and workshops were gradually resuming production. Officials had also returned to work after their vacation. Wei Yi had recently declined all unnecessary socializing. Many people who came to pay New Year's greetings and bring gifts were either not received or received by his uncle and aunt. Wei Yi seemed to understand why most of the top masters preferred seclusion to cultivate themselves. It was to sever the unnecessary socializing and complex interpersonal relationships of the secular world. Living in the secular world, everyone would be eager to establish connections. The myriad relationships and trivialities of the world would tire you to death. Where would you find time to cultivate, let alone concentrate on the profound truth? Therefore, Some people who achieved high positions or became powerful didn't act arrogantly, but out of sheer necessity. When you're in trouble, not even 1 out of 10 relatives might come to your aid. Once you become wealthy and powerful, 10 relatives might ask for 100 requests. If you continued to be humble and easygoing, you'd likely be annoyed every day. So Wei Yi had no choice but to make this change, to adapt to his current status and position. He refused unnecessary socializing and cut off unnecessary relationships. Therefore, during this period, he refused to see anyone, except those with whom he had a particularly close relationship, or those who needed to see him for something truly special. He had been completely absorbed in these past few days, gaining experience, successfully leveling up his painting and beast taming skills. After his beast taming skill reached level 6, Wei Yi gained a magical power called beast taming space. This power opened up a unique beast taming space within Wei Yi's body, allowing his beasts to cultivate and grow. Not only was 1 day in this space equivalent to 3 days outside, but the spiritual energy within was also several times richer than outside, making it a truly blissful paradise. Furthermore, this beast taming space could help strengthen their bodies, optimize their bloodlines, and even evolve them, nurturing powerful magical powers. As long as a beast remained in his beast taming space, its cultivation was accelerated, and it allowed it to continuously evolve. So, Wei Yi sent Guyu and Juzi there to train, and the cat and fox became so engrossed in it that they never wanted to leave. Wei Yi felt that, if he publicized the power of this beast taming space, he would. Those demon beast cultivators would probably come licking their wounds, begging him to take them in as his beast masters. With the spiritual fruits and cultivation techniques gifted by Taoist Master Yipin, Guyu has already reached the middle stage of the Golden Core Realm, edging ever closer to the late stage. Now entering the beast taming space to accelerate her cultivation, she'll likely reach the late stage very soon. Furthermore, this beast taming space will also help her cultivate the Sky Fox bloodline even more effectively, and quickly, a perfect win-win situation. Meanwhile, Juzi has also reached the Foundation Establishment realm and successfully mastered the form shifting technique, transforming into a 12 or 13-year-old girl. Her appearance and figure practically fulfilled all of Wei Yi's fantasies of a beast-eared girl. After his painting skill reached the 5th level, Wei Yi gained the magical power of finishing the finishing touch. This power is a step up from leaping onto the page and indistinguishable from the real. Leaping onto the page is a simple form shifting technique, while indistinguishable from the real allows the drawn object to become a physical form, even possessing a soul, intelligence, and some of the object's physical properties. However, neither of these magical powers can be used as combat skills on their own. The person or mythical beast depicted lacks the original cultivation and magical powers of the original body. Even if hundreds or thousands of such creatures were drawn, they would still be far less powerful than the combat effectiveness of a few heroic spirits summoned by Wei Yi. Their primary function is functionality, but this finishing touch is different. This magical power grants the transformed person or beast formidable combat power, even allowing them to unleash magical powers. This power derives from the energy of the brush and ink, and the magical powers directly inherit those possessed by Wei Yi. Therefore, Wei Yi can even use this magical power to draw a clone of himself to fight. However, this clone lacks his own true Yang Tyrant body and Vajra indestructible body. However, the strength and power of this body condensed by the energy of the brush and ink are extremely formidable. Furthermore, it can utilize the energy of the brush and ink to continuously repair and heal itself, thus forming another form of Vajra indestructible body. Chapter 204 Invitations from various countries. One day, Wei Yi, while working on his fitness skills, was interrupted by his sister. "Brother, a servant just reported that there's a man outside claiming to be the Prime Minister of the Beiyu Kingdom, requesting an audience. I thought I'd better inform you of this," Wei Yi said cautiously, standing outside the door. She knew Wei Yi had been refusing almost all visitors lately, so she wasn't sure if a report would be inappropriate. She simply felt that this visitor's identity seemed somewhat special, so she felt it was necessary to inform Wei Yi. The Prime Minister of the Beiyu Kingdom? Wei Yi was slightly surprised and paused in his training. The Beiyu Kingdom was the southern neighbor of the Great Yan Dynasty, a powerful dynasty with a vast territory. Historically, the Beiyu and the Great Yan dynasty shared a common ancestry, resulting in many similar cultural differences. In fact, it wasn't just the Beiyu. The Great Khan dynasty in northern Yan also shared similar cultures, with similar languages and scripts. Furthermore, dating back 5,000 years, the four countries were once part of a single vast dynasty. The languages and scripts currently used by each nation also originated from that dynasty. Even many aspects of etiquette and culture are remarkably similar. The Beiyu kingdom and the Great Yan dynasty had long enjoyed friendly relations, but in recent years, due to the Great Yan dynasty's weakness and chaos, relations have gradually become distant. It seems the news of Confucianism and Taoism has spread beyond the borders. Wei Yi smiled calmly, roughly guessing the other party's intention. He quickly said, "Invite him to the living room. Tell him I am practicing, and ask him to wait a moment." "Okay, brother," Wei Yi responded, and immediately led the servants to the courtyard gate. Standing at the door was an elderly man with graying temples, a refined face, and dressed in merchant attire. He must be the Prime Minister of the Beiyu Kingdom. With his unique identity, it was indeed more convenient and safer for him to disguise himself as a merchant. Following him was a middle-aged man, a martial arts master at first glance, his brows sharp and oppressive. Another man, who looked like a servant, also looked no ordinary man. "Guests, please come in." Wei Yi gestured to invite him in. The elegant old man smiled and followed Wei Yi into the mansion. He then instructed his two attendants to wait in the courtyard while he followed Wei Yi into the main hall. After all, it would be rude to bring bodyguards with him on a visit. "My brother is currently training. Please wait a moment in the main hall." Someone served tea to the guest. Wei Yi said, "Okay, no hurry. I'll wait here for young Master Wei." The elegant old man smiled gently. About half an hour later, Wei Yi finished his workout, showered, and changed his clothes before entering the main hall. The Prime Minister of the Beiyu Kingdom was admiring the calligraphy and paintings on the wall, his eyes filled with admiration. "Are you the Prime Minister of the Beiyu Kingdom?" Wei Yi asked. The elegant old man, regaining his composure from the paintings, quickly turned and bowed. "I, Shen Qiuming, the Prime Minister of the Beiyu Kingdom, greet young Master Wei." "Prime Minister Shen, you're welcome. Please take a seat," Wei Yi said calmly, taking a seat at the head of the table. The maid immediately came over to pour tea for Wei Yi. "I've long heard of your great name, and seeing you today is truly worthy of your reputation. You truly are like an immortal descended from the earth, a saint." Shen Qiuming began with a series of flattering remarks. "Prime Minister Shen, why did you come to see me?" Wei Yi asked bluntly. After all, time was precious, and he didn't want to waste it beating around the bush. "It is like this. Your Majesty of our dynasty is very fond of the young master's poems, and even more, so admires your amazing poetic talent and extraordinary strength. Recently, I heard that the young master founded Confucianism, and claimed that all scholars in the world can practice Confucianism. Your Majesty was very excited and wanted to come and listen to the young master's lectures in person. But after all, you are the king of a country, and there are many things in the court that need your attention. In addition, the war in the south is urgent, so your Majesty is unable to come. You feel deeply regretful, and have sent me here to invite you to visit our Beiyu Kingdom. If you are willing, could you give a lecture for your Majesty and our admirers?" Shen Qiuming said with a flattering look on his face. "Prime Minister Shen wishes to invite me to teach Confucianism in your kingdom, right?" Wei Yi said with a laugh. "Your Excellency, there's no need to be so secretive. Simply express your thoughts directly. I prefer directness, not beating around the bush." Upon hearing Wei Yi's words, Shen Qiuming quickly stood up, bowing with deep trepidation. "Your Excellency is wise, and I'm ashamed to say so. Your Majesty does wish to invite you to teach Confucianism in our dynasty. I, along with all the scholars in the court, deeply desire to practice Confucianism. Your Majesty sincerely invites you to teach in our dynasty. We are even more willing to vigorously promote Confucianism in our dynasty, establish a Confucian academy, and even build a shrine in your honor, where you can enjoy the people's worship." Wei Yi's expression remained impassive, but he was delighted. The ruler of the Beiyu Kingdom was truly sincere. Wei Yi was naturally willing to teach Confucianism in the Beiyu Kingdom. This was a golden opportunity to expand his Confucian influence. When someone offered it to him, how could he refuse? If possible, he even hoped that the several countries surrounding the Great Yan dynasty would all fall within his Confucian sphere of influence. Then his influence would extend beyond just one nation. Furthermore, the more people practiced Confucianism, the more beneficial it would be for his literary advancement, and the more supporters he would have in the future. If all the scholars of Zhou and Liaozhou continent practiced Confucianism, Confucianism would become the continent's most powerful force. Of course, no problem. Your Majesty is so far-sighted and sincere, and I would be honored to refuse. However, my wedding is approaching, so I'll wait until next month. After the wedding, I will definitely come to your country to preach and teach, Wei Yi said solemnly. Upon hearing Wei Yi's words, Shen Qiming was instantly overjoyed, his heart finally at ease. Overwhelmed with joy, he quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you very much, sir. On behalf of His Majesty and the millions of people of Beiyu, I thank you. Shen Qiming knew full well how important Confucianism was to a nation, and to all scholars. This could truly transform a nation, and change the fate of countless people. If scholars could possess extraordinary power, they would be better able to protect themselves, and more people would be drawn to learning, which would be greatly beneficial to a nation's development. The status of scholars would rise further, giving them greater confidence to advocate for their own ideas and concepts. They could even fight on the battlefield and command military power, rather than being mocked by a group of generals as mere theoretical strategists. Furthermore, Confucianism and Taoism flourished in the Great Yan dynasty. If his own country lacked Confucianism, the two would be weakened, and the country would inevitably be controlled by others in the future. Therefore, he was well aware of the rarity of this opportunity, which was why he had so eagerly visited Wei Yi and begged him to teach. He was genuinely surprised by Wei Yi's willingness to accept. Young master, this is the Imperial Tutor Gold Medal prepared for you by His Majesty. With this medal, you can freely travel throughout our Beiyu kingdom. I hope you will accept it. Shen Qiming said, holding the medal in both hands. Wei Yi smiled. Presenting him with the Imperial Tutor Gold Medal was a direct expression of his gratitude, a sign of his devotion to Wei Yi. Wei Yi, however, didn't mind having another student. So, with a smile, he accepted the gold medal and said, alright, I'll take it. On the street outside the Wei family mansion, a handsome man dressed as a swordsman paused. He glanced at the gate and thought to himself, this must be young Master Wen's residence. But just as he was about to return to report, the gate opened, and three figures emerged. The elder in the lead was beaming with joy. The swordsman looked closer, and felt a familiar look. After a closer look, he realized it was Shen Qiming, Prime Minister of the Beiyu Kingdom. Almost immediately, Shen Qiming and his companions noticed him as well. The middle-aged man following behind him frowned, radiating a hint of aura. The young swordsman smiled and bowed, indicating no hostility. He then quickly left, turning a few streets, and entering an inn. There were also many swordsmen in the inn, and upon seeing him enter, they exchanged glances. The swordsman quickly ascended the stairs, finally arriving at the door of room number 1 and knocking rhythmically. Come in. A woman's voice called from within. The swordsman entered and closed the door behind him. Your Highness, I've already found out where the Wei family lives, and just now, I saw Shen Qiming, the Prime Minister of the Beiyu Kingdom, outside their gates. I didn't expect the Beiyu Kingdom to be so well informed, that they'd even visited young Master Wei before us. The speaker was a young woman of stunning beauty and bright eyes. She was Xiang Zujian, the Emperor of the Daqian dynasty's most beloved daughter. Although she dressed like an ordinary daughter of a wealthy family, her extraordinary appearance and aura could not be concealed by her attire. What did Shen Qiming look like then? Asked a stern old man nearby. He was Li Yu, the Prime Minister of the Daqian dynasty. It seemed he had a very pleasant conversation with young Master Wei. The swordsman added. Li Yu nodded, and said to Xiang Zujian, Shen Qiming should have invited young Master Wei. So, we should have a chance too. Well, let's go. I can't wait to meet young Master Wei. I wonder if he's as extraordinary as the rumors say. Xiang Zujian stood up, her face filled with impatience. Meng Cheng, you can accompany Lord Li and me. The others will stay here for now. Yes. The swordsman named Meng Cheng clasped his fists. Wei Yi hadn't expected that, just after he had seen off Shen Qiming, the Prime Minister of the Bei'u Kingdom, the Grand Minister and the Princess of the Daqian Dynasty would come to request an audience. He knew without hesitation that these people, like Shen Qiming, were also seeking his permission to preach in their country. After all, compared to the Bei'u Kingdom, the Daqian Dynasty was more literary and valued its scholars. As Wei Yi had expected, Li Yu, the Grand Minister of the Daqian Dynasty, had come on behalf of the Emperor to invite Wei Yi to establish a Confucian and Taoist academy in his country. However, Princess Xiang Zujian had another purpose for her trip, to become Wei Yi's disciple. She had already decided that, if she couldn't invite Wei Yi to teach Confucianism in Daqian, she would find a way to enroll at the Confucian Academy in Kingsao City and become a student. Inviting Wei Yi was for the sake of her country, but becoming his disciple was purely for her own sake. She had heard rumors about Confucianism and Taoism, and had been deeply drawn to it. She had also researched and collected Wei Yi's poetry, and upon reading it, she was even more captivated and filled with admiration. Meeting Wei Yi in person today had almost fulfilled all her fantasies about him, and even surpassed them. No problem. I founded Confucianism in the hope that all scholars across the world could have the opportunity to change their destiny and become extraordinary. Wei Yi said solemnly. Excellent. This is a blessing for Daqian and its people. Li Yu excitedly stood up and bowed respectfully to Wei Yi. Xiang Zujian, standing by, was also overjoyed. Since Wei Yi had agreed to teach Confucianism in their great Khan dynasty, there was no need to rush into becoming his disciple. She could wait until Wei Yi visited their great Khan dynasty to find an opportunity. Otherwise, suddenly asking him to become her disciple today would be rather abrupt and impertinent. Over the next few days, the Northern Yan dynasty, Bichuan Kingdom, Jiuli Kingdom, and other large and small states sent important officials to visit Wei Yi, seeking to invite him to teach Confucianism in their countries. However, the Emperor of Zilan regretted his decision. Having listened to the slander of the Shanren cult, they allied with the Human Kingdom to attack the Great Yan dynasty, further rupturing the previously easing relations between the two countries. Most importantly, the peerless master who had summoned the heroic army to defeat their coalition was none other than Wei Yi. Therefore, their previous expedition had offended not only the Great Yan dynasty, but also Wei Yi. Now, there was no chance of them ever requesting his teachings. What worries them even more is that with the rise of Confucianism and Taoism, the Great Yan dynasty may use the influence of Confucianism and Taoism to unite with neighboring countries in the future. By then, they may be in big trouble. In the palace of Bei'u Kingdom, Emperor Jialang of Bei'u Kingdom was very happy to hear the good news brought back by Shen Qiming. That's great. This young master Wei actually agreed. Emperor Jialang's joy was beyond words. Although he was young, he had actually been on the throne for many years. Under his rule, Bei'u Kingdom was also quite prosperous. By the way, Your Majesty, young Master Wei is about to get married. Such a big event, our dynasty should make some response. Shen Qiming said again. Get married? Emperor Jialang was a little surprised. He thought that such an extraordinary strong man would have long been detached from the world and out of the mundane world. And what kind of person can be worthy of such an extraordinary strong man? Despite his surprise, Emperor Jialang didn't ask any further questions. He paused and said, for such a significant event, a gift is naturally necessary, but what should I send? For a moment, Emperor Jialang fretted. Such an extraordinary and powerful being would likely be overlooked by ordinary gifts. In the Daqian dynasty palace, Princess Xiang Zujian, upon hearing her subordinate's report, widened her eyes in surprise. Are you sure you heard correctly? Young Master Wei is marrying a mere restaurant owner? Xiang Zujian had previously heard of Wei Yi's upcoming marriage, and wondered what kind of extraordinary woman could be worthy of such an extraordinary man. So, hearing this news was a bit unbelievable. It's absolutely true. I've confirmed it repeatedly. I've heard that Meng Shulian and young Master Wei were in love when they were still ordinary people, and they've endured many hardships together. Young Master Wei values loyalty and righteousness. Even with his current position of exceptional power and immense strength, he hasn't forgotten his original vows. Hearing her subordinate's words, Xiang Zujian, while surprised, also felt a deeper respect for Wei Yi. Such a loyal and righteous person truly moved her and made her admire him. But the fact that Wei Yi could even marry a restaurant owner made Xiang Zujian suddenly feel like, I can do it too. This Meng Shulian is really lucky, Xiang Zujian said, supporting her chin. But her thoughts drifted to who knows where. Chapter 205, The People's Will. In the Imperial study, Emperor Yanshan sat on the dragon couch with a sullen expression, listening to his subordinates report on the latest developments in Confucianism and Taoism. Currently, Du Shaoling is preaching at Zulu Academy. All officials in Huzhou have become Confucian and Taoist lay practitioners, practicing with him. The rumors a sect spread previously had no effect. Instead, they angered those scholars who spontaneously spread Confucianism everywhere. Recently, there are unconfirmed reports that the number of merchants entering our court from countries like Beiyu, Daqian, and Northern Yan has increased several times, and many of them are heading to King's House City, presumably for Confucianism and Taoism. Listening to his subordinates' reports, Emperor Yanshan's face was as dark as water, and he was at a loss as to what to do. He knew the situation was becoming increasingly unfavorable. Not only were officials in the provinces, but many in the capital had also begun practicing Confucianism. The allure of Confucianism to these scholars was too great. If Confucianism continued unchecked, everything the Shanren sect had painstakingly cultivated over the years would be lost. All the minions they had trained would likely become Wei Yi's minions. By then, not only would their Shanren sect still be able to survive in the Great Yan dynasty, but their own throne would be in jeopardy. Although the Grand Elder claimed that his divine power was nearing completion and might be able to turn the tide, if he didn't act now, it would likely shake the morale of the Shanren sect. With one side gaining strength, while the other weakened, it was unclear whether they could defeat Wei Yi and Confucianism. Come, draft an edict. Emperor Yanshan shouted sharply. He had to act, or the Great Yan dynasty would no longer belong to their Shanren sect. Emperor Yanshan swiftly issued an edict labeling Confucianism and Taoism as heretical cults, forbidding their practice, discussion, or dissemination under penalty of severe punishment. He also ordered all prefectures and cities housing major academies to immediately investigate and burn all books related to Confucianism and Taoism, as well as all of Wei Yi's poetry and writings. He also ordered the academies to rectify their situation and prohibit any teaching of Confucianism or Wei Yi's poetry and writings in any form. After this imperial edict was issued, it immediately caused an uproar in the capital, and even the Imperial College was filled with complaints. What is your majesty going to do? Yes, why do you want to list Confucianism and Taoism as evil cults? Do you really have to force us literati into a dead end? Humph, it must be the Shanren sect behind this, fearing that we literati will have extraordinary powers and threaten their power. It seems that they are really afraid of Confucianism and Taoism. I thought I saw hope again, but now it is. Alas, what is the future of the Great Yan dynasty? Yes, I thought that scholars like me finally had a chance to turn things around, but I didn't expect that an imperial edict would kill everything. What I'm worried about is that your majesty's actions may cause unrest. Well, Confucianism and Taoism can develop so rapidly. This is what the people want, but your majesty is going against the trend. I'm afraid there will be disaster. Then Wei Yi will certainly not sit idly by. Your majesty's actions are obviously declaring war on the other side. You are sending a hero who originally protected the safety of our Great Yan dynasty to the opposite side and treating him as an enemy. Your majesty's actions are really unwise. Yes, Confucianism and Taoism have the potential to become the foundation of a nation, the hope for its prosperity and strength. If our dynasty bans Confucianism, it would be tantamount to handing it over to neighboring states. If Confucianism flourishes in states like Daqian, Northern Yan, and Beiyu, then the Yan dynasty will sooner or later be at the mercy of others. If this continues, we won't even have to wait for our neighbors to revolt before we are plunged into civil strife. For a moment, the crowd struggled to contain their inner discontent and anger. If they weren't still reverent and rational, they would have erupted in outrage. But even though they managed to hold back, they were already lashing out at Emperor Yanshan and the Shanren sect. They even wished Wei Yi would lead the Confucian and Daoist masters to destroy the Shinran sect and behead this incompetent puppet emperor. After all, they knew that if the Shinran sect continued its devastation, the Yan dynasty would sooner or later fall. These scholars were loyal to the court, to the country, to their nation, and to the culture passed down by their ancestors. It wasn't a foolish and incompetent monarch, nor was it the Shinran sect. Soon, many important officials in the court began to speak out, with many even kneeling outside the main hall, begging Emperor Yanshan to rescind his decree. While most of these officials were affiliated with the Shinran sect, they weren't true Shinran sect members, nor were they a bunch of idlers. They simply sided with the Shinran sect during the factional struggles for their own interests, forming a community of shared interests. Now, Emperor Yanshan's decree severely infringed upon their interests, and they were naturally furious. First, banning Confucianism and Daoism would eliminate the hope of practicing Confucianism for these scholars. After all, it was an opportunity for them to gain supernatural powers, and they naturally longed to practice Confucianism. Second, they felt that Emperor Yanshan's decree was deeply inappropriate. If carried out, it would likely spark unrest. After all, Confucianism was currently gaining momentum and had already gained popular support. Wei Yi was a hero to countless people, and Du Shaoling held great prestige among the scholars. From any perspective, this couldn't possibly be a cult, and it was beneficial to the nation without any harm. It would have been fine for the emperor to disapprove, but suppressing it, labeling it a cult, was a blatant distortion of right and wrong, destroying the last hope of those scholars. The scholars of the Great Yan dynasty were already suffering terribly in this dark world, with no hope left. Now, having finally grasped a lifeline, to have that lifeline suddenly snatched away would surely inflame their inner fury. Previously, they were scattered and detached, posing no threat, or stirring up much trouble. But now, Confucianism and Taoism had become a unifying force, a shared will. Their cohesion was formidable, and with the support of a powerful figure like Wei Yi, he could spark a revolution in an instant. Whether they could handle the situation then remained uncertain. Wei Yi might not have had a reason to launch a revolution, but Emperor Yanshan's decree would provide the perfect excuse. Your Majesty, although Shinran sect is the state religion of our dynasty, Confucianism and Taoism can also be the foundation of our nation and are the will of the people. You cannot neglect one for the other, only considering the interests of Shinran sect while ignoring the country. Your Majesty, a complete ban on Confucianism and Taoism would likely cause unrest. Your Majesty, Wei Yi is not an enemy. Perhaps we can work with Wei Yi to jointly manage and develop Confucian and Taoist academies. Yes, Your Majesty, it is better to resolve a feud than to create one. You cannot allow Confucianism and Taoism to become our enemies. Alright, shut up. Emperor Yanshan roared, his aura of power emanating, frightening several ministers to their knees, sweat dripping. Your Majesty, forgive me. I do not need your advice. My mind is made up. No more words. Leave. Emperor Yanshan shouted coldly. Your Majesty, think again. Leave. Emperor Yanshan scolded again, leaving the ministers helpless and daring to say anything. The next day, in Kingzhou City, although the Lantern Festival had already passed, the city was still enveloped in an atmosphere of joy and excitement. Today was Wei Yi's wedding day, a moment of great joy and celebration for the entire city. Inside Wei Yi's new residence, red lanterns hung high in the courtyard, and festive red flowers and ribbons adorned every corner. The sound of drums and gongs echoed incessantly, and the crackle of festive firecrackers filled the air, seemingly bringing a joyous atmosphere to the entire city. The entrance to the mansion was adorned with festive paper cuts, auspicious patterns, and auspicious messages, symbolizing the happiness and good fortune of the newlyweds. The city's dignitaries, merchants, and celebrities flocked to offer gifts and congratulations. Du Shaoling had returned to Kingzhou City early in the morning, carrying the Tang seal. The old prince, Zhao Yingxing, had also arrived at the Wei residence with several of his sons, creating a bustling and lively atmosphere. Although Shan Ruishu, the Prince of Jin, and others did not attend in person, they sent gifts. Soon, the cry of a crane suddenly echoed through the sky. A crane descended from the sky and landed in front of the mansion. Atop the crane sat a middle-aged man in magnificent court attire. He dismounted and announced, "I'm an envoy from the Wei Yi kingdom. On behalf of our emperor, I have come to present a gift to the young master of Wei." The envoy handed a beautiful wooden box to Wei Yi. He then held up an exquisite congratulatory letter and began to read aloud a message personally written by their emperor. But before he could finish his words, 2 more people arrived on flying swords. They were envoys from the Dacian dynasty. They too had come to present gifts. Like the Wei Yi envoys, they also read a message personally written by the emperor of the Dacian dynasty. The arrival of these envoys caught everyone by surprise. While everyone was surprised, they also understood the immense influence Wei Yi possessed. Emperors from all over the world must have sought to curry favor with Wei Yi, hoping he would spread Confucianism to their lands. Wei Tieshan and Wei Yi were naturally the most surprised to see this scene, and they were filled with immense pride. The grandeur of today's wedding had already exceeded their expectations. They hadn't expected the emperors of neighboring kingdoms to send envoys to offer their congratulations. Such an honor. Even the wedding of the emperor of the Great Yan dynasty might not have attracted so many envoys. Soon, the auspicious hour arrived, and the wedding officially began. Throughout the entire process, Meng Shulian felt dazed, as if in a dream or unreality. She had never imagined she would have such a grand and unprecedented wedding. She even felt a little guilty and ashamed, feeling unworthy of such a ceremony. But feeling Wei Yi's firm hand and gentle care brought a sense of peace to Meng Shulian's heart. In the evening, the guests departed, and Wei Yi saw them off, returning to his bridal chamber in a joyful mood. He opened the door, and the sight before him took his breath away. Meng Shulian was dressed in a gorgeous gown and exquisite headdress, which made her already beautiful face even more charming and charming. Her face was as beautiful as ever, her eyebrows and eyes were picturesque, and she exuded a gentle glow. Her skin was fair and tender, her facial features were delicate and exquisite, and every detail exuded incomparable beauty. Her waist was so slender that it could be held in one hand, but the curve of her chest made the gown bulge out. When their eyes met, Meng Shulian's cheeks flushed with shame, but the corners of her mouth were full of a happy smile. Wei Yi also smiled happily, walked straight to Meng Shulian, and then hugged Meng Shulian like a princess. Meng Shulian screamed, but her body seemed to melt, and she collapsed in Wei Yi's arms. Her eyes were like water, staring at Wei Yi quietly, but her heart was beating wildly. "Shulian, from today on, you are my, Wei Yi's, wife." "Yes." Meng Shulian smiled and nodded. "I'm really not dreaming, am I? Today really feels like a dream. It's so unreal." Hearing Meng Shulian's words, Wei Yi gently bit her cheek. "How is it? Is it real?" Wei Yi asked with a smile. "Yeah, it hurts a little." Meng Shulian nodded with a smile, then wrapped her arms around Wei Yi's neck and said, "My husband, today's wedding is so shocking. I'm so scared. I'm afraid others will think I'm not worthy of you. Who would dare? You are my wife. Besides, no one is more worthy of me in this wedding than you," Wei Yi said with a look of assurance. His words touched Meng Shulian deeply, and she felt extremely happy. Her heart melted, and she buried her head in Wei Yi's arms. "How wonderful it is to marry you. I must have saved the world in my past life. No, saving me alone is enough." Wei Yi hugged Meng Shulian even tighter, then sat down beside her on the bed. Wei Yi and Meng Shulian shared many of their innermost thoughts, even telling her about dual cultivation. As the night deepened, a quiet hush settled over Wei Yi's new residence, the faint sound of soft singing echoing in the night breeze. After Wei Yi's wedding, Du Shaoling and Tang Yin left King's House City one after another. Du Shaoling, piloting a giant eagle, escorted Tang Yin back to Heng's House City first. Du Shaoling had drawn the giant eagle, and Wei Yi had previously taught him the magical power of leaping onto paper to facilitate his travels. In Huzhou City, Prefect Chongqing, upon seeing the imperial edict issued by Emperor Yanshan, was overcome with gloom. He had never expected Emperor Yanshan to ban Confucian and Taoist practices, and to purge those who practiced them. Ever since he began cultivating the energy of brush and ink, he felt as if a whole new world had opened up. Every day was filled with hope. Watching the energy of brush and ink gather into a sapling and slowly grow into a towering tree, he felt a true sense of fulfillment and joy he had never experienced before. especially after witnessing Du Shaoling's display of Confucian and Taoist magical powers that day. His heart surged with excitement and fascination. He longed to cultivate and reach the scholar realm, where he could wield Confucian and Taoist magical powers and truly possess extraordinary power. But now, with this decree, their path to cultivation would be doomed. Damn, those celestial beings. Chang King cursed inwardly. He knew the celestial beings were behind this, fearing the Confucian and Taoist forces would become too powerful and threaten their position. Sir, what should we do? Are we really going to? An officer looked apprehensive. HMPH, they're just pretending to obey, dragging it out for as long as they can. We'll see. It won't be long before this matter is over. Unless the celestial beings cultivators personally intervene, who can truly stand up to the Confucian and Taoist forces? Chang King said coldly. He felt that with the current momentum of Confucianism and Taoism, no one could stop it. If forced intervention was made, the end result would be civil unrest. Chapter 206. Let's go and eradicate the Shinran sect. In Kingshao City, Li Xinian naturally received the imperial edict from the court. After the imperial envoy left, Li Xinian returned to his study alone and casually tossed the edict aside. He remarked with discontent, "This is forcing the world's scholars to revolt." Li Xinian knew the profound significance of Confucianism to scholars like him. It would be fine if the edict wasn't carried out, but if it were, the forced suppression would inevitably lead to a rebellion among the scholars. After all, the scholars now had a leader, power, and a common goal. With the influence of Wei Yi, Du Shaoling, and others, they would surely command the support of many powerful families, and even garner support from many powerful families, making them absolutely capable of launching a rebellion. Furthermore, on the day of Wei Yi's wedding, the emperor of a neighboring kingdom sent envoys, demonstrating the immense prestige of Wei Yi. If Wei Yi so desired, he could even borrow military forces from a neighboring kingdom. On one side was the popular Wei Yi, and on the other was the unpopular puppet emperor. As Wei Yi once said, those who are righteous have many supporters, those who are unrighteous have few. It seems I must also abandon my dark ways and join the light beforehand. Perhaps this is also an opportunity for me, Li Xinian said. With this thought, Li Xinian immediately set out for Wei Yi's residence. The character was still pasted on the gate, and the red ribbons had not yet been removed. The entire residence was filled with the festive atmosphere of a newlywed couple. The servants were clearing debris at the entrance. When they saw Li Xinian dismount from the carriage, they immediately bowed. "Is young Master Wei home? Go and inform him that I have important matters to discuss with him," Li Xinian asked. He knew that Wei Yi would not easily receive guests these days, and it would be difficult for ordinary people to meet him. "Yes, I will inform him right away," a servant replied, and then hurried in. Li Xinian waited patiently at the door. Although he was the prefect of a prefecture, he did not dare to put on airs in front of Wei Yi. Forget him. Even if the old prince arrived, he would have to wait for the servants to announce him. He would not have any resentment about this. After all, although the other person did not hold an official position, he was a truly transcendent existence. Strength represents everything. Not long after, the servant ran out again. "Lordly, please." Li Xinian followed the servant to the hall, where Wei Yi was already waiting. The two exchanged a few simple pleasantries, and Li Xinian went straight to the point, talking about the court's ban on Confucian and Taoist practices, and its plan to clean up Confucianism and Taoism. As he spoke, Li Xinian's emotions were a little excited and dissatisfied, but Wei Yi was calm, and did not care. He had guessed that this day would come, and he was even grateful for Emperor Yanshan's stupidity, which gave them such a good reason to rebel. "Master Wei, we can't just sit there and wait for death. We can't let the Shinran sect's plan succeed," Li Xinian said again. "Well, don't worry, I know what's going on. Some things are time to be thoroughly settled," Wei Yi said with a normal expression. "Alright, whatever your plans, I will be of great assistance to help Confucianism overcome this crisis. I'm at your service at any time." Li Xinian stood up and bowed. He was also expressing his loyalty to Wei Yi. After all, at this crucial moment, he must adapt to the trend and seize the opportunity. After Li Xinian left, Wei Yi frowned and pondered for a moment, quickly formulating a plan for a full-scale counterattack. This time, He would completely eradicate the influence of the celestial being sect and restore order to the court. Wei Yi knew that the celestial being sect was the greatest threat to the Great Yan dynasty, and therefore his first priority was to eliminate it. He had previously worried about his lack of strength, but now, with his calligraphy and painting skills upgraded, and his brush and ink collection enhanced, Wei Yi felt he had the strength to challenge the celestial being sect. However, eliminating the celestial being sect was only the first step. Eliminating the treacherous and corrupt officials and restoring the court was the ultimate goal. Originally, they had no legitimate reason to eliminate this puppet emperor, but now Emperor Yanshan had presented them with one. It was a perfect assist. Wei Yi immediately sent for the old prince at the Jing'an Palace to explain his plans. He then summoned Su Zhe and gave him some tasks. After making all the necessary arrangements, Wei Yi honestly explained the situation to Meng Shulian. So, I might have to leave King's House City for a while. Go ahead. The world needs you. While I want to be by your side every day, I can't be too selfish. I married an extraordinary man, Meng Shulian said with a smile. She knew full well that Wei Yi wasn't just an ordinary man, surrounded by his wife and children. Choosing to marry Wei Yi meant accepting his eventful life and the reality of being apart. She was already content to be married to Wei Yi, so how could she expect more? I'll be back soon. Wei Yi kissed Meng Shulian on the forehead. He could easily create an avatar to keep her company, but he felt it was wrong to deceive his wife with her avatar. Well, go ahead. Once peace reigns, we'll have plenty of time together, Meng Shulian said with a smile. Wei Yi stroked Meng Shulian's cheek and smiled, saying nothing more. Their future days were indeed long. Through their mutual cultivation, Meng Shulian's cultivation would rise, and her lifespan would increase. They truly had endless years to spend together. Using his magical power, Wei Yi created 2 clones, one each heading to Hengzhou City and Huzhou City. He himself traveled to Yulong City, where he convened the Xiangsha Alliance. That evening, the alliance leader, vice leader, key members, and supporters gathered at Gan Manor. Wei Yi officially announced his plan to destroy the Shanren sect and purge the imperial court. Great. We've finally waited for this day. Vice leader Song exclaimed excitedly upon hearing Wei Yi's words. Everyone present beamed with joy, and no one questioned Wei Yi. They knew Wei Yi's strength was unfathomable. For him to say so meant he was absolutely confident. Perhaps to them, the Shanren cult was an insurmountable mountain. But to Wei Yi, it was perhaps just a small mound that could be easily flattened. In their hearts, they were even waiting for Wei Yi to act, waiting for him to strike. Wei Yi was their only hope. Otherwise, given the current state of the Xiangsha Alliance, even if they fought to the last man, they might not be able to eliminate the Shanren cult. The sky is finally clearing for our great Yan dynasty. Shan Ruishu exclaimed excitedly. Does Deputy Alliance Leader Wei have a specific plan? Alliance Leader Yi Qiu asked. First, we need to exchange all those we captured earlier. Elder Zifeng is of little use to us now. Wei Yi began to outline his plan in detail. It wasn't so much a plan as a division of labor. After all, the Xiangsha Alliance was far more adept at raising rebellions, spreading rumors, and purging the imperial court than he was. He only needed to act as the decapitation force, eradicating the Shanren cult, while rallying all Confucian and Taoist students to eliminate the treacherous villains. 3 days later, Deputy Leader Yang of the Xiangsha Alliance met with the elders of the Shanren sect in Shangyang City and formally reached an exchange of views. The Shanren sect released all captured Xiangsha Alliance members, and the Xiangsha Alliance also released Elder Zifeng. Meanwhile, rumors began to spread throughout the Great Yan dynasty. It was the Shanren sect that had unleashed the demons in Hengzhou City. The Shanren sect was an alien cult intent on controlling the Great Yan dynasty, sacrificing the nation's fortune and the lives of millions of its citizens to unleash the demons. Emperor Yanshan and the court were now completely under their control. The only thing standing in their way was the righteous spirit of the scholars. These rumors spread rapidly through the mouths of scholars, escalating into a frenzy, causing a huge uproar. Panic reignited, and hatred against the Shanren sect intensified. This was especially true when officials began posting notices prohibiting the practice of Confucianism and Taoism, which convinced the people that the rumors were true. I just don't understand. How can a scholar writing a few words and reciting a poem become a cult? Exactly. If you ask me, this is the thief crying stop thief. The events in Hangzhou City seem to be connected to the Shanren cult. They're afraid of the power of Confucianism and Taoism, so they want to crack down on Confucian and Taoist practitioners. Yes, young Master Wei Yi has saved our great Yan dynasty time and time again. It's fine if the court isn't grateful, but they're actually calling his Confucianism and Taoism a cult. It's truly chilling. This court is terminally ill. They can't distinguish between black and white. It's simply the Shanren cult deliberately distorting right and wrong. These guys are a complete cult. It must be those shady guys who fear the righteous spirit of scholars. Otherwise, why would they ban Confucian and Taoist practice? Yes, it seems the rumors are true. The Shanren cult is up to something. For a moment, the people everywhere were in an uproar. All the pent-up resentment within the people was gradually ignited. Wei Yi, accompanied by Yi Qiyu, leader of the Xiangsha Alliance, and Shachen, arrived in Shangyang City. As the largest city in the southeastern part of the Great Yan Dynasty, Shangyang City served as a transportation hub and trade center. It was vast and bustling. However, beneath this prosperity lay the oppressed masses, suffering from hunger and darkness. The celestial cult's monks, along with their affiliated clans, wielded tyranny and oppression throughout the city. Wei Yi had brought Shachen with him, because of the bride case, which had been vexing him. His orange cat, who had been left at the palace, had gathered information, and witnessed a bride being brought to an audience with Emperor Yanshan. Later, the bride was taken away, allegedly to a Taoist temple in Shangyang City. Wei Yi suspected that perhaps the answers to Shachen's long-held question about the bride might lie there. However, shortly after entering Shangyang City, they heard a commotion on the street, with people talking and heading towards the city square. Curious, Wei Yi followed, and saw from a distance several young men bound to their axe on a high platform, their bodies covered in wounds. A man in splendid attire, whip in hand, stood on a high platform, shouting with a show of force. Behind him stood a number of warriors in sturdy attire. See, this is the fate of cultists, the splendidly dressed man shouted, pointing at several people on the rack behind him. The imperial court has designated Confucianism and Taoism as heretical cults, and has issued a categorical ban. Anyone who spreads or practices Confucianism will be severely punished. These cultists dare to spread Confucianism and Taoism. They deserve death. He swung the whip again, lashing the men on the rack. The men howled in agony. But one, with thick eyebrows and large eyes, shouted fearlessly, "Heaven and earth possess righteous energy, flowing in all shapes and forms. Below, it becomes rivers and mountains. Above, it becomes the sun and stars. In man, it is called Horan, overflowing and filling the heavens." Hearing the man's cry, the splendidly dressed man's eyes widened in anger. He dropped the whip and drew his sword from his waist. "I don't think you'll cry until you see the coffin." With that, the man in brocade clothes was about to chop off the man's head with his sword. But just then, a flying sword came hurtling towards him. With a clang, the sword in the man's hand snapped in two, and the man froze in his place. Blood gushed from his neck, and his head tumbled down, hitting the platform. The scene terrified the onlookers, who screamed in shock and immediately dodged backward. The other warriors on the stage were also horrified, drawing their swords, and looking around in terror. They had no idea where the enemy was. The flying sword was as fast as thunder, and in a few flashes, the heads of the warriors fell to the ground, dead beyond death. Some of the onlookers fled in panic, but others remained to watch. Just then, a giant eagle descended from the sky, landing on the platform before the astonished gaze of countless people. Seeing this, the men bound to the rack were also filled with astonishment. At the same time, a voice echoed in their minds, "Climb onto this eagle's back, and I'll escort you away." The scholars were filled with delight. They could sense the voice emanating from the forest of ink. It's Master Wei Yi. They immediately guessed that Master Wei Yi had come to save them, their hearts awash with excitement. Flying swords severed the ropes binding them, and several, enduring the pain, climbed onto the giant eagle's back, grasping its feathers, and soaring into the sky with it. "These scum won't be able to hold their arrogance for much longer," Shachen exclaimed indignantly. He knew well that countless tragedies of disregard for human life occurred daily in Shangyang City. Countless people perished tragically at the hands of the Shinran cult and its affiliated factions and clans. Yes, once we destroy the Shinran cult, the dawn of Shangyang City will dawn. Yi Qiu declared gravely. He had long awaited this day. The Xiangsha Alliance and the Shinran cult had been battling within Shangyang City for years. Yet, they had never been able to save the people or defeat the Shinran cult. Let's go and eradicate the Shinran sect, Wei Yi declared coldly. Immediately, brush in hand, he swiftly wrote down half a poem. Dark clouds bear down on the city, threatening to crumble. Armor gleams like golden scales in the Sunday. The blast of horns fills the autumn sky. The rouge of the frontier turns the night purple. As the poem was written, the sky and earth suddenly changed color. The once clear sky was suddenly filled with countless dark clouds. Thunder rumbled, resembling horns and drums. Wei Yi descended from the rooftop, then, carrying Shachan and Yi Qiu, headed towards the Shinran Taoist temple. And the dense black clouds in the sky, like a mighty army, followed Wei Yi's figure as they spread towards the temple. Chapter 207, Eradicating the Celestial Being Sect. Inside the Taoist temple in Shangyang City, Elder Xian Hu handed Elder Zifeng a jade box emitting a faint glow. Junior sister, this is what the head teacher asked me to bring you. Take it, and your injury should be completely healed. I'm sorry for all the suffering you've endured. Elder Xian Hu said. Looking at his junior sister's nearly disfigured face, Elder Xian Hu felt a pang of heartache. Thank you, senior brother, for causing you worry. I'm glad you're back. Elder Zifeng's eyes welled up. She had truly believed she would die there, and every day was a torment. But my Xixia sword and the white dragon. The thought of this tormented Elder Zifeng. She couldn't understand why her spirit sword and the white dragon had betrayed her. Junior sister, don't worry. Sooner or later, we will avenge you and reclaim the Xixia sword. As for the white dragon, perhaps there's a reason behind this. Elder Xian Hu consoled her. Elder Zifeng's expression was grim. This experience had been more than just physical pain. It was also emotionally humiliating. By the way, junior sister, could you please tell me in detail what happened that night? I'll understand Wei Yi's tactics. Only by knowing ourselves and our enemy can we find a way to victory. Elder Xian Hu asked again. Others had tried to ask her about this in the past few days, but she refused to discuss it. Suddenly, thunder rumbled from the sky, and the light outside suddenly dimmed. Elder Xian Hu and Zifeng's expressions changed, and they glanced out the window. They saw a dark mass of clouds, like a black flood, rolling in from the horizon. It was faintly like an army of thousands charging through the sea of clouds. The flashes of lightning were like the light reflected from their weapons and armor. Watching this scene in the sky, Elder Xian Hu and Zifeng secretly felt something was amiss. They could both see that the dark clouds were unusual, no ordinary weather change. Moreover, thunder was rarely heard at this time of year. Rumble. Thunder rolled incessantly, resonating like the beating of war drums, echoing through the heavens. Cries of slaughter echoed through the heavens and earth, as if a mighty army were approaching the city. An invisible aura of oppression and murderous force instantly enveloped the entire Taoist temple. A gust of wind suddenly rose within, sending sand and rocks whirling. The biting wind felt like a knife, slicing through the skin painfully. The faces of the Shinran sect monks outside darkened, their faces grimacing as they could only use their magic to resist the razor-like wind. Oh no, it's him. Wei Yi is coming. Wei Yi is coming. Elder Zifeng suddenly cried out in panic, like a frightened bird. She could sense the terrifying aura permeating the heavens and earth, the aura of Wei Yi's Confucian and Taoist mystical powers. In an instant, the same fear that had once dominated her by Wei Yi's fists returned. Elder Zifeng cried out in shock, covering her face with both hands. Seeing Elder Zifeng's expression, Elder Xian Hu's expression grew even more solemn, his heart tightening. Just how terrifying was Wei Yi to have cast such a shadow over his junior sister. Perhaps influenced by Elder Zifeng's reaction, Elder Xian Hu also felt a surge of panic, feeling that Wei Yi was even more powerful and terrifying than they had imagined. Junior sister, don't be afraid. We still have the Grand Elder. He'll be fine. Elder Xian Hu reassured him, somewhat guiltily. He had no idea how well the Grand Elder's skills had improved. After so long in seclusion, There had been no movement. He wondered if the Grand Elder could help the Shinran sect survive this crisis today. A bell rang inside the Taoist temple, and everyone rushed out, ready for battle. Elder Xianhu, Elder Hukang, and other Shinran sect elders also flew out from various locations, hovering above the Taoist temple. Looking at the scene in the air, they too were filled with horror. The dark clouds obscured the sky, as if the heavens were collapsing. The terrifying pressure sent a chill through the hearts of these Chindan and Yuanying realm cultivators. But at that moment, a dragon's roar resounded throughout the heavens and earth. Amidst the swirling dark clouds, a blue dragon burst forth from the clouds. 3 figures stood atop the blue dragon's head, Wei Yi, Yiqiu, and Shatchen. And upon the blue dragon's back stood over 30 figures, each imposing and commanding. They were the heroic spirits summoned by Wei Yi. Upon witnessing this scene, the faces of the Shinran sect members changed drastically, their eyes filled with shock. Blue dragon? A real dragon? Oh my god. Everyone was stunned, their legs weakening. Wei Yi understood the importance of psychological tactics when facing an enemy. If one could completely overwhelm the opponent with aura, they would instill fear in their opponent, making them timid and unable to unleash their full potential. Once a person loses their faith, they are doomed to failure. Quick, activate the formation. Elder Xianhu exclaimed. Elder Hukang immediately produced the formation disc and ordered the temple's guardians to disperse quickly, each arriving at the formation base and activating the formation with their flags. With a rumble, the entire temple ground shook, and countless giant talismans appeared around it. Pillars of light shot up into the sky. Meanwhile, Wei Yi, with his brush in hand, wrote furiously, writing, "Thunder follows the divine weapon, its impact shakes the heavens. Cut it down like grass, and bind it like dogs and sheep." As these 2 lines were written, the dark clouds in the sky suddenly spun with lightning. Then, countless thunderbolts thundered down, striking the temple's inhabitants one after another. The faces of the Shinran sect members paled. These thousands of thunderbolts rained down simultaneously, dense as rain, leaving no room for escape. They could only use defensive magic weapons and talismans to resist. Furthermore, the lightning was so fast that those with lesser cultivation had no time to react. Boom, 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 boom. The entire temple's structure crumbled under the impact, sending plumes of smoke billowing into the air. Several weaker cultivators were instantly killed. These thunderbolts, imbued with the true meaning of thunder and brimming with destructive energy, possessed a power unmatched by ordinary lightning. Even cultivators at the foundation establishment stage, relying on defensive magical tools, could barely withstand the thunder's might. Their internal energies were already shattered by the onslaught, their faces pale and bloodless, their breathing heavy, their hearts filled with dread. However, as the thunderbolts descended, the dark clouds instantly transformed into a vast army. Like divine soldiers descending from the heavens, wielding thunderbolts and stepping on clouds and wind, they swooped down. War drums beat, horns blared, and cries of battle shook the heavens. A terrifying pressure swept over them like a tsunami. Seeing this scene, countless celestial beings cultivators retreated in fear, their hearts trembling with fear. The scene was utterly terrifying. Although they knew it was magical sorcery, not actual heavenly soldiers and generals, they couldn't help but shudder with fear. They felt like they were facing a truly powerful immortal, capable of moving mountains and filling seas with a wave of their hand, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to split. They, a group of ants, were simply no match for them, and they no longer had the slightest thought of resistance. Fortunately, the defensive formation finally activated. A vast curtain of light instantly enveloped the entire Taoist temple, blocking the swooping army. Boom 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 boom. A sky full of divine weapons and thunder crashed frantically against the curtain of light. The entire curtain of light flickered wildly, as if it would collapse under the weight at any moment. The guardians protecting the formation turned pale, and even blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. "Follow me to protect the formation," Elder Xianhu shouted, immediately channeling his magical power into the formation. Everyone channeled their magical powers to protect the formation, resisting the onslaught of divine weapons. Yiqiu and Shatchen watched the scene below, their hearts awestruck. Although they knew Wei Yi was powerful, it was clear their understanding was far inferior to his strength. Watching the Shinran sect members defending the formation against his attacks, Wei Yi remained composed, a glint of light in his eyes. A violent wind suddenly erupted between heaven and earth, sweeping through the smoke-filled Taoist temple, instantly clearing the dust. The next second, the gusts seemed to transform into countless sharp blades, hammering down on the Shinran sect members. The Shinran sect cultivators protecting the formation were instantly covered in wounds. Some key refining cultivators were directly slain by the wind blades. Those in the foundation establishment stage were also covered in wounds, forced to withdraw their magical powers to resist the wind blades. Elder Xianhu's expression darkened, and he looked at Wei Yi with fear. He seemed to understand his junior sister's fear. This guy has definitely attained enlightenment. Elder Xianhu muttered inwardly. He could sense that the opponent's attack completely transcended the realm of magic. It imbued the principles of the great Dao, harnessing its own power. This was a force they could not resist. Elder Zifeng, observing the tragic scene within the Taoist temple and the terrifying scene in the sky, shuddered with fear. He covered his face with his hands, muttering in terror, "It's over, it's over. We can't defeat him, we can't defeat him." Elder, Grand Elder. At this moment, Grand Elder Qiang Yu Zenren was in a secret chamber deep beneath the temple. The chamber resembled a magnificent underground palace, its interior vast and expansive. Strange totems covered the walls and floor, emitting an eerie glow. Blood-red vines, like blood vessels, stretched from the ground, entwining themselves around a massive bronze tripod in the center. The tripod was filled with crimson blood, and Zenren Qiang Yu's body was immersed in that blood. He now seemed rejuvenated. Though still covered in wrinkles, his skin was plumper and more radiant than before, and even his once white hair had darkened considerably. He looked infinitely younger. Around the bronze tripod, in 8 directions, stood 8 brides, each dressed in red wedding gowns, and covered with a red veil. "You need my strength. If you wish to save your Shinran sect, surrender your body completely to me. I will ensure the safety of your Shinran sect." A sinister voice emanated from Qiang Yu Zenren's mouth, as if muttering to himself. Qiang Yu Zenren struggled internally. He had not expected Wei Yi to be so powerful, to have so easily cornered their Shinran sect. His terrifying power just now demonstrated that his strength was far beyond the spiritual transformation realm, perhaps even comparable to a Daoist realm cultivator. Even if he took action, he would be no match for Wei Yi. The Shinran sect was in imminent danger, and it was unlikely to survive for long, unless he surrendered his body completely to the demonic being and let it come. But if he truly surrendered his body to it, he might never be able to take it back. Don't hesitate any longer. You're running out of time. Wei Yi will soon destroy your Shinran sect, and you're no match for him. The voice continued. Qiang Yu Zenren closed his eyes, struggling in silence. Finally, he suddenly opened them and said, "Okay, you promise me you'll kill that Wei Yi, no matter the cost." "No problem, I always keep my word." The eerie voice continued. "What should I do?" Qiang Yu Zenren asked. "Just do as I say." Qiang Yu Zenren channeled his magical power, following the demon's guidance, slowly opening each acupoint, his danshan, and finally his sea of consciousness. A consciousness instantly descended, occupying his sea of consciousness, then controlling his body and forming seals. The surrounding totems suddenly began to writhe, and a strange red glow enveloped the entire secret room. The blood within the bronze cauldron boiled, then transformed into 8 blood-red tentacles that, like pythons, crawled out from within. Then, he slipped beneath the skirts of the 8 brides. The 8 brides, clad in their wedding gowns, collapsed to the ground, their bodies writhing. Their bellies, beneath their skirts, seemed to balloon, expanding at a visible rate. Inside the Taoist temple, most of the Shinran sect's cultivators had already perished, and those who remained were covered in wounds. Only the elders with higher cultivation remained to protect the formation. They knew this formation was their last defense. If it collapsed, Wei Yi, with his strength, could easily slay them all. They could only desperately resist, gathering their strength and barely holding on. But Elder Xianhu and Hu Kang knew they wouldn't be able to hold out for much longer. Elder Hu Kang recalled the scene he had witnessed outside King's House City. Today, just like then, what difference was there between their Shinran sect and the Yundinghao army of that time? They were still vulnerable before Wei Yi. How powerful is this guy? Elder Hui Kang felt a wave of despair. They had never imagined that such a formidable power would emerge from the Great Yan dynasty. Their years of painstaking planning would come to an end today. After so many years of painstaking cultivation, today was the end. Yi Qiu and Sha Chen stood atop the Azure Dragon, overlooking the nearly ruined Taoist temple below. Seeing the corpses strewn across the ground and the beleaguered figures of elders Shan Hui and Hui Kang, their hearts were filled with excitement. Their Xianxia alliance had battled the Shanren sect for years, yet they had never truly challenged their formidable power, let alone forced them into such a desperate and humiliating situation. To them, the Shanren sect's Taoist temple was impregnable, impenetrable. No matter how hard they tried, they could not even scratch it. Yet, today, they would witness its demise. These once arrogant and unbridled Shanren sect elders were now like ants before Wei Yi, vulnerable to a single blow. Yi Qiu and Sha Chen were filled with joy and excitement. They had finally waited for this day. The dark clouds in the sky gathered again, lightning and thunder roared, and then a heavy rain poured down. Wei Yi held the brush, using the rain as ink, and wrote another line of poetry in the air. Swords rise and rush across the sky to slay the stars. Wind and thunder follow the rain with a heavy sound. As the last word fell, the world seemed to stand still for a moment. The falling raindrops also stopped in midair. Then, with a flash of lightning, the countless raindrops instantly transformed into a sword rain that filled the sky, like thunder and shooting stars. It fell instantly. Thanks for the 100 Kidian coins reward during the transformation, and thank you for your monthly votes. Chapter 208, Eradicating the Celestial Being Sect. In Huzhou City, General Kou led 3,000 elite troops, following imperial orders, and immediately surrounded Zulu Academy. The academy's principal, Ningzhu, arrived at the gate with several teachers. Ningzhu's brow furrowed, but he still politely asked, General Ko, what are you doing? Come, arrest them. Kou, riding from his horse, ordered the arrests without hesitation. Soldiers nearby immediately stepped forward and apprehended Ningzhu and the others. Sir Ko, what crime have I committed? Ningzhu roared. Many onlookers gathered on the street, watching and discussing the situation. I'm ordered to investigate Confucian and Taoist books and arrest those who promote them. Kou shouted. Your Majesty has decreed that Confucianism and Taoism are heretical cults. All practice and dissemination of Confucianism is prohibited. All related books and individuals are to be purged. Someone has reported that you, Zulu Academy, are defying the order and continuing to practice and spread Confucianism. Confucianism and Taoism are not heretical cults. We haven't received any imperial edicts, and the government hasn't issued any notices, let alone public notices. Why are you accusing us of being cults? Ningzhu retorted. HMPH, the imperial edict is here. Stop quibbling. Come, conduct your own search. Anyone who interferes will be killed without mercy. Kou roared. But just then, a group of students from the academy rushed out and blocked the gate, their eyes determined, undaunted. What are you doing? Are you trying to disobey the imperial edict? Kou drew his sword and shouted. General Ko has been bewitched by the Shanren cult and falsely passed on the imperial edict. We students are enforcing justice on behalf of heaven. A shout echoed from within the academy. At the same moment, a dragon's roar suddenly echoed from the sky, resembling thunder, shaking the heavens and earth, and alarming the entire city of Huzhou. Kou's expression changed, and he looked up, to see a white dragon streaking through the clouds, its massive body invisible from head to tail. He was filled with shock. The soldiers on the scene were also in a state of turmoil. At this moment, Du Shaoling and Wei Yi's clones appeared at the academy's gate. Du Shaoling wrote the 4 characters hands and feet tied in the air with a flourish of ink. Instantly, the 4 characters transformed into thousands of rays of light, flying towards Kou and the surrounding soldiers. They then transformed into black ropes, entangling their limbs and instantly immobilizing them. Some soldiers lost their balance and fell headfirst, unable to get up. Kou, his face filled with rage, channeled his energy to try to break free from the ropes, but the ropes were incredibly strong, and even a 4th rank warrior couldn't break free. Zulu Academy, you dare to disobey my order? You are committing rebellion. Kou roared, his voice shrill. yet his presence was tinged with fear. He hadn't expected the magical powers of Confucianism to be so strange and unpredictable, and he had fallen prey to them without a trace of reason. But at that moment, Du Shaoling had already written 4 more characters: kill and destroy the heart. The words instantly transformed into a streak of faint light and flew towards Kou. Terrified, Kou desperately tried to dodge by throwing himself off his horse. However, his restraints hindered his movement, and he fell from the horse. Simultaneously, the streak of light penetrated Kou's heart. Kou felt a sharp pain piercing his heart, his body twisting and convulsing as he cried out in agony. But soon, he was dead. General Kou, what's wrong with you? Did you throw yourself to death? Du Shaoling exclaimed. Oh, he really did. Ningzu, the headmaster of Zulu Academy, exclaimed in mock surprise. The people in the distance, unaware of the truth, were suddenly in an uproar, discussing the matter. They hadn't seen what had happened, but they had seen General Kou fall from his horse. Now, after hearing what Du Shaoling and Ningzu said, they assumed he had died from the fall. He actually fell to death. Serves them right. These guys aided and abetted the tyrant. They deserve to die. They even say Confucianism and Taoism are cults. I think the Heavenly Man sect is the real cult. That's right. How can these scholars not distinguish between what is a cult? Didn't you see that these people are soldiers? If Confucianism and Taoism were truly cults, why wouldn't the government and county magistrates intervene? That's right. Those soldiers look down on scholars, and even more so on their extraordinary powers. I think they have ulterior motives. Haha, he got what he deserved. He fell to death. I think it's clearly a divine punishment. Didn't you see the white dragon just appeared in the sky? Yes, the white dragon roared, and General Kou fell to his death. It seems the heavens couldn't stand it anymore and intervened. Those who do evil will surely perish. Those evildoers who disrupted the government will sooner or later receive their retribution. The crowd was buzzing with discussion, feeling quite pleased. There was a sense of pleasure in seeing evil deeds being punished. Du Shaoling dared to directly execute General Kou only because he had received Wei Yi's warning. After all, Wei Yi had already stated that the real war was about to begin. As soon as the Xianren sect was destroyed, the Xianxia alliance would immediately launch a mutiny. The Confucianists and Taoists could no longer sit idly by and wait for death. They would strike back head-on. Anyone who dared to attack the Confucian and Taoist Academy would be killed, eradicating any future threats. How did your General Kou die? Du Shaoling whispered, looking at General Kou's deputy. The man was so frightened that his face turned pale, his forehead covered in cold sweat, and he almost knelt and begged for mercy. Hearing Du Shaoling's words, he nodded repeatedly, understanding the meaning, and immediately shouted. General Kou accidentally fell off his horse and broke his neck and died. What about the Imperial Edict? Du Shaoling asked again. General Kou falsely transmitted the Imperial Edict. Under his tyranny, we were forced to aid and abet his evil deeds. We apologize for any offense we have caused. We hope you will forgive us. The deputy repeated in a resounding voice. Then quickly take him back and take care of his funeral. Du Shaoling said again. Du Shaoling did this out of fear of trouble, and he didn't want those with ulterior motives to exploit this incident to spread rumors and tarnish the reputation of Confucianism. Therefore, avoiding trouble and public opinion was naturally the best option. The people around could all hear and see clearly that General Kou had fallen to his death, and that he had falsely conveyed the Imperial Edict and slandered Confucianism. He deserved death. Everyone, listen. Retreat. The deputy shouted. Yes. Everyone responded in unison, secretly breathing a sigh of relief. They thought the Confucianists were truly formidable. These guys truly possessed extraordinary power, beyond their reach. Du Shaoling released the restraints, and the deputy immediately ordered them to carry General Kou's body and quickly depart Zulu Academy. The students cheered, their faces filled with excitement. Today, they had truly witnessed the power of Confucianism. Master Du had single-handedly subdued the soldiers, easily defusing the crisis. It even resulted in General Kou's demise, unnoticed and without even a shred of resistance. A single 4th rank warrior could single-handedly slaughter their entire academy, yet he stood powerless against Du Shaoling. Such overwhelming power naturally captivated them, and they yearned ever more to become masters like Master Du. Their hearts were filled with ambition and fighting spirit. Meanwhile, above the Shinran Taoist temple in Shangyang City, countless raindrops instantly transformed into a hail of swords. Like thunder and meteors, they instantly bombarded the vast light curtain of the formation. Boom, boom, boom. A dense cacophony of explosions echoed, countless shockwaves crisscrossing and overlapping, shaking the earth and the vast light curtain. Elder Xianhu and the others wore grim expressions, their eyes filled with fear. Yet, the formation collapsed under the weight. Countless swords rained down upon the temple, and Elder Xianhu and the others fought with all their might. But those cultivators below the Jiandan realm were slain one after another. In an instant, only 1 in 10 of the cultivators in the entire Taoist temple remained. Those who remained were covered in wounds, blood, and their breathing was turbulent, showing that they had been seriously injured. When the rain of swords subsided, only Elder Xianhu, Elder Hukang, and 4 others remained in the entire Taoist temple, barely holding their seriously injured bodies and standing. Even Elder Zifeng had collapsed in a pool of blood, still clutching his cheek and coughing up blood. His eyes were filled with fear and despair. His body was riddled with wounds, and his yuanying was shattered, leaving no hope of survival. Is the fate of my Shinran sect truly over? Elder Xianhu wailed inwardly. He refused to accept this, nor did he want to die. Grand Elder, if you don't come out now, the Shinran sect will be completely destroyed. Elder Xianhu cried. However, in the underground secret room at this time, the bellies of the brides, clad in their wedding gowns, bulged as if ready to explode. Then, amniotic fluid, mixed with blood, began to flow from beneath their skirts. A jet black scaly arm crawled out from under one bride's skirt. From the skirts of the others, arms, thighs, heads, and even internal organs followed. They then crawled toward the bronze cauldron, finally merging into the body of Kyang Yu Zenran. Kyang Yu Zenran's body suddenly twisted, growing in size, its muscles swelling. Black scales appeared on its skin, and its features became eerie and distorted. By the time the fusion was complete, Kyang Yu Zenran had completely transformed. He was tall and powerful, like a giant, his limbs unusually proportioned to his body. His arms were covered in strange totems, and his pupils had transformed into eerie vertical pupils. He had completely transformed into a demonic being. Ha 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 ha. I've finally seen the light of day. The demon laughed wildly. I'll help you eliminate Wei Yi right now. The demon grinned, then with a loud bang, shattered the chamber ceiling and burst forth from the earth. However, the moment he burst from the ground, a massive sword beam descended from the sky, a force as if the universe were being shattered, its might overwhelming. Fuck. The demon's pupils shrank, his expression drastically changed, and he was filled with horror. He could sense that the sword embodied the true meaning of the Great Dao, its power terrifying. Having just been resurrected and yet to fully control his body, his strength was less than 50% of his peak. He was no match for the being controlling the Azure Dragon in midair. Even the sheer force of this single sword strike was enough to cripple him. Fortunately, the sword's energy wasn't directed at him, giving him a chance to resist or escape. Otherwise, once the Great Dao's true meaning had locked onto him, he would be powerless, even if he tried to evade it. Unless he possessed the means and magical weapons to defy the laws of heaven and earth, he would face certain death. Without a single word, the demon retreated back into the chamber. I didn't say how soon I'd help you eliminate Wei Yi. Let's wait until my strength recovers. With that, he began to flee underground. He didn't want to be killed just after his resurrection. Boom! A massive sword beam descended upon the Taoist temple. Despite its immense power, it struck Elder Xianhu and the other 4. Therefore, the strike didn't cause much damage to the ground, merely creating a crack. Elder Xianhu, Hukang, and the last 4 were cut in 2. They stared at Wei Yi in midair in fear, wailing in despair. Their strength and vitality quickly faded, and their consciousness began to fade. Elder Xianhu's nascent soul struggled to escape, but was immediately struck by the falling thunder, annihilating them. This time, Guyu didn't seize or devour the Jiandan of these people. While devouring and refining Jiandan could rapidly elevate one's cultivation, it wasn't the right path. Consuming too much would clutter one's Zenki, negatively impacting one's cultivation. It could even ruin one's future path. Now that Gu Yu had better options, a superior cultivation method and path, she naturally no longer needed to devour the golden elixirs embellished by the celestial being sect. As their vitality faded, the golden elixirs within those people slowly dissipated and vanished. Go, Wei Yi commanded, and the heroic spirits behind him leaped from the azure dragon's back and began searching the entire Taoist temple. Any escaped would be slain. Alliance leader Yi, take a look. Are the celestial being sect's elders and headmaster here? Wei Yi asked, looking at Yi Qiu beside him. He had been brought here simply to serve as a guide. After all, he was most familiar with Shanghaiang City and the celestial being sect's elders. Grand Elder Qiang Yuzi isn't here, Yi Qiu said gravely. Perhaps he's hiding somewhere. Maybe he's escaped, Wei Yi said, his gaze darting into the depths of the Taoist temple. Not long ago, he had seen a figure in Taoist robes, with disheveled hair, burst forth from there, his features and figure evoking a sinister presence. But after that figure had burst forth, he immediately flew back down to the ground, vanishing. Hearing Yi Qiu's words, Wei Yi had a vague feeling that the man might be the Grand Elder. Let's go over there and take a look. Wei Yi flashed and flew deep into the temple. There was a hole in the ground. Wei Yi, Yi Qiu, and Shachen jumped through it, only to find themselves in a secret chamber. The scene inside was horrifying, and the three of them changed expression. Shachen, in particular, was moved by the sight of the women lying on the ground in their wedding gowns. Although he had initially suspected that the bride case might be connected to the Shinran cult, the outcome was still shocking. The tragic and eerie scene at the scene was chilling. Looking at the brides, Shachen felt a mixture of emotions. Investigating this case had once been his only motivation to stay alive. He had even desperately hoped to rescue the abducted brides. However, despite his efforts, he could not uncover the truth. If the Shinran cult had not been destroyed today, the case would probably never have been solved. It's a pity these brides will never be able to return home. Shachen stood there in a daze, his eyes reddening as he thought about the countless people who had died because of the Shinran sect over the years. Fortunately, the Shinran sect had finally been completely destroyed, and the dawn of the Great Yan dynasty was approaching. He could finally give an explanation to his master and his brothers. Chapter 209 Capturing the King. It seems the Grand Elder has cultivated some kind of demonic power, Wei Yi said gravely. He easily guessed that the sinister figure he had seen not long ago must be the Grand Elder of the Celestial Being sect. He hadn't expected him to desert the battlefield, abandoning his sect. But Wei Yi wasn't worried. His escape meant he was afraid. He who had watched his own sect annihilated and yet still didn't dare to fight him to the death, wouldn't have the courage again. Furthermore, his own growth rate was far greater than the Grand Elder's. He would only be left further and further behind. Such a person was nothing to fear. The heroic spirits had completely purged the Taoist temple, leaving no survivors. Wei Yi then summoned 5 giant eagles. He had the heroic spirits split into 5 groups, each aboard one of the 5 eagles, and headed for the other celestial being sect temples. Now, the celestial being sect's top fighters had been annihilated. Only a few cultivators in the key refining realm remained in those temples. It would be effortless for these heroic spirits to wipe out these remnants. Furthermore, since the forest of ink and brush was upgraded, the heroic spirits summoned by Wei Yi could now exist in this world for 36 hours, or 3 days. In 3 days, they could easily eliminate all the celestial beings. Yi Qiu immediately ordered the Xiangsha Alliance to begin clearing out the celestial beings, affiliated forces within Shanghaiang City. The Xiangsha Alliance had been lurking around Shanghaiang City since morning. After Wei Yi and his men attacked the celestial beings, they quickly rushed to Shanghaiang City. Now, under Yi Qiu's orders, they began attacking the celestial beings' minions within the city. The Xiangsha Alliance was well versed in the situation in Shanghaiang City. Those individuals had once assisted the Shinran sect, exploiting its power to commit atrocities. They had clashed with the Xiangsha Alliance numerous times, hindering their activities in Shanghaiang City. These individuals had always been the ones the Xiangsha Alliance sought to eliminate. Now without the protection of the Shinran sect, they were no longer afraid to eliminate them. Yi Qiu was a second-rank warrior. With his strength, few in Shangyang City could match him. Furthermore, the first-rank warriors of the Xiangsha Alliance Old Master Yi and Old Master Zhu had already arrived in Shangyang City. Naturally, the events at the Shinran sect's Taoist temple had alarmed the entire city. After all, such a shocking scene was visible to the entire city. The major clans watched closely. Initially, they believed the Shinran sect would be safe. It wasn't until they saw the temple's vast light barrier shattered that they realized their support had been completely destroyed. These clans, who relied on the Shinran sect, were in a state of panic. They knew better than anyone that, if the Shinran sect fell, they would be wiped out as well. Consequently, the clans began to flee in panic, but before they could escape Shangyang City, they were blocked by experts from the Xiangsha Alliance. Master Yu, where are you going in such a hurry? Yu stopped a carriage leaving the city. The carriage attendants immediately drew their swords, but their expressions were fierce, and they looked at Yu with a hint of fear. Sitting inside the carriage, Magistrate Yu felt a chill run down his spine, his expression utterly grim. He knew full well that, if the Shinran sect were to fall today, and he were stopped by the Xiangsha Alliance, his chance of survival would be lost. Everyone, we are looking for Master Yu. If you don't want to be buried with him, leave immediately. Yu addressed his followers. They exchanged glances, briefly pondering, then sheathed their swords, clasped their fists, and turned to flee. As the saying goes, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. They all knew that the Shinran sect, like a mighty tree, had fallen. Survival was paramount at this moment, and nothing else mattered. Yu stepped forward and struck with his sword, splitting the carriage cleanly in half, then shattered by the invisible force of Qi. Magistrate Yu, trapped within, trembled with fear. Yi, Master Yi, spare my life. Master Yu tumbled and scrambled from the carriage, kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. Since you're an accomplice to the evil, you should be prepared to be despised. Come, bring this bastard to the center of the square, so the people can vent their anger. Yu said. Yes. Several Xiangsha Alliance warriors quickly dragged Magistrate Yu away and finally to the square, where they tied him to the rack. Many civilians followed along the way, eventually gathering around the square to discuss the situation. But these people, terrified by the oppression, dared not shout or throw anything to vent their anger. After all, they hadn't yet come to terms with the demise of the Shinran sect, and hadn't shaken off the inertia of oppression. It wasn't until someone threw a boot, hitting Magistrate Yu in the face, that the crowd's fury ignited, and a frenzy of outrage erupted. They hurled objects at Magistrate Yu non-stop. But no one threw eggs, as eggs were quite expensive these days. Instead, dog fesses on the street were a hot commodity. Instead, the people hurled mud and stones, causing Magistrate Yu to scream in pain, his face bruised and swollen. Finally, some, growing bolder, rushed forward with clubs and began to beat Magistrate Yu to vent their anger. Some even took knives and cut off his ears, chopped off his fingers and toes. Simultaneously, warriors from the Xiangsha Alliance quickly attacked the major clans and sects, eliminating all the Shinran sect's collaborators. The most heinous offenders were severing their tendons and tied up in the square, leaving them for the public to vent their anger. Their current suffering was matched only by the hatred they had once shown for oppressing the people. These accomplices were tortured to death by the people, their bodies left uncollected, leaving stray dogs on the roadside to feast on them. Shangyang City was completely under the Xiangsha Alliance's control. The heroic spirits, divided into 5 groups, successively destroyed all the Shinran sect's Taoist temples, consigning all their practitioners to the clutches. Upon hearing this news from the palace, Emperor Yanshan was stunned. The Taoist temples in Shangyang City, destroyed? He couldn't believe the truth. You know, almost all of the Shinran sect's fighting power was concentrated there, including the Grand Elder. How could the Shangyang City Taoist temple be completely destroyed? Did no one escape? Where's the Grand Elder? Where's the Grand Elder? Emperor Yanshan demanded. They were all killed in the battle. Not a single person in the entire Taoist temple survived. Wei Yi attacked suddenly, single-handedly annihilating our entire temple. It's said he unleashed a rain of swords, overwhelming the heavens and earth, leaving no escape. It's over. Emperor Yanshan slumped onto the dragon couch, his mind blank. Beyond the grief, he felt a surge of despair and resentment. Even the combined forces of the Shinran sect were no match for Wei Yi. How many people in the world could possibly stand up to him? And with the Shanghaiang City Taoist temple destroyed, their Shinran sect had no chance of recovery. He had planned for so many years, and it seemed like success was imminent, only to be completely destroyed by Wei Yi. Master, let's flee. Otherwise, once Wei Yi reaches the palace, it will be too late for us to leave. A life of prosperity is a life of abundance. Emperor Yanshan sat there, seemingly oblivious to his words. He was now bewildered, unsure of what to do. He truly hated the thought of leaving like this. He couldn't just abandon a plan he had built over so many years. But what was the point of staying put? With his current strength, let alone Wei Yi, even if Elder Yi and Elder Zhu from the Xiangsha alliance arrived, he wouldn't have survived. Without Wei Yi, perhaps he could have used his status as emperor to enlist the help of the various clans and stop the Xiangsha alliance. But with Wei Yi's near invincibility, staying put would have been a sure thing. Unbeknownst to Emperor Yanshan, Wei Yi, led by Shachan, had already arrived at the palace. He was stopped by Nicheng, the commander-in-chief of the Imperial Guards. Nicheng, a first-rank warrior with immense strength, was powerless against Wei Yi. Wei Yi subdued him with a single strike. But Wei Yi didn't want to kill him, or he would have been a corpse by now. Commander Ni, your Ni family has been loyal for generations, and that's why young Master Wei Yi spared your life. Don't be ungrateful, Shachan said coldly. But you should know that your Ni family should be loyal to the Great Yan dynasty and the people of the world, not to a puppet emperor of the Shinran cult. He aids and abets the evil and disrupts the government. That's foolish loyalty. Emperor Yanshan is a puppet of the Shinran cult, aiding and abetting the evil, harming our loyal and honest people. Such a person is unfit to be emperor, unfit to lead the people of Great Yan. And your blind loyalty to Emperor Yanshan is aiding and abetting the evil. How is he any different from those treacherous flatterers? Shachen's words silenced Nicheng. He knew full well that Emperor Yanshan was a puppet of the Shinran cult. Allowing the Shinran cult to disrupt the government and act recklessly had led to the suffering of the people of the Great Yan dynasty and its decline. Such a man was truly unfit to be emperor, and unworthy of the Ni family's protection. We, the Zhu and Jing division, were once loyal to Emperor Yanjing. But in the end, thanks to the Shinran cult's covert treacherous scheme, we were beheaded for our crimes. All our loyalty wasn't even rewarded with the most basic trust and respect. When the cunning rabbit dies, the running dog is cooked. If you continue to stubbornly refuse to change, your Ni family will sooner or later suffer the same fate as our Zhu and Jing division, Shachin continued. Nicheng was silent for a moment, then sheathed his sword and turned away. Wei Yi, leading Shachin, flew directly into the depths of the palace. Emperor Yanshan was about to flee, but his movements were clearly observed by the orange cat in the shadows. Wei Yi immediately gave chase, jotting down a poem. When drawing a bow, use a strong one. When wielding an arrow, use a long one. When shooting a man, shoot the horse first. When capturing a thief, capture the leader first. A bow and arrow suddenly appeared in the sky, and with a whoosh, the arrow of light ripped through the night sky, instantly landing behind Emperor Yanshan. Emperor Yanshan was horrified, his hair standing on end. He immediately used his magical treasures to protect himself. As the head of the Shinran sect, he possessed numerous magical treasures. Boom! A massive ball of light exploded above the imperial study. Emperor Yanshan's protective magic treasure barely blocked the arrow of light before shattering. The residual power of the shockwave also drove Emperor Yanshan back a long way. With the upgrade of the Forest of Ink, the power of the ink energy had greatly increased. Combined with the upgrade of his writing skill, the power of the same magical power had now been significantly increased. Emperor Yanshan knew he was no match for Wei Yi and immediately prepared to flee. But then he heard the voices of countless students chanting across the heavens and earth. From the side, a mountain becomes a peak. From the front, a mountain becomes a peak. From far and near, heights differ. As the chanting began, Emperor Yanshan noticed that the world around him was turning upside down, space was distorting, and then countless mountains, one after another, stretched out before him. Terrified, Emperor Yanshan immediately used his spiritual sword to protect himself. His spiritual sword, named Red Rock, was a crimson, rivaling the purple cloud sword in quality. Wei Yi's form flashed like a gust of wind, instantly reaching the hallucinating Emperor Yanshan. The Red Rock spiritual sword instantly shone brightly, piercing Wei Yi, attempting to stop him. Undeterred, Wei Yi allowed the sword to pierce him. Clang, the sword couldn't penetrate him, but Wei Yi's hand, swift as lightning, grasped it. Immediately, he inscribed the 3 characters Ding fixed on the blade's blade, a stroke that penetrated the wood. The spiritual sword was instantly engulfed by the power of heaven and earth, pinning it to its spot. Wei Yi then struck Emperor Yanshan in the chest with a single punch. The powerful force of the 5 directional shockwaves ripped Emperor Yanshan's dragon robe apart, fractured his sternum, depleted his internal energy, and sent blood gushing from his mouth. Like a cannonball, Emperor Yanshan's body shot downward from midair, slamming directly into the ground. But he was, after all, a giant and level cultivator, and Wei Yi hadn't used his full strength in that punch. So, it didn't kill him outright. Wei Yi didn't intend to kill this fellow so easily. Judging by the cultivation level and magical weapon he displayed, this man was no ordinary puppet. He definitely had a different identity. Wei Yi again charged forward, swiftly beating Emperor Yanshan with both hands. Regardless of who he was, he'd just vent his anger first. Emperor Yanshan was beaten to a pulp, howling like a butchered pig. "Mercy, young Master Wei, mercy. I know a secret realm in the Immortal Palace that can help you attain the throne of human emperor. If you release me, I'll take you there." Upon hearing Emperor Yanshan's words, Wei Yi's fist slapped him. "What secret realm could you? A puppet of the celestial being sect? No, 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 I'm not a puppet. I'm the true head of the celestial being sect. I've taken over the body of Shanshai and Fang," Emperor Yanshan quickly declared. Upon hearing Emperor Yanshan's words, Wei Yi frowned, thinking, as expected. He had already guessed this man must have a hidden identity, but he hadn't expected him to be the true leader of the celestial being sect. "Tell me, what is your purpose?" Wei Yi asked coldly. He knew full well that the celestial being sect was intent on something more than simply usurping the throne. And if this man truly was the celestial being sect's leader, he must have some hidden secret. To seize the Great Yan dynasty's national destiny in the dragon veins. Only then will I be qualified enough to enter the Immortal Palace and compete for the throne of human emperor, Emperor Yanshan said. He knew that he now had no chance of vying for the throne, but perhaps it could buy him a glimmer of hope. He didn't want to die like this. He wouldn't resign himself to it. Even if it meant sacrificing his dignity, he would fight for this last glimmer of hope. Otherwise, he would surely perish today. Seize the national destiny in the dragon veins? How? Wei Yi asked again. Emperor Yanshan laid out the celestial being sect's original plan, and Wei Yi finally understood what these men were scheming to achieve. Shachan, standing nearby, was also trembling with fear. They had so nearly succeeded. If Wei Yi hadn't suddenly appeared, the Great Yan dynasty's future would have been far more than just destruction. With the nation's destiny and dragon veins seized, natural disasters would undoubtedly ravage, demons would run rampant, and countless lives would be lost. By then, the people of the Great Yan dynasty would likely have perished. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 210, Deposed Emperor and Trial. Listening to Emperor Yanshan's words, Wei Yi frowned, feeling that what he said was not that simple. According to him, this so-called human emperor should be a godlike being, a revered sage, or a hero who saved the world. He should be someone who benefits the people, educates the people, cares about the people, and is respected and supported by the people. However, the actions of the Shinran sect were not worthy of the position of human emperor. Even if they forcibly seized the national destiny in the dragon vein, their virtue was unworthy of the position. Just like a foolish and incompetent prince who, by chance, usurped the throne and became emperor, could not keep his power. So Wei Yi felt that either the head of the Shinran sect had misunderstood, or he was lying, or the position of human emperor itself was a scam. How do I know whether what you said is true or not? Wei Yi asked coldly. I'm not lying. I swear to heaven that every word is true, and I have the token of the Immortal Palace. Emperor Yanshan waved his hand, and a token flew out from the ring on his thumb. The ring appeared to be a storage device. Look, this is the token of the Immortal Palace. Emperor Yanshan presented it to Wei Yi. If you'll let me go, I'll take you to the Immortal Palace. This Immortal Palace opens once every 60 years. The last time was 30 years ago, and it will open again in 30 years. With this token, you can enter, but only as far as the second hall. To go further, you must possess the Dragon Vein of National Luck, Emperor Yanshan continued. Wei Yi took the token and examined it carefully. It was indeed extraordinary. It emanated a rich spiritual energy, and its entire structure was crystal clear, with a faint aura swirling within. The token was exquisitely engraved, with two ancient and complex characters in the center that Wei Yi didn't recognize. How do you know you need the Dragon Vein of National Luck to enter the subsequent halls? Wei Yi asked. I found this token from a corpse. That senior must have reached the end of his life. His last words mentioned the rules of this immortal palace. Only those blessed with national fortune and destined by heaven can enter. He must have figured this out. Emperor Yanshan detailed the deceased's final words. It turned out that the head of the celestial cult learned the location and method of entry from the deceased's final words. But Wei Yi could discern from this final words that the true meaning was that entry into the Immortal Palace wasn't simply a matter of skill, it depended entirely on one's destiny. In other words, the Immortal Palace awaited the arrival of a destined individual. This destined individual must possess national fortune, or perhaps even great luck, the one destined by heaven. It didn't mean that simply becoming an emperor, acquiring national fortune, or possessing a dragon vein would guarantee one's destiny and ultimately the throne of the human emperor. It was like saying that those who could become immortals must possess exceptional talent and luck. Those gifted with extraordinary talent and luck, however, aren't necessarily guaranteed to achieve immortality. In fact, the path to immortality is equally elusive, with only a handful ultimately achieving it. Yet, those practitioners all want to believe they are the lucky ones. They will do everything in their power, exert every effort, to seize the opportunity, to rise higher, to become the ultimate winner. So, the leader of the Celestial Being sect wasn't blind to the facts. Even the slightest glimmer of hope made him want to try. He wanted to fight for it. Unfortunately, a single thought from a powerful individual could alter the fate of countless ordinary people. In his quest to become the one who brings destiny to the nation, to defy fate, he came up with this awful idea. Sometimes, a war that costs the lives of hundreds of thousands of people might stem from a ruler's ridiculous whim. As Wei Yi pondered this, he suddenly felt the token in his hand glow, as if it were receiving some kind of induction. At the same time, a divine thought flooded into Wei Yi's mind, instantly transforming into a wealth of information. It was precisely the location of the Immortal Palace, its name, and a description of it. Wei Yi raised his brow, a faint smile flickering across his lips as a sudden realization dawned on him. It seemed the jade pendant would automatically guide anyone who met the requirements. The Celestial Being sect leader even wanted to use this as a life-saving tactic, which clearly indicated he hadn't received the token's guidance. In other words, he possessed the token, but possessed no qualifications at all. Truly pathetic. But Wei Yi didn't immediately declare anything. Furthermore, the Celestial Being sect leader, kneeling on the ground, hadn't noticed the sudden change in Wei Yi's token. Wei Yi put the token away and said sternly, I'll spare your life, but you must do as I say. He wasn't in a rush to kill the Celestial Being sect leader. His crimes were so monstrous that killing him would be a savior. Such a person must face justice, let the world know the sins of the Celestial Being sect, and then, let him die knowingly. That night, Wei Yi made Emperor Yanshan reveal the Celestial Being sect practitioners hidden throughout the palace and court, and summoned the spirits of the heroes to begin a comprehensive purge. These individuals were distinct from the princes and ministers who, driven by their own interests, had sided with the Shinran cult. These powerful Shinran cult members, now in the upper echelons of the government, posed a serious threat and must be eradicated. the commander of the Imperial Guards, Nicheng, led an advance and quickly subdued the Shinran cult's ministers. The next day, Emperor Shun of Yan issued an edict, exposing nearly 200 crimes committed by the Shinran cult, including using the emperor to manipulate the princes, disrupting government order, and harming Emperor Jing of Yan, as well as plotting to seize the nation's destiny and the imperial power. He also announced his decision to abdicate the throne to Shangsheng, son of the Prince of Jin, and summoned all princes and ministers to the capital for a ceremony. This news sent shockwaves through the nation. While many resented the Shinran cult, knowing they had disrupted government order, brought chaos to the Great Yan dynasty, and brought the people to misery, few knew they harbored such a vast conspiracy, committing such heinous and unscrupulous acts. Even the princes and ministers who had supported the Shinran cult, and served as its pawns, driven by their own desire for power and personal gain, were filled with fear. They hadn't anticipated the Shinran cult's vast conspiracy. If their scheme had succeeded, they would likely be among the victims, ultimately becoming sacrifices. The Minister of Rights and the Minister of Works were particularly heartbroken and filled with self-blame. The Minister of Rights, in particular, had a daughter who had married the Minister of Works' son, only to be abducted on their wedding night, and remains missing to this day. He had never imagined that it was the Shinran cult who had used her as a sacrifice for their own demonic practices, tragically killing her in a Shinran cult temple. Of course, the common people were shocked, but also overjoyed. News of Wei Yi's complete eradication of the Shinran cult had spread. People were spreading the news, and Emperor Yanshan's abdication signaled that the Yan dynasty had finally cleared its skies. While it was uncertain whether the new emperor would be a wise ruler, it was at least no less capable than the previous one. Moreover, Wei Yi's mere presence had already given countless people a sense of security. His ability to eliminate the celestial cult and change the fate of the Great Yan dynasty was a testament to his strength. His actions during this period had also instilled in people the belief that, with his protection, the Great Yan dynasty would remain prosperous and secure, avoiding another dark age of chaos ravaged by the celestial cult. Therefore, in the hearts of many, Wei Yi was the true hero, the true ruler of the Great Yan dynasty, the uncrowned king. Some had even begun building shrines in Wei Yi's honor, offering incense and increasing his merit. The Xiangsha Alliance, along with its members, also began to purge those underworld forces that had previously supported the celestial cult. An unprecedented purge was launched across the Great Yan dynasty, sweeping through everyone from ministers to martial arts sects. While some individuals slipped through the net, they were no longer a significant concern. Princess Shan Ruishu, the Prince of Jin and his sons, Zhao Ziyan and Zhao Jinsi, along with the Marquis of Ningyuan and the Duke of Zhangjiang, arrived in the capital one after another. After regaining his freedom, Prince Jing and Zhao Shi finally reunited with Zhao Ziyan and Zhao Jinsi. Zhao Jinsi could finally appear before the public. Over the next few days, princes and nobles arrived in Beijing for the new emperor's coronation ceremony. Emperor Yanshan confessed his sins before the entire court, including the civil and military officials and the other princes and nobles. He recounted the crimes of the celestial being cult, but he did not admit to being its leader, a move Wei Yi had instructed. After all, the truth was no longer important, and ordinary people would find it difficult to believe. Instead, his identity as Emperor Yanshan was more convincing. Emperor Yanshan, claiming his virtue was unworthy of the position, voluntarily abdicated the throne to Shangsheng. Shangsheng officially ascended the throne and declared the celestial being cult abolition, declaring it a cult and permanently suppressing it. That evening, Shangsheng hosted a grand banquet in the palace for Wei Yi, Zhao Shi, Du Shaoling, Yi Qiu, a number of meritorious officials, and the vice leaders of the Xiangsha Alliance. After the banquet, Wei Yi arrived at the celestial prison and met the imprisoned head of the celestial being sect, Shan Fangzi. The head's Taoist name was Shan Fang, and the name of the original owner of his current body, Shan Fang, was given by him. Wei Yi was accompanied by Shachin and Du Shaoling. This cell, specifically for warriors and cultivators, was rife with restrictions. Shan Fang's magical powers had been sealed, and all his magical weapons had been taken by Wei Yi. He was completely defenseless. Upon seeing Wei Yi arrive, Shan Fangzi bowed respectfully. "Greetings, young Master Wei." He had already sacrificed his dignity for his own safety. Therefore, he had to be respectful and obedient, slowly earning Wei Yi's trust. As long as he could keep his life, anything was possible. When the Immortal Palace opened, perhaps he could find a chance to escape. However, Xian Fangzi didn't know that Wei Yi had come to see him off. "Shachan, you do it. Killing him will be revenge for your master and your fallen brothers," Wei Yi said, looking at Shachan. It was this Xian Fangzi who coerced Emperor Yanjing into abolishing the Xuanjing division. Therefore, the deaths of everyone in the Xuanjing division were caused by this man. Upon hearing Wei Yi's words, Xian Fangzi's expression changed drastically, and he couldn't believe his ears. What did Wei Yi mean? Was he going to kill him? "Wei, young master Wei, you can't kill me. If you kill me, we'll never find the Immortal Palace again," Xian Fangzi said hurriedly. Wei Yi scoffed, then said, "I'll let you know the truth before you die. This Immortal Palace is called the Human Emperor Palace. It's a relic left behind by the ancient human emperor. This token is indeed a pass to enter the palace, but if you are selected by the token and become a candidate for the palace, it will automatically provide relevant information, including its location. So when I received the token, I already knew the location and details of the palace. It's a pity that you've tried so hard, but still can't gain the token's approval. You don't even know how to use it, let alone what the Immortal Palace is. You're just imagining it, based on a few last words from a corpse." Wei Yi's words were a piercing blow, causing Xian Fangzi's pupils to tremble, and his brain to buzz. "Impossible. You're lying." Xian Fangzi refused to believe this. He firmly believed that he was blessed by heaven to have received such a great opportunity. He felt that he was destined to be the one destined for the palace. However, he lacked sufficient strength and the national destiny to support him, so he couldn't enter the Immortal Palace. Therefore, he refused to believe this truth. Wei Yi shook his head and explained the location of the supposed celestial palace, only to have Xian Fangzi completely question his life. He had put so much effort into this scheme, only to end up making things easier for others. He had schemed so hard, yet he couldn't even qualify, while Wei Yi had easily become a candidate for the Celestial Palace. No, a candidate for the Human Emperor Palace. It was a pity he didn't even know the Celestial Palace's true name. Xian Fangzi sat dejected on the ground, his gaze completely bleak. He knew he was doomed today, and he wouldn't even have the right to negotiate with Wei Yi. Was this retribution? "Shachan, do it." Wei Yi looked at Shachan. Shachan's eyes were red, and hatred was evident in his gaze. Thinking back to his master and his brothers, Shachan wished he could cut Xian Fangzi into pieces. Wei Yi and Du Shaoling left the prison, and Shachan drew his sword. With a whiff, Xian Fangzi's body was split diagonally in two. In the following days, Shangsheng began a drastic overhaul of the court, issuing a series of rewards and appointments. As the saying goes, a new emperor chooses his own ministers. After the Shanren sect's removal from the court, many important positions became vacant, requiring suitable candidates to fill them. Many prominent officials had previously sided with the Shanren sect, and so they needed to be gradually removed and dismissed, replaced by more capable individuals. Shangsheng appointed Du Shaoling as prime minister, and Su She was recalled to the capital as minister of rights. He also officially enshrined Confucianism and Taoism as the path to sainthood, making them mandatory courses for scholars. He established Confucian and Taoist academies across the country, promoting Confucian and Taoist governance. He even built a shrine for Wei Yi, where he enjoyed the reverence and offerings of thousands. Wei Yi was also named imperial tutor and a Confucian and Taoist sage, along with the hereditary status of a vassal king. At Wei Yi's request, a royal palace was built in Qingzhou City. The Great Yan dynasty practiced a system of enfeoffment without granting land, conferring titles without ruling over the people, and receiving salaries without governing. This meant granting titles without land, granting titles without governing the people, and receiving salaries without handling government affairs. In other words, the princes of the Great Yan dynasty were effectively unlanded. Just like the Jinggan Palace, although located in Qingzhou City, the governance of Qingzhou City was not under the palace's jurisdiction. Instead, it was managed by government departments such as the prefectural and county offices. While the prefectural officers respected the palace and gave it face, they did not directly answer to its orders. The Zhao family, a family of martial artists and descendants of generals, commanded troops in battle and held certain military powers. Even without inheriting the title, future status and position could only be earned through military merit. If the family's sons all avoided fighting, they would ultimately be left with only the title of prince, potentially without any power in the court or the army. Many such nobles existed within the Great Yan dynasty, possessing only the status of nobility without actual rights. Wei Yi, the king of Ding, suffered a similar fate. He possessed status but no power, enjoying a salary but no fiefdom. Wei Yi didn't mind this, accepting the title, partly because it was his due and partly to benefit his uncles and aunts, allowing them to enjoy the privileges of aristocratic status. Furthermore, Shangsheng, with the assistance of Du Shaoling and others, began to implement a series of reform policies. These reduced corvée and taxes, promoted education and agriculture, and elevated the social status of artisans and farmers, all in an effort to restore national strength and improve people's livelihoods. With the court's support, Confucianism and Taoism rapidly rose in the Great Yan dynasty, and the status of scholars also soared. Chapter 211 Farming. Soon after Shangsheng ascended the throne, neighboring states like Beiyu, the Daqian dynasty, and northern Yan sent envoys to offer their congratulations, effectively re-establishing diplomatic ties. Of course, these nations' willingness to do so was entirely due to Wei Yi's prestige. Shangsheng understood this better than anyone. Otherwise, given the current strength of the Great Yan dynasty, these neighboring states would have held it in the balance. It was already a feat that they hadn't taken advantage of the situation to stir up trouble, let alone send envoys to offer their congratulations. With the Shinran sect and its affiliated factions and minions gradually eliminated, the war finally came to an end. Wei Yi, keeping his promise, traveled to Beiyu to attend to his appointment. The Beiyu emperor received Wei Yi with the utmost courtesy, honoring him as imperial tutor and granting him a palace within the imperial city. He also provided him with over a dozen stunning maids to serve him personally. The Beiyu emperor, Emperor Baking, while a wise ruler and capable of governing, was also fond of beauty, possessing a harem of 3,000 beauties, each one a breathtaking beauty. As the saying goes, local conditions shape local people, and the Beiyu kingdom is rich in beauties. Though petite, the girls there are all strikingly beautiful, with large luminous eyes. Their figures are well proportioned, voluptuous, and their skin is as white as jade and as tender as a drop of water. The maids Emperor Baking gifted to Wei Yi were each stunningly beautiful, each possessing unique skills. They possessed unique abilities in musical instruments, singing, dancing, calligraphy, painting, cooking, and massage. They were of unblemished origin, carefully selected for Wei Yi from his imperial Jade Maiden's court. Each was a top student, one he himself would never have dared to employ. After all, given Wei Yi's status, ordinary maids were unworthy and would not have demonstrated his devotion and devotion. Wei Yi spent 2 weeks in the Beiyu kingdom's capital, thoroughly absorbing the local customs and practices. He also took Emperor Baking in as his student, instructing him in the Confucian and Taoist practices. Emperor Baking also formally established the Imperial Confucian Academy within the imperial city. Simultaneously, various local academies were converted into Confucian academies to promote Confucian and Taoist practice. Following the example of Emperor Yansheng, Shangsheng, he established shrines dedicated to Wei Yi within each academy, dedicated to this Confucian sage. After leaving the Beiyu kingdom, Wei Yi traveled to Daqian, northern Yan, and other states, spreading Confucianism. This tour lasted 2 months, and Wei Yi's number of writers had multiplied several times, and the scale of his literary collection had also expanded exponentially. Of course, much of this growth was due to the contributions of the literati of the Great Yan dynasty. When Wei Yi returned to Kingzhou City, spring had already arrived, and the city was vibrant with flowers and blossoming. Kingzhou City was prosperous and peaceful, with more smiles on the faces of the people than before, and the streets were filled with more shops and vendors. Coupled with the traffic brought by Wei Yi, a prominent figure, Kingzhou City was bustling with merchants and travelers every day, a scene that rivaled even that of the capital. The Confucian and Taoist Academy in Qingzhou City has now completed its expansion, becoming the largest in the Great Yan Dynasty. It attracts numerous students, even the sons of prominent families in the capital, who have come specifically to Qingzhou City to study Confucianism. After all, they believe it's the birthplace of Confucianism and Taoism, and that they could meet Wei Yi and perhaps even become his disciples, and receive his personal instruction. However, Wei Yi's palace is still unfinished. After all, it's enormous, even larger than the Jinggan Palace. Emperor Yansheng has mobilized nearly every artisan in the Great Yan Dynasty to work day and night, but it's estimated to take at least a year to complete. This palace is not far from the Jinggan Palace, and is comparable in size. To build it, the mansions of several prominent nobles and wealthy families were requisitioned. Naturally, upon learning that the palace was being built for Wei Yi, these individuals happily relocated voluntarily, with no complaints expressed. They were even grateful that their own mansions had been requisitioned by Wei Yi. Over the past 2 months, although Wei Yi spent most of his time teaching and lecturing, he also gradually improved his bedroom skills to level 5 and his fitness skills to level 7. He also reached a significant level of proficiency in skills like calligraphy and painting. After his bedroom skills reached level 5, Wei Yi gained access to a dual cultivation technique called flying with wings. This is an advanced version of the perfect match and interconnection. Dual cultivation yields greater effectiveness and faster growth, especially for the weaker cultivator. For example, when Wei Yi and Gu Yu practiced together, Gu Yu's cultivation level was far higher than Wei Yi's. Therefore, whenever Wei Yi used flying with wings with her, he could benefit from her cultivation and rapidly advance his cultivation realm. This advantage would only be lost when his cultivation level was almost equal to hers, and they would both rapidly advance together. Similarly, if he used flying with wings with Meng Shulian, her cultivation level would also increase significantly. Of course, excessive use of this dual cultivation method would consume the higher level cultivator excessively, leaving them feeling drained. Therefore, when the difference in cultivation level is significant, it should be avoided. Furthermore, this magical power isn't merely a dual cultivation method, it also encompasses a sword technique of flying with wings. Similar to the fusion of beasts, the combined power of the two swords unleashes even greater attack power, creating an effect where the sum of the two is greater than the sum of the two. After upgrading his fitness skill to the 7th level, Wei Yi attained the indestructible golden body, truly possessing an immortal mortal form. Even if his lifespan expires, and his soul dissipates, this body will not decay, let alone be destroyed. Its defenses far surpass those of an indestructible body, rivaling the strength of divine artifacts. This golden body is inherently blessed by the laws of heaven and earth, making it virtually impervious to even magical powers and magical treasures imbued with the laws of heaven and earth and the true meaning of the great Dao. Furthermore, it is immune to, and suppresses all attacks from dark and negative forces, rendering it invulnerable to all evil. Evil thoughts like those from last time would have no effect on him at all. Moreover, his physical strength had increased from the power of 2 dragons to the power of 10 dragons. Wei Yi wasn't sure what level his physical strength was at, or what level it corresponded to between cultivators and warriors. But now, he could easily destroy a towering mountain with a single punch. Combined with a 5-directional vibrant shock, a single punch could cause the ground within a radius of dozens of miles to crumble. It could be said that the might of this physical strength could cause mountains to collapse, and the earth to crack. Even the 9-beaded pearl sword could be shattered with a single blow. Furthermore, this indestructible golden body possessed immense endurance, automatically absorbing the power of heaven and earth to rapidly replenish its strength, resulting in a near infinite supply of power. His strength was truly immense and endless. Over the past 2 months, Gu Yu's cultivation had also advanced by leaps and bounds. Within Wei Yi's beast taming space, he practiced the heavenly fox divine art at an incredibly rapid pace. Furthermore, through the practice of the heavenly fox divine art, his body continuously transformed and evolved, becoming increasingly attuned to the power of heaven and earth, and his cultivation speed accelerated. He had now entered the late Jindan realm. Thanks to the elixir, gifted by Taoist Master Yipin and her training in the beast taming space, Juzi has already entered the late foundation establishment realm. The 2 beast-haired women are almost at the point of a major realm breakthrough. Wei Yi has also sent the white dragon into the beast taming space for training, and its cultivation is rapidly improving. Of course, the person who has seen the greatest improvement in cultivation over the past 2 months is Su Lingyan. Ever since Taoist Master Yipin taught Su Lingyan how to harness the mysterious energy within her body, in less than 3 months, Su Lingyan has leapt from an ordinary person with no cultivation to a golden core elm cultivator. And this is happening at a normal pace, with her daily routine of eating, sleeping, writing, and painting like an ordinary person, with virtually no dedicated training. Gu Yuanju's 1 day of training in the beast taming space is equivalent to 3 days outside, and the 2 beast-eared women are training non-stop around the clock. Su Lingyan's rapid progress astounded Wei Yi, and he couldn't help but wonder what was truly within her. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before Su Lingyan reached immortality. During this time, Su Lingyan's appearance and demeanor had also undergone significant changes. She had grown considerably, perhaps due to her increased cultivation or the influence of the spiritual energy within her body, but she was increasingly imbued with an ethereal and spiritual aura. Her features had become more refined and perfect, her figure more curvaceous, and her aura more otherworldly. However, her personality and inner self seemed largely unchanged, and her relationship with Wei King remained as strong as ever, unaffected by her sudden change. Su Zhe had now returned to his position at the imperial court, but for Su Lingyan's safety, he left her in King's House City, entrusting her to Wei Yi's care. Initially, Su Lingyan cultivated herself alone at the Confucian and Taoist Academy, but found it too lonely. Later, at Wei King's suggestion, she moved directly into the Wei family, living with them. Su Lingyan accepted no excuses, and had integrated seamlessly into the Wei family, long considering herself a member. But after Wei Yi's visit to the various kingdoms, Meng Shulian moved back to the Wei family mansion. After all, living alone in a new home was too lonely. It wasn't until Wei Yi returned to King's House City that Meng Shulian returned to the new residence. But during the day, Wei King and Su Lingyan would come to the new residence to chat with Meng Shulian and even plan outings together. Wei Yi also returned to his old routine. He would get up in the morning and work out, then write and paint during the day. He'd occasionally cook a few dishes, brew a few jars of medicinal wine, work on ironwork, and plant flowers. In the evenings, he and Meng Shulian lived a carefree life, practicing dual cultivation and working out. His days were fulfilling but not hectic. Wei Yi no longer had the same impatience to improve his skills, even to the point of simply gaining experience for its own sake. He'd lost the joy of these everyday activities. It's like when a hobby becomes a mandatory job, even subject to constant performance reviews, it's no longer a hobby. So, now everything Wei Yi does is entirely driven by his mood. That day, Taoist Master Yipin returned to King's House City, bringing Wei Yi all the ingredients he needed to brew nectar and jade dew. He also brought seeds for each ingredient. Wei Yi's new home happened to have a large garden, so he decided to transform it into his own little garden, growing jade millet. Crystal fruit and golden brown rice have strict requirements for humidity, light, soil composition, and other factors, so Wei Yi needed to find a more suitable location. Jade millet also has some specific soil requirements, but King's House City's soil and climate meet the basic requirements, requiring only minor soil improvements. I have some life-creating liquid here. It's a valuable asset. 1 drop can bring new life to a dead tree. You can dilute it and use it later. Taoist Master Yipin took out a small jade bottle and handed it to Wei Yi. Haha, this is a valuable asset. I'll be happy to give it to you. Wei Yi gladly accepted. After all, whenever nectar and jade dew is brewed, Taoist Master Yipin's help will be indispensable. Hey, brother Wei, how long will it take to brew this nectar and jade dew? Taoist Yipin asked with a smile. He had brought Wei Yi a generous amount of ingredients this time, which should be enough for Wei Yi to brew a pot of nectar and jade dew. It'll take at least 2 months. Brewing this nectar and jade dew is not like brewing ordinary wine, Wei Yi said. So long? Fine, then I'll wait 2 months, but I'll have to bother brother Wei during that time. No problem, you can stay as long as you want. When the nectar and jade dew is brewed, you'll be the first to taste it, Wei Yi said with a smile. He didn't mind Taoist Yipin staying here. Over the next few days, Wei Yi began improving the soil in the garden, and brewing the nectar and jade dew. Taoist Yipin also helped Wei Yi search for a place within the Great Yan dynasty suitable for growing golden brown rice, crystal fruit, and other plants. 10 days later, Taoist Yipin returned, saying he had found a place that met Wei Yi's requirements and could grow golden brown rice. Wei Yi immediately followed Taoist Yipin to the mountain range he had mentioned. This mountain range is far from Kingshao City, located in the easternmost part of the Great Yan dynasty. However, thanks to Taoist Master Yipin's ability to shrink the earth to an inch, the two arrived here in no time. It was a vast mountain range, teeming with vegetation, and teeming with poisonous insects and ferocious beasts. This is it. Taoist Master Yipin said, pointing to a valley. A river meandered through the valley, flanked by vast grasslands, creating a picturesque scene. The peaks on either side were steep, yet covered in lush vegetation. That should work. Wei Yi nodded, feeling that this location seemed well suited for growing golden brown rice. However, there's a small sect in the mountains to the east, seemingly a group of poison cultivators. We might need to clear them out beforehand. Taoist Master Yipin added. Poison cultivators? Wei Yi was slightly surprised. He didn't have a favorable impression of them. But he didn't take it seriously, believing that as Taoist Master Yipin had said, he could simply eliminate these pests. However, Wei Yi didn't know that the poison cultivators here were the very same cultivators who had survived the 10,000 Poison Valley. The last time Wei Yi passed by, he casually struck them with a sword, causing heavy casualties in the 10,000 Poison Valley and destroying much of the sect. They had wanted revenge, but Wei Yi's strength made them extremely fearful, especially after they heard that Wei Yi had also destroyed the Celestial Being sect. They were terrified, fearing that after Wei Yi had eliminated the Celestial Being sect, he would attack them. So the entire sect relocated to the easternmost part of the Great Yan dynasty, far from Kingshao City. They then carved a cave in the mountains and established a new stronghold, maintaining a low profile. Chapter 212 Two New Little Foxes. On the northwest side of the densely forested mountain, a steep cliff reveals a naturally formed cave. Deep within this cavern, within the mountain's core, the monks of the 10,000 Poison Valley have transformed it into a vast underground abode. Dark and damp, it's a habitat and breeding ground for many venomous insects and snakes, making it a natural place for refining poisons. Of course, this place is still a far cry from their former sect space. However, fearing Wei Yi's targeting and following in the footsteps of the Celestial Being sect, they fled the vast distance to the easternmost reaches of the Great Yan dynasty, establishing a new sect there and quietly growing their fortunes. This new base was only recently built, and no one knew what they had been through. Everyone, listen up. If your whereabouts and identities are discovered, there are only two outcomes. The other part is death, or your own. You must not reveal our sect's current location. Do you understand? The 10,000 Poison Valley's leader, Gunduzi, shouted sharply. Yes. The remaining 38 members of the sect responded in unison. We in the 10,000 Poison Valley must now exercise extreme caution. We cannot afford to provoke a formidable being like Wei Yi. However, there's no need to be overly pessimistic. Time will heal everything. A peerless master like him will soon forget us, perhaps even leave for the Purple Sky continent before long. Without the threat of Wei Yi, we can finally see the light of day again, Gunduzi continued. However, at this moment, a resounding explosion shook the entire cave, and even the very space itself, as if it were violently shaking. Then, as if the heavens were collapsing, and the earth was splitting, the walls of the cave crumbled and collapsed. The entire process was so swift that they had no chance to escape, and they were crushed beneath the crumbling mountain. Beyond the peak, Wei Yi floated in midair, observing the mountain shattered and flattened by his punch, and nodded with satisfaction. His punch had indeed been powerful enough. If he had used the 5-directional shockwave, the mountain would have been shattered even more thoroughly. Thick smoke billowed, dust billowed, and when the dust settled, the once towering peak had vanished. The force of Wei Yi's punch flattened the mountain soil and rock into the surrounding valleys, merging with the surrounding hillsides, to form a gentle open slope that extended all the way to the riverbank. The entire area suddenly became open, and the improved soil was even more suitable for growing golden brown rice. Without this mountain's obstruction, sunlight will be sufficient, Wei Yi thought to himself. Of course, more importantly, he could also eliminate the group of poison cultivators in the mountains. But just then, several figures struggled to climb out of the hillside, shielded by defensive magic weapons, but their faces were extremely pale. The sudden landslide had crushed nearly all the cultivators in the 10,000 Poison Valley. Only Gunduzi and 3 cultivators who had reached the late Foundation establishment stage escaped. Yet, when they saw the figure floating in midair, they regretted ever having crawled out of the ruins. Wei Yi. Gunduzi's face paled with fear. He hadn't expected the man who had just collapsed the mountain to be Wei Yi. He'd thought it was a natural disaster, but it was man-made. He'd already fled to this desolate place, yet Wei Yi had still found him. Was Wei Yi truly determined to wipe them all out? A few of these poisonous insects managed to escape. Wei Yi was slightly surprised, but upon closer inspection, he couldn't help but laugh. They're the remnants of the 10,000 Poison Valley. Haha, what a time to meet. Without further ado, Wei Yi flashed, moving at speed so fast he seemed to teleport, and then, one kick after another, he sent their bodies blasting apart. A cloud of flesh and blood filled the air, showering the newly formed slope as fertilizer. Taoist Master Yapin also flew over, smiling. Now we've cleared all the pests. His divine sense confirmed that the poison cultivators were dead. Let's go. Let the soil settle for a while before we plant the golden brown rice. Let's go to the next location, Wei Yi said. He needed to find some powerful individuals to guard the fields. After all, golden brown rice was extremely valuable, considered a rare treasure, and ordinary warriors and cultivators would be very tempted. Even many birds and beasts would be attracted to it, so someone had to watch over it. Taoist Master Yapin led Wei Yi to another inch of space, directly to the southwest of the Great Yan Dynasty, on the foothills of Xuanzang Mountain. This place, called Qingqiu Mountain, was the ancient birthplace of the Skyfox clan. It didn't belong to any country, and was forbidden to ordinary people. Without a certain level of cultivation, entering here would be certain death. Even some venomous snakes and beasts could be fatal. The location where Wei Yi and his companions appeared was a mountain range shrouded in mist. This place should be perfect for growing crystal fruit, Taoist Master Yapin said with a smile. Of course, he had another purpose in guiding Wei Yi here. Wei Yi was a little surprised. From what he could tell, this place was completely unsuitable for growing crystal fruit. Taoist Master Yapin smiled mysteriously and waved his hand. The mist dissipated, and the original mountains vanished, replaced by a canyon resembling a paradise. Various exotic flowers and plants filled the landscape, a sea of flowers covering the mountains and fields, and rare birds and animals occasionally passed through the jungle. Beside a crystal clear stream, a wooden house stood, seemingly blending seamlessly with the mountains and forests. Vines and flowers covered the exterior walls, and without a closer look, it was almost impossible to tell it was a wooden house. Seeing this scene, Wei Yi couldn't help but be amazed. He took in the scene before him. It was truly breathtakingly beautiful, like a paradise on earth. The two flew down together, and the mist above them once again enveloped them, creating a unique illusion. At the same moment, an elderly man with white hair and beard emerged from the wooden house, bowing with a look of fear, afraid to act rashly. Following him was a pretty woman in an emerald green dress. Upon seeing the two flying overhead, the woman's face lit up with surprise. Yes, young Master Wei. Wei Yi spotted the woman in the green dress, and recognized her as Xiaoli, who had visited him before. Could this be the place where Taoist Master Yapin cultivates? Wei Yi, curious, glanced at him. After all, from their previous conversations, he had always suspected Xiaoli might be his disciple. Seeing him arrive here, he had this suspicion. However, the elderly man's reaction puzzled Wei Yi. The elderly man with white hair and beard looked at Xiaoli with some surprise and asked, "Do you know them?" "Yes." Xiaoli nodded with a smile. He immediately ran towards Wei Yi, his eyes sparkling with curiosity as he asked, "Young Master Wei, how did you find yourself here? Did Taoist Master Yapin bring me here?" Wei Yi's face was filled with surprise. but seeing the expressions of Taoist Master Yipin and Xiaoli, it was clear they didn't recognize him. Could it be a misunderstanding? Xiaoli, don't you know Taoist Master Yipin? Wei Yi asked, pointing to Taoist Master Yipin beside him. Xiaoli shook her head, a sudden realization dawning on her. It dawned on her that Wei Yi had mentioned meeting his master and calling him Taoist Master Yipin. It turned out to be this person. Brother Wei, have you met this little fox before? Taoist Master Yipin was also a little surprised. Yes, Xiaoli visited me before in Kingshao City. Wei Yi replied with a smile. It seemed there had indeed been a big misunderstanding. Wait, little fox? Wei Yi looked at Xiaoli carefully, and only then did he vaguely sense that she indeed had an aura similar to Gu Yu's. So she was also a fox demon. Xiaoli looked at Taoist Master Yipin with some trepidation. She could tell he was a master. But at that moment, Wei Yi suddenly sensed the black bad jade pendant stir, then suddenly fly out from his collar. Xiaoli was astonished to discover that the aura that had always lingered on Wei Yi, belonging to his master, was actually originating from that strange jade pendant. What's going on? Xiaoli's face paled, her brows furrowed slightly. She had never seen the black bad jade pendant before, yet it bore her master's aura. What was going on? Okay, let me explain everything. Taoist Master Yipin stepped forward and spoke kindly. He had brought Wei Yi here, firstly because this secluded paradise was a perfect place for growing crystal fruit, and secondly because he had discovered that the two little foxes, mentioned in the remnant within the black bad jade pendant, were hiding here. After rescuing the escaped black bad jade pendant from the ghost cultivators of Jiuan Mountain, he had sensed a remnant soul within it. However, that soul had already fallen into a deep slumber, with only a lingering obsession. Taoist Master Yipin gleaned some information from the obsession. It included information about her desire to travel to a place called Kingshao, and about her two little fox disciples. This was the reason he had given the Zuanio Jade pendant to Wei Yi. He felt that leaving the remnant soul where she desired might aid her awakening. Upon hearing all this, Wei Yi and Xiaoli finally understood how the misunderstanding had arisen. Perhaps, after all, it was fate. The white-haired old man, Sangbo, breathed a sigh of relief. It was clear that the two powerful figures who had arrived were not enemies, but friends. He knew that Wei Yi and Taoist Master Yipin were both peerless masters, far superior in cultivation and strength to him. If there had been enemies, they would have been dead today. Fortunately, it was a false alarm. They weren't the so-called righteous people who would kill demon cultivators on sight. Xiaoli was overjoyed to know that a trace of her master's soul still remained. She had assumed her master was dead, but she hadn't expected a fragment of it to remain. As long as it remained, there was hope for her master's resurrection. At that moment, Ziyu emerged from her room, her face pale and slightly haggard. Ever since contracting the cold poison from Jiuan Mountain, her body had been suffering. Sangbo's trip to the secret realm of Xuanzang Mountain had only yielded a few temporary, but not permanent, herbs that barely alleviated her pain. Xiaoli had considered taking her senior sister to Wei Yi for help, and had told her about him. She felt that Wei Yi's pure yang aura might alleviate her senior sister's suffering. However, she was afraid of being discovered by the Jiuan Mountain inhabitants once they left the valley. So, Xiaoli had been delighted to see Wei Yi approach. Ziyu, upon seeing Wei Yi, felt like she had found a savior. Senior sister, come here quickly. Let me introduce you. This is young Master Wei, and this is Taoist Master Yipin. Xiaoli pulled Ziyu over and introduced them. Ziyu politely greeted each of them, her gaze grazing on Wei Yi. She could sense the warmth emanating from him, like the scorching sun and a furnace. The feeling was so comfortable and longing. It was as if just standing beside Wei Yi could suppress the cold poison within her. It seemed Xiaoli was right. Wei Yi could indeed help her suppress the poison. Suddenly, Ziyu fell to her knees, begging, "Young Master Wei, please save me." She had been suffering from the cold poison for some time, her life worse than death, and she was on the verge of collapse. Now that she finally saw hope, she naturally wanted to seize it at all costs. Wei Yi looked at Xiaoli in surprise, and Xiaoli quickly explained. It dawned on Wei Yi that she had been infected with the cold poison, and that his own true Yankee could help her. However, Wei Yi had no way of transferring his true yang qi to the other person. Unless he used a magical power to exchange what he had, it would seem as if he were greedy for beauty and taking advantage of someone in need. He felt a little embarrassed and looked at Taoist Master Yipin. The latter understood Wei Yi's intention and telepathically informed him that he had a way to cure Ziyu of the cold poison, but Wei Yi needed to discuss the crystal fruit with the old man. Wei Yi smiled and said, I can save you, but I can't save you for nothing. Are you willing to follow me? Yes, as long as Master Wei Yi can save me, Ziyu is willing to serve as a slave and repay you. Ziyu kowtowed. Yes, alright, then, give me your head. Wei Yi said. Ziyu immediately crawled in front of Wei Yi, straightened up, and raised her delicate face to look at Wei Yi. Wei Yi reached out and touched the top of Ziyu's head. For some reason, being touched by Wei Yi felt incredibly comfortable, a tingling sensation inside her that made her want to lie in his arms, eyes closed, and let him caress her. But at that moment, she suddenly felt something enter her body, transforming into an invisible force that merged with her mind, forming a beast-taming contract. Ziyu was startled, but immediately felt a greater sense of comfort and fulfillment, filling her body and heart, completely captivating her. With the beast-taming contract concluded, Wei Yi immediately connected with Ziyu and told her that from now on, she would be his beast-tamer. Ziyu harbored no resentment. Wei Yi was so extraordinary that even being his mount, not just his beast-tamer, was worth it. Then, Taoist Master Yipin used Wei Yi's inner yang energy to cure Ziyu of the cold poison. Once the poison dissipated, Ziyu felt as if a maggot had been removed from her tarsal bones. She felt an immense sense of comfort and relief. The pain was gone, even the agony of being in an icy cave, the icy wind slicing through her body like a knife. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Ziyu knelt and kowtowed once more. Xiaoli was overjoyed to see her senior sister fully recovered. Sangbo smiled with satisfaction, marveling at the opportunity Ziyu had received. Following such an unfathomable master as Wei Yi, she was sure to rise to prominence. The saying when one person achieves enlightenment, everyone around him rises to prominence is exactly this. Master Wei, Xiaoli also wants to follow you with my senior sister. Xiaoli suddenly knelt down and said. She knew very well that Wei Yi and that Taoist Master Yipin were both truly peerless masters. To follow such a powerful being would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Furthermore, she didn't want to be separated from her senior sister. If she followed Master Wei in the future, it would be too lonely for her to be left here alone. Chapter 213 New Skill, Grafting. Wei Yi naturally wouldn't refuse a beastmaster offered to him. Besides, if he'd taken in the elder sister, it wouldn't make sense not to take in the younger sister. Sisters should be together. Moreover, he possessed the heaven-defying cultivation technique, the divine art of the celestial fox, and it would be a waste if he didn't utilize it effectively. He could collect more fox demons and eventually create his own clan of celestial foxes. Wei Yi also infused Xiaoli with the Beastmaster contract, taking her in as a Beastmaster. Later, he discussed with Sangbo, Xiaoli, and Ziyu about growing crystal fruit in the valley. I'm willing to guard the orchard for you, young master. Sangbo bowed, offering his services. While the valley was his territory, Wei Yi had a liking for it, so he naturally didn't dare refuse. Besides, they were just planting fruit trees, not trying to take over his home. More importantly, he was thinking about how he could become like Xiaoli and Ziyu, and cling to Wei Yi's influence. After all, he was too old to bring himself to ask someone to take him in. Besides, he was a mulberry tree spirit, not a beast, and couldn't be a beastmaster. So, hearing that Wei Yi wanted to plant fruit trees in his area, he naturally had to do his best. It was like indirectly clinging to this powerful figure. From now on, his Lingsang Valley would have the protection of Master, no longer worrying about being targeted by powerful individuals. Well, okay, then, I'll be in your care from now on. Don't worry, I won't let your hard work go in vain. Wei Yi said with a smile. Planting crystal fruit here was the perfect choice. Not only was it a spiritual place, but there were also tree spirits like Sangbo who could help him care for and guard the orchard, killing two birds with one stone. Rather than rushing to leave, Wei Yi and Taoist Master Yipin decided to stay for a while. planting the crystal fruit, and waiting for it to sprout. He also wanted to teach Sangbo, Xiaoli, Ziyu, and the others how to cultivate and care for the crystal fruit. Leaving this to them would save him a lot of effort. Sangbo, a tree demon, possessed considerable experience in cultivating fruit trees. His magical powers could also improve soil quality and air humidity, providing valuable support for cultivation and protecting the trees from disasters. With Sangbo around, Wei Yi could almost completely leave the crystal orchard to his care. During his stay in Lingsang Valley, Wei Yi also taught Xiaoli and Ziyu the Heavenly Fox divine secret. This thrilled the two women, nearly committing themselves to him. After 2 weeks, thanks to Sangbo's meticulous care day and night, the crystal fruit seeds sprouted, slowly growing into tiny saplings. Wei Yi also gained significant proficiency in cultivation. His proficiency in cultivating crystal fruit was several times greater than Zhang Fu's, who cultivated flowers and grasses. In just over 10 days, his cultivation proficiency had increased by over 40%. As the saplings flourished, Wei Yi prepared to leave. After all, he still had to plant golden brown rice and jade millet. Sangbo, I'll leave this place to you for now. I'll come back soon. Wei Yi said solemnly. Young master, just leave this place to me. I, Sang, will protect these saplings with my life. Sangbo clasped his fists and said, okay, I'll come back later. Wei Yi and Taoist Master Yapin left Lingsang Valley. He didn't take Xiaoli and Ziyu with him, but instead asked them to stay in Lingsang Valley to help Sangbo tend the orchard. The two returned to the area where the golden brown rice was planted. After nearly 20 days, the hillside where Wei Yi had cleared the land with his fist was now covered with grass and wildflowers. Without a close look, it was easy to see where a mountain had once been raised to the ground. Taoist Master Yapin helped weed, and Wei Yi improved the soil, manipulating the weather and rainfall to increase soil moisture. Once the soil was suitable for planting, Wei Yi sowed the golden brown rice seeds. Taoist Master Yapin also set up some formations around the field. These included devices to repel pests, maintain humidity, concentrate spiritual energy, and aid growth. Finally, a large, blinding array was set up to conceal the area. With these arrays, the field became like an automated irrigation and fertilization system, saving Wei Yi considerable trouble. It also ensured the seeds thrived. It had to be said that these cultivators' arrays were quite effective. But Wei Yi suddenly thought of something. He wondered if his penetrating skills could create a certain kind of array. For example, he could write directly on the land, good weather, fertile land, and a bountiful harvest. However, since Taoist Master Yapin had already set up the array, there was no need to add to it. Wei Yi and Taoist Master Yapin guarded the area for over 10 days, also driving away any birds and beasts within a 100-mile radius that might threaten the golden brown rice fields. Now, the golden brown rice seeds had already sprouted, producing seedlings. The survival rate was as high as 90%, and the growth was impressive, each one showing great tenacity. After more than 10 days of progress, Wei Yi's cultivation proficiency had reached the promotion standard. That night, after working on his fitness skills in his simple wooden hut, Wei Yi fell asleep and then upgraded his cultivation skills. With Master Pin by his side, he wasn't worried about any danger. As the upgrade began, a flood of information flooded Wei Yi's mind. When he awoke, it was already dawn. The distant chirping of birds echoed through the woods, and the entire mountain forest suddenly became lively. Wei Yi sat up from his wooden bed and stretched. New information began to surface in his mind, all related skills and magical powers gained from upgrading his cultivation skills to the 3rd level. This upgrade had granted Wei Yi a very useful and indeed extraordinary magical power. It was called transplanting flowers and grafting trees. This magical power, literally, is similar to grafting a branch from one plant onto another. However, the power it could unleash was far more powerful than grafting, even achieving effects similar to some of Wei Yi's genetic engineering techniques from his previous life. Genetic modification involves fusing gene fragments from one plant into the genetic sequence of another, thereby imparting certain functions and characteristics of the former. These traits can include impact resistance, drought tolerance, and high yield. Wei Yi's magical skill of grafting is even simpler and more powerful than genetic modification, yet far more powerful. He can directly fuse two or more different plants. This can be done in seed or plant form, partially or entirely. He can then easily combine, or even fuse the characteristics and functions of several plants to suit his needs. So, if he's willing to experiment, he could even make the old locust tree near his home produce golden brown rice grains the size of apples. Of course, this crude fusion might result in subtle changes in the flavor, texture, and properties of the golden brown rice, potentially affecting subsequent winner making and fermentation. But regardless, with this skill, he can transform the golden brown rice, at least making it more resilient and more productive. It's also more resistant to drought and pests, and less demanding on the environment. Of course, the most extraordinary aspect of this body is its ability to create new species. Although they were all plants, this world also contained many powerful ones. Some even became spirits through cultivation, like Sangbo. By grafting and fusing these powerful plants, perhaps even more powerful plant spirits could be created. Or perhaps Sangbo could even change his fate and gain even greater powers and talents. And this was just the beginning. Wei Yi was eager to see what magical powers his cultivation skills would unleash in the future. I wonder if I can even grow a plant. Wei Yi pondered wildly. Over the next few days, he began experiments. Using grafting, he modified several golden brown rice seedlings. The wealth of information Wei Yi gained from this advancement gave him a thorough understanding of most plants in the world. Much like the experience gained from tasting hundreds of herbs after his previous cooking skill advancement, it gave him a thorough understanding of the properties, flavors, textures, uses, and characteristics of most medicinal and food ingredients in the world. Wei Yi was therefore well versed in the diverse characteristics of the plants in the surrounding woods, easily selecting the ones he needed to fuse with his golden brown rice. Screening and combining new properties, Wei Yi would then make the golden brown rice more productive, more resilient, and have a shorter growth cycle. 10 days passed in a flash, and Wei Yi had completed his experiment. Only when the golden brown rice matured would he be able to confirm his success. It's almost time to go back. Wei Yi decided to return to King's House City with Taoist Master Yipin. After all, the first stage of fermentation for brewing the nectar was almost complete. Wei Yi summoned the white dragon and assigned it to guard the golden brown rice field. He also taught it telepathically how to care for and tend to the golden brown rice. The white dragon, already at the nascent soul stage, memorized this information almost instantly. Furthermore, the white dragon was skilled in controlling water and clouds, making it the perfect guardian. In the center of the Zixio continent, Xianshu Peak, this towering peak, reaching into the clouds, was the main peak of the Zixio Dao sect. The Zixio continent was named after the Zixio Dao sect, which was considered the foremost sect in the entire continent, and indeed the entire world. Rumor has it that 6 of their ancestors achieved immortality. The current sect leader, Xianzi, is also a Mahayana cultivator. The Mahayana realm is achieved by reaching perfection in the Daoist realm. After that, every 30, 60, and 90 years, one must survive 3 heavenly tribulations. One can ascend to the immortal realm and ascend to the celestial realm. However, a century has passed since Xianzi overcame his first tribulation, and the second has yet to arrive. Worried and anxious, Xianzi used the sect's heaven and earth stone to practice divination, seeking to understand the cause of his second tribulation. However, divination is a difficult and dangerous process. A single mistake could lead to the backlash of the heavenly Dao and the collapse of one's spiritual consciousness. Therefore, several Daoist elders of the Zixio Dao sect, who have reached the Daoist realm, are protecting him. Suddenly, the heavens and the earth shook violently, and the whole trembled. The heaven and earth stone, standing in the center of the purple sky hall, suddenly cracked. Xianzi, sitting cross-legged before it, seemed to be flung back by some invisible force. Sect Master, are you alright? The elder's faces paled, fearing that Xianzi would suffer a vengeance from the heavenly Dao. Xianzi steadied himself, his face pale and filled with horror as he gazed upon the heaven and earth stone. Seeing the vast crack in the stone, and recalling the hexagram he had just seen, his heart tightened in a wave of horror. That hexagram had just appeared, suggesting either a collapse of the Order of the Great Dao, or the imminent arrival of a great terror or a devastating catastrophe. Unfortunately, when he tried to make another accurate divination, he was forced back by some powerful force. The massive crack in the heaven and earth stone seemed to explain everything. Could this be the reason he hadn't yet encountered the second heavenly tribulation? If so, it was highly likely that the Order of the Great Dao was about to collapse. Whatever the calamity, it would be a calamity for this world. Xian Yunzi's heart trembled for a long time. Although he had long since renounced the mundane world, pursuing the path to immortality, this was, after all, where he had grown up and lived for over 1,000 years. Naturally, he couldn't bear to see this place suffer a catastrophe, the devastation of all living things. He also didn't want to see the Order of the Great Dao crumble, making ascension impossible. Master, can you please say something? Brother, what's wrong with you? Don't scare us. The elders asked worriedly, seeing Xian Yunzi lost in thought, his face solemn. I'm fine. I just need to recuperate. Xian Yunzi recovered and waved his hand. Hearing Xian Yunzi's words, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the master wasn't seriously injured, it was fine. Brother, what happened to you? An elder asked. Xian Yunzi sighed and shook his head, unsure of what to say. He paused before telling everyone what he had witnessed. Upon hearing this news, everyone's faces darkened, their gazes simultaneously directed at the cracks in the heaven and earth stone, a chill running through their hearts. Whether it was the collapse of the Order of the Great Dao or the arrival of some great terror, it would be a catastrophic disaster for cultivators like them who had reached the Dao realm. The great Dao they cultivated, the Daoist magic they mastered, might lose its former power, or even become completely ineffective. Let's hope it's just an ordinary catastrophe. Everyone prayed, but their hearts were far from at peace. After Wei Yi returned to King's House City, he quickly planted jade jing millet, and began brewing nectar. During Wei Yi's absence, Xiang Zujian, a princess of the Great Khan dynasty, arrived in King's House City and enrolled at the Confucian and Taoist Academy. She had become Wei Yi's student during his visit to the Great Khan dynasty and decided to follow him to study at the King's House Confucian and Taoist Academy. After all, she felt that studying there would offer her a brighter future. Most importantly, being close to Wei Yi would give her more opportunities to meet him, get close to him, and receive his guidance. If she could perform better and gain Wei Yi's appreciation, perhaps he would teach her everything in the future. However, Xiang Zujian was helping her father establish a Confucian and Taoist academy and promote Confucianism and Taoism in the country. Furthermore, Wei Yi was also going to Northern Yan, so she didn't go with him. A month ago, after finishing all her work, she immediately set off for King's House City and enrolled at the Confucian and Taoist Academy to begin her studies. Chapter 214 Fusion of the Power of the Demonic Cloudvine. Time passed, and, to Master Yipin's anticipation, the first jar of nectar was finally brewed. After several days of resting, the aroma seemed to penetrate the jar, filling the entire cellar with an intoxicating fragrance. The jar holding the wine was no ordinary jar, it was specially crafted by Wei Yi. This created a subtle interaction between the jar and the wine, imbuing the wine with a richer, fuller flavor. Master Yipin followed Wei Yi into the cellar, his eyes darting to the jar, his mouth watering. The moment Wei Yi opened the seal, a rich, mellow aroma filled his nostrils. The aroma alone was intoxicating, a wave of pleasure rising to the sky, a sense of exhilaration. With a sip of the nectar, the layers of aroma converged, weaving into an intoxicating, mellow fragrance, as if every taste bud, every cell in the body, were activated. A wave of pleasure instantly coursed through his body, leaving him feeling as if he were floating in the air. Fine wine. This is truly the finest wine on earth. Nectar and jade dew. So delicious. Taoist Master Yipin exclaimed excitedly, his demeanor evoking a feeling of intoxication. Wei Yi took a sip himself, and it was largely consistent with his memory of nectar and jade dew, though the taste would be even better if it were sealed a little longer. This whole jar of wine is yours, Wei Yi said with a smile. He wasn't a heavy drinker, and since he couldn't brew more nectar and jade dew anytime soon, he offered it all to Taoist Master Yipin. After all, the ingredients were provided by him, so he had to enjoy them to his heart's content. Then I won't hold you back. Taoist Master Yipin gave him a flattering smile. Then, without further ado, he picked up the wine gourd and waved it at the jar. The contents were instantly sucked into the gourd. The full jar of nectar and jade dew vanished in an instant, leaving only the aroma of wine lingering. Haha, I have to drink sparingly, or these days of waiting will be too hard. Taoist Master Yipin sniffed the aroma of wine emanating from the gourd, somewhat reluctant to drink. After all, even if he could still obtain the ingredients for brewing, it would still take time, not to mention the considerable time required to brew a single batch of nectar. However, once Wei Yi could mass produce these ingredients and expand production, there would be endless nectar. Taoist Master Yipin was very much looking forward to it. Meanwhile, the golden brown rice, jade millet, and crystal fruit had all been growing well. Beijiao, Sangbo, and the others were meticulously tending the fields and orchards, leaving Wei Yi with little need for any work. Furthermore, thanks to his telepathic connection with Beijiao and Xiaoli, Wei Yi could monitor the situation through their senses without even being present. His cultivation proficiency was also steadily increasing, and he was less than halfway to reaching the 4th level. Brother Wei, I'll go get some more ingredients for brewing wine. I'll come back with more this time. Taoist Master Yipin suddenly said. He wanted to drink such fine wine every day, and he felt a little embarrassed that Wei Yi had given him all the wine this time. Naturally, he would get some more ingredients for Wei Yi and leave some wine for him. Okay. Wei Yi knew it would take at least 2 years to grow enough ingredients. Golden brown rice and jade millet can produce within the same year, but crystal fruit will take at least 2 years to bloom and bear fruit after just planting. And the first fruiting season, a tree would probably only produce 1 or 2 fruits. Of course, he also needed to perform some grafting on the crystal fruit to improve it. This would shorten its fruiting cycle and increase its yield. This would also help him improve his proficiency. Wei Yi also found that his proficiency in grafting plants increased several times over when he used it. Before I leave, take me to Lingsang Valley, Wei Yi suddenly said. While he could certainly be fast, he couldn't match the speed of Taoist Master Yipin's ability to shrink the earth into an inch. No problem, let's go. Taoist Master Yipin said, leaving Wei Yi from the wine cellar and soaring into the sky. Then, using his ability to shrink the earth into an inch, he led Wei Yi to Lingsang Valley. After a short rest in Lingsang Valley, Taoist Master Yipin left. Over the next few days, Wei Yi began experimentally improving the crystal fruit. But that afternoon, the ground in Lingsang Valley suddenly shook, as if a terrestrial dragon was writhing. The vegetation on the distant hillside began to wither and die at a visible rate, as if devoured by something devouring its vitality. The entire hillside suddenly became lifeless, and many rare birds and animals fled. But just then, thick vines, like tentacles, erupted from the ground, instantly entangling the fleeing animals. Then, like a python hunting its prey, they strangled it tightly. The vine immediately sprouted numerous roots, piercing the animals' bodies and burrowing into their bodies, devouring their essence, blood, and vitality. Soon, the animals were reduced to mummified corpses. The eerie sight naturally caught the attention of Sangbo and Wei Yi. Oh no, is it the demon cloud vine? Sangbo immediately recognized the culprit and his expression changed dramatically. The demon cloud vine is one of the most terrifying plants in the world. It lacks inherent intelligence and lacks cultivation. However, it is inherently powerful. Its vines are incredibly tough and powerful, possessing exceptional growth potential and a terrifying devouring ability. Even cultivators at the divine transformation realm retreat when encountering it, daring not to engage it for too long. The demon cloud vine spends most of its time dormant within the netherworld. However, once revived, it devours life frantically, feeding on the essence, blood, and vitality of animals. Therefore, whenever the demon cloud vine appears, it inevitably causes devastation, transforming a once vibrant and productive area into a barren wasteland. Until they fall dormant again, this devastating disaster will cease. Fortunately, the demon cloud vine only awakens once every few hundred years, for only a few days each time, remaining largely dormant the rest of the time. But even these few days are enough to unleash a terrifying disaster. Wei Yi didn't bother to consider the nature of the demon cloud vine. He immediately drew his two swords, Ganjiang and Mo Yi, from his storage bag and charged forward. He didn't want the demon cloud vine to get close, or the crystal fruit he had painstakingly cultivated would be destroyed. With a single step, Wei Yi was naturally near the demon cloud vine. As if sensing the powerful vitality emanating from Wei Yi, all the surrounding demon cloud vines warmed towards him almost simultaneously, like flies smelling blood. The black vines, like giant black pythons, moved with incredible speed. Wei Yi, sword in hand, slashed left and right, severing the incoming demon cloud vine one after another. The demon cloud vine was incredibly tough. The sword's strike against it resonated with the sound of metal clashing, its entire blade vibrating constantly. However, from the severed vines, new ones immediately sprouted endlessly. Wei Yi knew the vine's regenerative abilities were terrifying, and he was only dealing with a few branches. If he couldn't find the main vine and destroy it, he'd be dead. And if other vines spread from underground to Lingsang Valley, all his efforts would be wasted. Seeing the demon cloud vine's formidable strength, Wei Yi frowned and immediately put away Ganjiang and Mo Yi. He then allowed the vines to pounce on him, entwining themselves. His immortal golden body was utterly unafraid of the demon cloud vine's devouring power, and its roots were powerless against his powerful body. Trying to devour his essence, blood, and vitality was impossible. However, Wei Yi wrapped his arms around the vines, and with a forceful push of his fingers, he plunged directly into them. Then, he exerted a sudden force. "Get over here!" Wei Yi shouted, and with all his might, he yanked with both hands. There was a roar of thunder and lightning. The ground, from near to far, rapidly exploded upwards, smoke and dust rising as Wei Yi tore the vines from the ground. He even pulled the vine itself, even its body, from a distance of 100 miles. In terms of sheer strength, Wei Yi was far superior to the demon cloud vine, and his mastery of power was unparalleled. This sudden burst of force tore the demon cloud vine up by its roots. For a moment, the vines danced wildly. The demon cloud vine's main body was a giant black vine resembling a dragon, with thousands of black vines extending from it, like a millipede. The sight was terrifying. The moment he saw the demon cloud vine's true form, Wei Yi shattered the vines that had entwined it. Then, with a roar, his body shot like a cannonball, instantly piercing through countless intertwined vines, and rushing close to the main body. With a single punch, Wei Yi sent the vine flying back into the distance. He wasn't sure if his single punch would be enough to kill the demon cloud vine. So, he planned to move the battle farther away, to avoid affecting Lingsang Valley. The demon cloud vine flew far out, its vines rapidly spreading downwards, attempting to grasp the ground, but they were unable to do so. Only after it had flown far enough did it re-enter the ground with its vines. Its structure was highly resistant to shock waves, allowing it to absorb most of the damage from the 5-direction violence, preventing it from being shattered. The demon cloud vine's main body attempted to burrow back into the ground, but Wei Yi's grip held it firmly, preventing it from moving. Seeing that his single punch wasn't enough to kill the demon cloud vine, Wei Yi immediately took out his brush and, with a flourish of ink, summoned wind and thunder. Suddenly, a violent gust of wind erupted between heaven and earth, the sky and earth changing color. Countless bolts of lightning instantly descended from the void, striking the demon cloud vine one after another. Under the thunder's impact, the demon cloud vine burst into flames, and countless vines began to wrap around its body, resisting the thunder and extinguishing the flames. But the thunder became even more powerful, enveloping the entire demon cloud vine. It was as if a prison of 10,000 thunders had formed, trapping the demon cloud vine within, bombarding and burning it frantically. Finally, the demon cloud vine could no longer bear the weight, and all its vines were shattered, its body ablaze. Finally, under the thunder's bombardment and burning, it was completely reduced to ash, and the ground was covered with broken vines. After killing the demon cloud vine, Wei Yi casually picked up a broken vine, and an idea came to his mind. If I use the magical power of grafting to fuse this vine with Sangbo's body, wouldn't that also allow Sangbo to gain some of the demon cloud vine's abilities, such as its toughness comparable to the 9-beaded sword, its immense devouring power, and its regenerative abilities? Wei Yi thought to himself. Without further ado, he immediately took a section of the demon cloud vine and quickly flew back to Lingsang Valley. Meanwhile, Sangbo, Xiaoli, and Ziyu were guarding the crystal orchard, their faces filled with worry as they gazed into the distance. Seeing Wei Yi return, the three breathed a sigh of relief, smiles breaking across their faces. It was clear that Wei Yi had repelled the demon cloud vine, perhaps even slain it. Master, how's it going? Did you get rid of the demon cloud vine? Xiaoli asked hurriedly. Yes, I burned it to ash, Wei Yi said with a smile. He immediately approached Sangbo and said, Sangbo, do you wish to acquire the power of the demon cloud vine? Huh. Sangbo was stunned for a moment, then nodded heavily. Looking at Wei Yi excitedly, he said, of course, sir. Do you have a solution? Transform back into your true form as a mulberry tree, and I'll give you a stroke of luck, Wei Yi said with a smile. Sangbo didn't waste any time. He immediately reached the hillside across the river and transformed back into his true form, transforming into an old mulberry tree with sparse leaves, taking root there. Using a technique called transplantation, Wei Yi inserted the demon cloud vine directly into the mulberry tree's trunk. He then selected the best abilities and attributes of the demon cloud vine and transferred them to the tree. The old mulberry tree instantly came to life. Its branches began to transform, becoming stronger and stronger, and many new leaves instantly sprouted. Numerous vines sprouted from the upper branches, like tentacles, freely controlled by Sangbo. Furthermore, Sangbo felt his roots absorb nutrients from the soil to a greater extent, absorbing the free energy and vitality of the surrounding universe. His entire body possessed an extraordinary growth capacity, allowing even severed branches and leaves to instantly regenerate. Furthermore, a new ability, the ability of devouring, emerged in his mind. He could, at any time, devour the vitality of other plants and creatures, transforming it into his own nourishment, strengthening his body and strength. However, he knew he couldn't devour vitality carelessly, otherwise he would become no different from the demon cloud vine. This devouring ability should be used with caution. However, it could become a powerful killing move and a means of survival. With sufficient vitality, he could possess a near-infinite lifespan. Sangbo transformed into a human once again, but he looked much younger. Black hair had sprouted among his previously white hair, and his skin had become plump and smooth. He seemed completely reborn. He felt his perception and connection with the forces of heaven and earth had become extremely strong, making it easier to absorb and control them. He raised his hands, and his fingers instantly transformed into vines, wrapping around a huge rock in front of him. He lifted it high, then easily crushed it. The overwhelming force filled Sangbo with excitement. He felt as if his strength had multiplied several times. His cultivation had advanced from the early nascent soul stage to the middle stage. Most importantly, this body now possessed an immense upper limit, allowing him to become even stronger in the future. He seemed poised to reach the spiritual transformation and instructional realms. Thank you so much, young master. Your kindness is so great that I cannot repay you. I wish to serve you like a slave for eternity to repay you. Sangbo knelt down and kowtowed, his expression filled with emotion. He was truly grateful to Wei Yi. He knew that without this blessing from Wei Yi, with his aptitude, he would have reached the end of the early nascent soul stage. He would have one day become a withered old mulberry tree, or perhaps even become material for a cultivator's refining. But now, Wei Yi had given him a new lease on life, allowing him to have a brighter future. Chapter 215, Comprehensive Upgrade. The road to invincibility opens. Wei Yi used fragments of the demon cloud vine to experimentally modify the crystal fruit, imbuing it with greater vitality and the ability to absorb nutrients for growth. This significantly boosted the growth and survival rate of the crystal fruit, while also shortening its growth cycle. The crystal fruit modified by Wei Yi grew much faster, becoming small trees over 2 meters tall in less than a month. The unmodified crystal fruit, on the other hand, was only a little over 1 meter tall. During this month, Wei Yi's cultivation skill advanced another level, now reaching the 4th level. With this upgrade, Wei Yi gained a new magical power, known as vitality. As the name suggests, this power harnesses the vital energy of heaven and earth, and bestows it upon plants or animals. It can be used to aid plant growth and cure plant diseases, as well as enhance vitality and prolong life in humans and animals, allowing wounds to heal faster and recover from illnesses. While it can't cure all ailments, it's still a healing power. When Wei Yi returned to King's House City from Lingsang Valley, it was already the scorching summer heat. Today, King's House City is increasingly prosperous and bustling, with a population nearly 50% larger than before. Many wealthy families from outside have settled in King's House. Naturally, the city's economy has boomed, and commerce is flourishing. Thanks to Wei Yi's presence, the business environment is exceptionally favorable. King's House City today is even more prosperous than during the peak years of the Great Yan Dynasty. Throughout the entire Great Yan Dynasty, only the capital can rival it. The city has been completely transformed, with few vacant homes remaining, having been purchased by wealthy families from outside. Shachen even bought the house that once housed Liu Fugi at a low price, intending to renovate it as his wedding home with Han Kaiyang. After the renovation, the house has been transformed, with the courtyard ablaze with flowers and a vibrant atmosphere. Nearby, the vacant houses have also been purchased at low prices by Shachen's friends in the Xiangsha Alliance, who have settled down and become his neighbors. After all, now that the Xianren cult had been destroyed, most members of the Xiangsha Alliance had returned to normal life. On this day, Shachen and Han Qiang finally married. On their wedding day, nearly all of the Xiangsha Alliance's vice leaders and supporters were present to congratulate them. Wei Yi also prepared generous gifts for Shachen, many of which were rare treasures he had collected during his travels, including some top-tier martial arts techniques. Of course, the most precious gift was the amulet Wei Yi had inscribed with exquisite precision for the couple. At the wedding, Shachen, once a man who shed blood but not tears, wept like a child. Many of Shachen's acquaintances couldn't help but tear up. They all knew that it wasn't easy for Shachen and Han Qiang to be together. Once, Shachen believed he didn't deserve happiness. He was burdened with the revenge of his master and brothers, and the mission of eradicating the Xianren cult. He didn't deserve love or a family. Moreover, Han Qiang, like him, also had a mission to fulfill, and her life could be lost at any moment. For them, ordinary life was a luxury. Yet, now, after all the hardships, they had finally seen their happy return, waiting for the clouds to disperse and spring to bloom. They had finally seen the light of day, finally able to live like normal people, marry, have children, and live an ordinary happy life. Time flew by, the seasons changed, and in those peaceful days, time seemed to pass by very quickly. In the blink of an eye, a year had quietly passed. It was another midsummer, and King's House City had undergone tremendous changes, becoming like another capital. The original Confucian Academy had also transformed, now more than doubled in size, with magnificent buildings and a large student population. Over 100 students had now become scholars, possessing the ability to harness the power of ink and brush, allowing them to wield their brushes with brilliant strokes. More than a dozen had reached the level of Jun, becoming the backbone of the academy. Some of these students chose to continue on the path of the imperial examinations. Some focused on Confucianism, hoping to become Grand Secretary of a Confucian Academy. Furthermore, the imperial examination system of the Great Yan Dynasty was undergoing changes, no longer focusing solely on literary examinations, but also taking into account Confucian attainments. After assisting Emperor Yansheng for a year, Du Shaoling and Su Zhe also chose to retire from officialdom and return to the Confucian Academy, hoping to continue their Confucian work and spread it throughout the country. After all, the court was now stable, and they had trained a group of younger, more talented, and virtuous individuals who could better assist Emperor Yansheng in governing the country. Furthermore, only when these veterans retired would opportunities be given to the newcomers. Otherwise, without a path for advancement for the young, the court would become stagnant. Construction on Wei Yi's palace was nearing completion. Most of the buildings, structures, and gardens were complete. Only a few peripheral structures for servants, as well as some gardens and pavilions, remained. Therefore, Wei Yi's entire family had moved into the palace, as the remaining construction would not affect their lives. Inside the palace, Meng Shulian and two maids arrived at the lakeside pavilion. Zhao Jinsi was painting in the pavilion. Seeing Meng Shulian approach, she immediately stood up, bowed, and said with a smile, Sister, you're here. Wei Yi had married Zhao Jinsi a month earlier. After all, he and Wei Yi had long been married, each considered a soulmate and confidant. Naturally, Wei Yi had to give her a proper status by marrying her. Meng Shulian had long known about Wei Yi and Zhao Jinsi's relationship, and Wei Yi had kept nothing from her. Meng Shulian didn't mind it at all. After all, that was the custom of that era and world. As a vassal king, it was perfectly normal for Wei Yi to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Furthermore, he was a peerless master, someone even the emperor honored with the title teacher. Even after becoming Wei Yi's wife, she didn't become so arrogant as to believe that Wei Yi would marry and love only her for the rest of his life. She considered marrying Wei Yi a blessing earned through 3 lifetimes, and she didn't dare to ask for more. Furthermore, Wei Yi didn't distance himself from her or neglect her because of marrying Zhao Jinsi. In fact, he cared for her even more than before, cherishing her even more. Zhao Jinsi was also well educated, considerate, and extremely respectful to her, and the two of them got along very well. Sometimes they would serve Wei Yi together, and Wei Yi would not neglect one for the other. They even unlocked more fun, and their days were happy and fulfilling. What are you drawing? Meng Shulian glanced at Zhao Jinsi's sketchpad, and couldn't help but exclaim, "You draw so well, little sister." Meng Shulian admired Zhao Jinsi's talent from the bottom of her heart, but she wasn't jealous, as she had her own talents. "You're too kind, sister. It's just a casual drawing. By the way, I just made some snacks. Let's eat together." Meng Shulian waved to the maids behind her, and they immediately took some exquisite snacks from the basket and placed them on the table. Each snack was like a fine work of art, both beautiful and delicious, something Zhao Jinsi couldn't make. Zhao Jinsi didn't hesitate, picking up a delicate pastry and taking a sip. "This is so delicious." Meng Shulian and Zhao Jinsi ate their pastry together, gazing at the shimmering waters of the lake. Not far away, on the grass, several cats rolled around in the sun. In another garden in the palace, Wei King and Su Lingyan were petting cats. Wei Tieshan and Wei Zhu, restless, were inspecting shops throughout the city. Meanwhile, Wei Yi sat in the sky above King's Hao City, surveying the entire city and painting with his brush. He admired the bustling scene and vibrant atmosphere of King's Hao City these days. So, these past few days, when he had nothing else to do, he would soar into the air and paint, hoping to capture the city in the height of summer. But today, he was painting to use his magical power, painting the border and ink guarding, to protect the entire city. This painting the border and ink guarding was a powerful ability Wei Yi had recently acquired when his painting skill reached the 6th level. It had 2 main powers. The so-called drawing territory involves using this magical power to create a painting, allowing one to directly draw a territory. The area he draws merges with his painting, becoming his own territory. This territory becomes Wei Yi's domain, and the forces and laws of nature within it are freely controlled by Wei Yi. For example, after he completes the drawing territory on the entire city of King's Hao, it becomes like his painting, which he can modify and create at will. If he draws dark clouds in his painting, King's Hao will be shrouded in dark clouds. If he draws stars, the entire city will instantly be plunged into darkness, with a sky filled with stars. If he erases a building, it will disappear. Redraw it, and it will reappear. Even people within the city can be made to vanish or instantly appear in any corner of the city. Wei Yi can even directly warp space and teleport within the city, making anyone in the city appear before him instantly. He can also make the entire city disappear from this world. The ink guarding magical power grants this territory a powerful defense. Protected by the energy of brush and ink, it can withstand external attacks, forming a defensive capability similar to a large formation. This magical power is both extremely powerful and extremely fun. If Wei Yi completes the entire painting, he will be able to truly protect the entire city. No one will be able to surpass him and harm King's Hao. However, the use of this magical power consumes a tremendous amount of brush and ink energy. Wei Yi can currently only depict King's Hao City. If he were to depict the entire Great Yan dynasty, he would probably exhaust all his brush and ink energy. Of course, if the enemy is far superior to Wei Yi in terms of Dao realm and strength, they could still forcibly harm this territory. But with Wei Yi's current strength, few in the world can threaten him. Over the past year, Wei Yi has not only improved his painting skills, but also gradually upgraded his other skills. Skills like blacksmithing and farming have even increased by 2 levels. Wei Yi also gradually acquired numerous powerful magical powers, significantly increasing his strength. When his blacksmithing skill reached the 5th level, Wei Yi gained the magical power known as 8-direction fierce shock, along with numerous and powerful forging techniques. This so-called 8-direction fierce shock is an upgraded version of the 5-direction fierce shock, doubling its power. Its powerful vibrations are enough to pulverize even the most stubborn stone. Upon reaching the 6th level, he directly gained the method for refining spiritual artifacts and the magical power known as Origin Hammer technique. This Origin Hammer technique can be used to refine artifacts, removing impurities from materials, and purifying them to their optimal state, even returning all materials to their original state. If used in battle, this Origin Hammer technique can reduce everything to dust and nothingness. A single blow of the hammer could annihilate an entire city, causing it to vanish into thin air. This magical power also embodies the laws of heaven and earth, and the true meaning of the law of birth and death. His cooking skill has now reached the 7th level. Wei Yi directly gained an incredible magical power, heaven and earth as a stove. This magical power, as the name suggests, uses the heavens and the earth as a furnace, controlling the fires of heaven and earth, to cook all things in the world. If Wei Yi so desired, he could even use this power to cook all living things in an area as food, extracting all the essence he desired, and condensing it into food for consumption. Wei Yi felt that this magical power was comparable to immortal arts. If he were to encounter the demon Cloudvine again now, using heaven and earth as a furnace to cook and eat, it would likely replenish his vitality. Of course, Wei Yi had no shortage of vitality now. His fitness skill had also advanced to the 8th level, and his body had undergone another transformation, becoming the sun's sacred body. His body was as vibrant as the sun, eternal and inextinguishable. The true yang energy within his body had also been further enhanced, transforming into the true fire of the sun. Wei Yi could even transform his body into a blazing sun. If combined with the magical power of heaven and earth as a stove, he could cook almost anything in the world. Even powerful beings at the Daoist realm could be cooked by him. Like his fitness skill, his writing skill had also advanced to the 8th level. After his promotion, Wei Yi gained a magical power known as elimination. This power also embodies the true meaning of the Dao of life and death. With a single stroke, an opponent's attack vanishes. Any attack can be annihilated with a single stroke. Even if he is willing to expend sufficient ink energy to defy the laws of heaven and earth, Wei Yi can even wipe out powerful beings of equal strength from this world, reducing them to nothingness. Furthermore, his winner making and bedroom skills have both advanced to the 6th level, and his beast taming skills to the 7th level. Wei Yi feels that his current strength is at the pinnacle of this world. Of course, Su Lingyan has also seen a tremendous improvement in her cultivation and strength over the past year. This girl, with almost no training, has already reached the late nascent soul stage. It's likely she'll soon reach the spiritual transformation stage. Considering that throughout Zhuangya province, there are hardly any native spiritual transformation masters. Furthermore, her advancement from an ordinary person to the late nascent soul stage in just over a year is truly astonishing. Even Gu Yu, who was cultivating in the beast taming space, was far behind. Gu Yu had already entered the nascent soul realm, and through the cultivation of the heavenly fox divine art, his body had undergone a transformation. Juzi had also entered the golden core realm from the foundation establishment realm. Meng Shuyan and Zhao Jinxiai, due to their dual cultivation with Wei Yi, had also entered the foundation establishment realm, possessing a certain degree of self-protection. As for second uncle, second aunt, and Wei King, although they had no cultivation, and were unable to cultivate, they were nourished by the medicinal food cooked by Wei Yi and the nectar dew he brewed. Their bodies had become extremely powerful, and even Wei King could now easily lift hundreds of pounds with one hand. As for Shi Tao, he automatically generated blood and energy under the nourishment of the nectar dew, and then began to practice martial arts. He was now almost at the level of a 7th grade warrior. Thank you brothers for your monthly tickets. Chapter 216 My Territory, My Rules. Wei Yi hovered in mid-air, using his magical power of drawing the border and marking it with ink. to meticulously depict every brick and tile, every blade of grass and tree, every inch of land, every building, every person in King's House City, all within his scroll. Wisps of ink gathered at the tip of his brush, and the power of heaven and earth merged with it, as if transforming into some kind of law of nature. To others, Wei Yi's scroll was merely a painting, but to Wei Yi, the scene was dynamic, like a live video stream, an exact replica of the real scene, every detail vivid. Moreover, whenever he wished, he could switch perspectives at will. He could take a bird's eye view or observe closely. He could even hear every conversation, every subtle sound, if he wished. He felt as if he were the master of this territory. Wei Yi suddenly thought of another brilliant use for this magical power, to create his own private garden. By dividing a beautiful land into boundaries, he could transform it into his own territory. At that point, he could freely modify the soil, climate, rainfall, temperature, and more within the area, making it spring-like year-round. He could even modify specific conditions for different crops, to meet their specific growth needs. He could also observe and understand the growth status of each plant at any time and from anywhere. He could easily retrieve plants without worrying about distance. He could even hide them. After demarcating the land and dividing the territory, that area became his own private space, like creating a magical spatial artifact. It was incredibly convenient. Once I finish drawing King's House City, I'll go draw Lingsang Valley. Wei Yi thought to himself. The crystal fruit trees in Lingsang Valley are already bearing abundant fruit. Wei Yi's improved crystal fruit trees have increased their yield several times over, and their growth cycle has been shortened. The first harvest of crystal fruit will be ready this autumn. Wei Yi's cultivation skills have now reached the 6th level. Upon reaching the 5th level, he gained a magical power called Dead Trees Come Back to Life, which has the power to bring the dead back to life. It's an advanced magical power that embodies vitality. It can revive any dead plant and even the dying. After reaching the 6th level, Wei Yi gained a magical power called Fallen Leaves Return to Their Roots. This power's power differs somewhat from its name. While superficially purporting to return to the origin, its true purpose is the evolution of life. Each time a leaf returns to its roots, it represents a rebirth of life. This evolution differs from grafting and incorporating the abilities and characteristics of other plants. Rather, it involves a metamorphosis within the plant's own life, a qualitative leap. This is similar to Guyu's evolution from an ordinary fox demon to a celestial fox. Through these repeated returns to their roots, this rebirth of life can transform a weed into a celestial elixir. Wei Yi used this magical power to perform a rebirth on Sangbo. Although Sangbo has now transformed back into a mulberry tree and is temporarily unable to transform into a human form, his cultivation has already reached the divine transformation realm. After several days of hard work, Wei Yi finally completed his painting of the entire King's House City. King's House City now essentially belonged to Wei Yi's private domain, and everything here was under his unfettered control. With a thought, Wei Yi arrived at West Lake, vanishing again and reappearing at the Confucian and Taoist Academy in King's House City. The sound of recitation echoed throughout the halls, and on the playground, senior students demonstrated their brilliant brushwork to younger students, leaving the younger students envious. Wei Yi took another step, but returned to the palace. With a wave of his hand, the scroll appeared before him, his gaze instantly fixed on Guo Pixiu. He was currently conversing with several young men in a tea house. That nectar and jade dew is real immortal wine, not something from this mortal world. It tastes 10,000 times better than Lanling wine. No, even 1,000,000 times more. That taste, wow, how can I put it? As the saying goes, to hear the truth in the morning and die in the evening is enough. This nectar and jade dew is such a good thing that, if you are lucky enough to have a sip in the morning, you won't feel any regrets, even if you die in the evening. Of course, you won't die from drinking this wine, and a glass of this immortal wine can prolong your life. I recently made a breakthrough in my cultivation, because I drank that nectar and jade dew. Guo Pixiu said with a beaming eyebrow. The young masters around him were envious, and some couldn't help swallowing their saliva. How enviable. Yes, if I could taste it, I'd die without regrets. Don't dream. This immortal wine isn't available to everyone. Even the princes don't qualify. If young Master Wei and I weren't sworn brothers, I wouldn't have the chance to taste it. Wei Yi smiled at the boastful Guo, not taking it too seriously. After all, that was just his nature. With a thought, the smug Guo vanished from the tea house and reappeared before Wei Yi. Guo's vision blurred, and when he regained consciousness, he was startled to find Wei Yi standing before him. He glanced around, stunned to discover he had inexplicably ended up in the palace. Wei, brother Wei, what's going on? Guo's face was filled with astonishment, bewildered, unsure of his whereabouts. He'd just been bragging talking in the tea house, so why was he suddenly here? Nothing, I just asked you to come over for a cup of tea, Wei Yi said with a smile. Inwardly, he thought to himself how useful this magical power was. Sending someone to him was as easy as taking something from a bag. Oh, yes. Guo nodded. Inside the Wei Yi Imperial Palace, the sun blazed brightly, but inside the palace, it felt like winter. The air was icy and biting, the chill oppressive. Countless mats of icicles pierced the ground in front of the hall, reflecting the blazing sun and emitting a dazzling light, like strands of crystal. Beneath many of the icicles lay corpses, pinned to the ground, their bodies frozen before their blood could flow. Some were frozen within the massive ice. A man, clad in an ice blue Taoist robe and radiating a chilling aura, hovered in midair. His hair, white as snow, fluttered in the wind. His face was pale, his cheeks as white as a snow sculpture, terrifyingly pale. Behind him followed a muscular bald man. In front of the hall, Emperor Baking, flanked by several guards, gazed with terror at the two men in midair. With the palace's most powerful warriors dead, his guards were no match for them. Their strength was unfathomable, far surpassing even a first-rank warrior. Perhaps they were the legendary cultivators of the divine transformation realm. Such a formidable being truly possessed the power to overthrow their dynasty. At that moment, the white-haired man in an ice blue Taoist robe suddenly turned his gaze upon Emperor Baking. The terrifying pressure instantly pinned him to the ground. Simultaneously, a bone-chilling chill enveloped him. Emperor Baking and his guards were frozen in place, transformed into ice sculptures. Having eliminated them all, the white-haired man swung his hand, and a massive blade descended, cleaving the entire hall in two. A massive crack opened up in the ground. The white-haired man flew into the fissure, a broken golden lotus platform appearing in his hand. The lotus platform was only half, engraved with countless ancient characters, and radiating a faint golden glow. As the man deepened into the fissure, the lotus platform in his hand vibrated, and from the darkness deep underground, a golden light slowly emerged. The white-haired man grasped with his mighty hand, and the golden light flew out, instantly merging into the lotus platform in his hand. Suddenly, another piece of the broken lotus platform appeared in his hand. We are just missing one last piece. Let's go to the Great Yan Dynasty. A smile curved the white-haired man's lips. He could sense that the last piece lay within the Great Yan Dynasty. As long as they followed this induction, they would find the last piece of the lotus platform. There's really no one in this Zuanaya continent who can fight, the bald man said with a scornful smile. The spiritual energy here is so thin that no powerful beings can emerge. The nascent soul realm is already the limit. Any spiritual transformation realm cultivator could run rampant here, the white-haired man said. But the spiritual energy here is so thin, so why are there so many powerful magical weapons hidden here? The bald man asked. I've read in ancient texts that this place seemed to be a battlefield between immortals and demons in ancient times. The countless broken magical weapons are likely left behind from that time. That great war must have damaged the spiritual veins here. Furthermore, the many broken spiritual instruments and immortal treasures left behind at that time absorb spiritual energy. Even some of the remaining great formations are constantly draining the spiritual veins, causing the spiritual energy here to become so thin. I see. But then, wouldn't that mean there are countless magical weapons hidden deep beneath the earth of this continent? Well, perhaps, but obtaining them is not easy. Our luck in obtaining this lotus platform is already a great opportunity. If it were that easy to obtain, those old men on the Zixio continent would have already taken action long ago. As the two spoke, they had already flown into the Great Yan Dynasty. To the west, the white-haired man sensed it, and then continued flying west with the bald man. They sped along, and before sunset, they finally arrived above King's House City. This is it. The white-haired man again took out the lotus platform and carefully sensed it. His target gradually became clearer, and his sights fell on the location of the Jingan Palace. I didn't expect it to be so lively here. The bald man observed the bustling streets below with interest. There's actually a cultivator in the late nascent soul realm here. The white-haired man's spiritual sense swept across the city, immediately spotting Sulingayan, the highest level cultivator. It doesn't matter. Even if she's at the spiritual transformation realm, she's no match for the two of us. The bald man said with a smile, unconcerned. The white-haired man's spiritual sense carefully observed Sulingayan, and his eyes flashed. He thought to himself, this little girl has a very special aura. And in this place with so little spiritual energy, reaching the late nascent soul realm at such a young age is truly extraordinary. I guess I'll have to take her with me before I leave. The white-haired man thought to himself, and with a flash of his body, he instantly arrived above the Jingan Palace. However, he was unaware that Wei Yi had instantly detected the two men as they soared into the skies above King's House City. After all, the entire city was now protected by the magical power of drawing the border and ink guarding. Therefore, the moment these two powerful auras intruded upon this border, their defense mechanisms were activated. Wei Yi instantly sensed something amiss, and, with a wave of his hand, unfurled the scroll before his eyes, revealing the two figures. Geo Pixie, who had already departed, and Wei Yi, enjoying his leisurely home, was surprised to be disturbed by these two uninvited guests. Wei Yi was quite surprised. Besides the fact that the two men looked unkind, he had also clearly heard their conversation. It was clear they were up to no good. As expected, the two figures in the image had already arrived above Prince Jingan's mansion. Inside, everyone watched the two figures suddenly appear from the sky, their eyes filled with fear. Prince Jingan and the old prince also emerged from their rooms. The warriors gathered around them, their hands grasping their swords at their waists, but fear welled in their hearts. The aura emanating from the two men gave them the feeling of being crushed by a mountain. It was clear they were no match for them. What may I ask of you, masters? Prince Jingan Zaoshi remained calm, clasping his fists, and asking with neither servility nor arrogance. But the white-haired man, without a word, erupted in a whirlwind of cold energy from his hands, sending a chilling chill through the air above the palace. Immediately, a piercing sound echoed, and a cloud of icy shards shot down at breakneck speed. Zaoshi's expression dropped. He was about to draw his sword to block it, but suddenly, a curtain of light appeared before him, instantly blocking all the icy shards. Bang, 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 countless icy shards shattered. The white-haired man frowned, and before he could comprehend the curtain of light, several chains flew out of thin air, instantly binding him and the bald man. The surrounding space distorted, squeezing their bodies, as if to tear them apart. What's going on? The white-haired man, shocked, tried to break free, but found it impossible. He clearly sensed no masters above the spiritual transformation realm, but where did such overwhelming power come from? A golden glow emanated from the bald man, as he desperately struggled to break free from the pressure and pull of space. But just then, a figure appeared out of nowhere before them. It was Wei Yi. Who are you? Wei Yi asked coldly. The white-haired man, upon seeing Wei Yi, was even more astonished. The man's cultivation was clearly only at the golden core realm, so how could he possess such formidable power? Perhaps he was hiding his abilities, but how could someone more powerful than them exist in a place like Zhuanao province? The white-haired man didn't respond. A chill surged through him, the temperature plummeting, and the wind biting his bones. An ice dragon materialized from thin air, instantly swooping down towards Wei Yi. Wei Yi, however, remained composed. With a flick of his brush, the man's painstakingly constructed ultimate move vanished in a single stroke. This scene completely stunned the white-haired man. His own nice soul technique had been so easily undone by this man. Who on earth was this man? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217. It's an immortal weapon. I'll give you one last chance. Tell me, who are you, and what are you doing here? Wei Yi demanded coldly. The white-haired man and the bald man tried to struggle, but they found the squeezing and twisting force of the space around them intensifying. They couldn't break free, their bodies aching with excruciating pain, their bones feeling as if they were being crushed. Seeing the two men refuse to answer, Wei Yi waved his brush, and the void suddenly split open, splitting the bald man's body in two. The shrill roar frightened the white-haired man's face, and he was filled with fear. The other man's strength was at least at the Mahayana stage, and the Dao realm was simply beyond his reach. He was only at the peak of the spiritual transformation stage, having only just begun to glimpse the Dao's path, and had yet to fully master the Dao's laws. He had never expected to encounter such a powerful being here. I say, Immortal, spare me. I'm from Huaxia Dao's Hao, and I'm the Grand Elder of the Zuanming sect, Jinmingzi. I'm here to search for the fragments of a divine artifact, the white-haired man said hurriedly, looking at Wei Yi with fear. What immortal artifact? Wei Yi asked again. The white-haired man named Jiu Mingzi immediately offered up the broken lotus platform and said, this is it. I'm willing to give it to the immortal master. I beg you to show me mercy and spare me. I swear I will never set foot here again. The moment the lotus platform appeared, Wei Yi saw another golden thread fly out of his body and entwine around it. This other golden thread connected to the ancestral hall of the royal palace. Wei Yi had previously investigated the source of the golden thread and found it in the royal palace's ancestral hall. He also had a vague feeling that it was deep underground. Although Wei Yi was curious about what it was, he knew that it was the Zhao family ancestral hall, so he didn't dare to investigate further. He feared that disturbing their foundation would affect the family's fortune. After all, he had the system, so he didn't care about treasures or opportunities. So he let it go. But today, he got the answer. It was the broken lotus platform. Although he had no idea what this lotus platform was, or why it resonated with the golden light within the forest of ink and brush, just as Wei Yi grasped it, the ground within the Jingan Palace suddenly began to shake again, as if its tsunamis were tumbling. Everyone within the palace gasped in surprise, and slight cracks appeared in the ground. Wei Yi, observing this, waved his brush, and the entire palace appeared in mid-air. A huge depression appeared where the palace had once stood, its soil still vibrating. Soon, the soil began to slowly surge upward, as if something enormous was about to burst forth. Seeing the entire palace simply transported into the air, Jiu Ming's eyes widened. His worldview shattered, and he stood stunned and horrified. What kind of magical power could have accomplished this? To transport the entire palace intact and unharmed? Even a Mahayana cultivator couldn't pull it off. Wasn't this some kind of magical art? But no one within the palace noticed anything unusual. The only unusual thing was that Wei Yi and the white-haired man, who had been suspended in mid-air, had vanished. After all, the ground was already shaking, and since they were inside the palace, they needed a reference point to observe movement. Their only reference points were the surrounding buildings. Therefore, they were unaware of the entire palace's sudden shift into mid-air. A few higher level cultivators, like Prince Jingan and the old prince, vaguely sensed the anomaly, while the rest remained unaware. Prince Jingan, the old prince, and the others quickly leaped to the highest building in the palace, only to discover with shock that the entire palace was suspended in mid-air. Oh my god. What the hell is happening? Zhao Shi exclaimed. The old prince, Zhao Yingxing, was also stunned, completely bewildered. Meanwhile, the city's inhabitants were also in shock, gasping in wonder at the massive black figure that had suddenly appeared in the sky. But what happened next was even more astonishing. A gigantic figure soared into the sky from the palace's location. It was a massive golden dragon. The enormous dragon circled in the air, its roar shaking the heavens, before finally soaring towards Wei Yi. Wei Yi gazed at the dragon, astonished. He hadn't expected such a massive being to be hidden beneath the palace. He felt fortunate he had sent the Jingan Palace aloft, otherwise it would have been largely destroyed. However, Wei Yi could also discern that the dragon was likely a spirit of the magical weapon, not a true dragon. After the dragon flew in front of Wei Yi, it opened its mouth and spewed out a golden lampstand. This lampstand then instantly merged with the broken lotus pedestal in Wei Yi's hand. Wei Yi then realized that the original lotus pedestal was merely the base of the precious lotus lantern. The true main structure lay beneath the palace. After the golden lotus lantern merged, a golden glow shone upon it, and the faint sound of countless chanting filled the air, filling the air with awe. The golden dragon roared, then transformed into a streak of golden light, landing on the lampstand, and becoming the wick of the precious lotus lantern. It turned out that the golden distance was actually the wick of the precious lotus lantern. At that moment, Wei Yi felt the golden light within him automatically flow out, merging into the lampstand, and transforming into lamp oil. The wick of the precious lotus lantern also ignited a golden flame, emitting a soft golden glow. Waves of rich spiritual energy instantly emanated, tinging the surrounding air with a golden glow. Nourished by this spiritual energy, Wei Yi's clothes seemed to breathe, to come alive. This treasure can transform the golden light within me into spiritual energy. Wei Yi exclaimed in delight. The golden light within his forest of ink and brush was endless and inexhaustible. As long as someone recited his poems, resonated with them, expressed their aspirations, worshipped them, and believed in them, a constant flow of golden light would be generated. And now, that golden light had transformed into a blazing golden sun, endlessly reborn and inexhaustible. Therefore, Wei Yi didn't care that the treasure lotus lantern used its own golden light. Rather, its ability to transform that golden light into spiritual energy would be far more effective. You must know that all cultivators in this world cannot do without spiritual energy, even warriors. While warriors cultivate blood and ki, the source of blood and ki is also spiritual energy, just in another form. All rare and exotic animals, all natural treasures, and even magical artifacts with spiritual power all rely on the nourishment of spiritual energy. Spiritual energy can be said to be the very source of life, the energy source upon which all things in the universe depend for survival. If spiritual energy becomes too thin, cultivators will be unable to cultivate, and the world will enter the age of Dharma decline, ultimately becoming a world of low martial arts. If spiritual energy were completely depleted, the entire world would likely lose its vitality, the order of the Great Dao would collapse, and ultimately, it would be completely destroyed. On the other hand, places with abundant spiritual energy breed numerous natural treasures and powerful individuals. This is like the difference between Zhou and Niaozhou, home to the Great Yan dynasty, and the Zixio continent. It's also like the difference between this mortal world and the legendary immortal realm. While the spiritual energy emitted by this treasure lotus lantern wasn't enough to raise the spiritual energy concentration of the entire world, it was definitely enough to increase it in a small area. Yes, I could use this treasure lotus lantern to create a treasured immortal land. Yes, transform Lingsang Valley into one. Wei Yi thought to himself. He could divide Lingsang Valley into his own territory. Then, he could place this treasure lotus lantern within it, continuously emitting rich spiritual energy to nourish the valley. This would slowly nurture it into a treasured immortal land, nurturing even more natural treasures and rare and exotic animals. It would also promote the growth and transformation of crops he planted, aiding his plant transformation. Furthermore, he could also allow his family to live there. Nourished by this spiritual energy, even without cultivation, their bodies would continuously transform and grow stronger. If they practiced, they would definitely achieve twice the result with half the effort. Of course, he believed the treasure lotus lantern's purpose wasn't so simple. It could potentially be used in combat, or for other purposes, which required further research. In short, it was undoubtedly an extraordinary treasure. So this is what it really looks like. Seeing the golden lotus lantern in Wei Yi's hand, Jiu Ming's eyes widened, their gaze blazing with excitement. He hadn't imagined that this magical weapon wasn't a lotus platform, but a lotus lantern. And it emanated such a rich spiritual energy. It was indeed an immortal artifact, truly extraordinary. Jiu Mingzi was fascinated, wanting to seize the magic weapon and escape. With it, his path to immortality would be within reach. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free from the spatial constraints surrounding him. Furthermore, facing a formidable power like Wei Yi, he was completely powerless. It was a shame to give away such a priceless treasure, only to be handed over to someone else, becoming a wedding dress. He felt truly resentful. Sensing Jiu Ming's struggle, Wei Yi remembered him. With a flick of his brush, space ripped apart, shredding Ji Ming's body. Finally, Wei Yi sent him directly to the fields, where he served as fertilizer for the plants. Wei Yi put away the precious lotus lantern, and, with a wave of his hand, the Jing'an Palace returned to its original location, safe and sound. It was as if nothing had happened. Wei Yi's figure vanished into thin air once more. Zhao Yingxing, Zhao Shi, and the others all bowed to Wei Yi's former position. Young Master Wei Yi is truly growing stronger. Zhao Shi sighed, his heart aching. What he had just experienced was too incredible, completely overturning his perceptions. Yes, it feels like he's on the verge of achieving immortality. Well, maybe he's already achieved immortality, but just hasn't ascended yet. Thank goodness young Master Wei Yi is here, otherwise our Zhao family would cease to exist today. Everyone sighed. I never thought there were treasures hidden beneath our palace. Zhao Shi added. The endless river of time has sealed countless secrets. You and I are but a fleeting moment in this endless time. How can we truly see the world, the universe, as it truly is? Zhao Yingxin lamented. Not to mention them, even those who have lived for thousands of years about a tiny fragment of this endless time. Humanity is ultimately insignificant. Life is ultimately fleeting. In the vast universe, in the endless time, it is but a drop in the ocean, a fleeting moment. After returning to his palace, Wei Yi continued to study the precious lotus lantern. As he injected golden light into the lantern, a golden dragon, resembling a small snake, flew out and swirled around the wick. This small golden dragon was indeed the spirit of the precious lotus lantern, and the lantern must indeed be a genuine immortal artifact. It was a treasure left here during the ancient war between immortals and demons. However, the spirit could not remember the specifics, having been injured during that battle, and lapsed into a deep sleep. Having only truly awakened today, it has no idea what year it is, and has forgotten its origins. However, through the small golden dragon, Wei Yi gained a general understanding of the precious lotus lantern's purpose. First, as Wei Yi had sensed, as long as there was sufficient lamp oil and the lamp burned, the light it emitted was a rich and pure spiritual energy. Second, the precious lotus lantern could suppress all evil forces, dispel demonic thoughts, and restrain demonic forces. Third, it could release the fire of mantras, incinerating all, and was particularly powerful against demonic forces and ghost cultivators. Wei Yi also carefully examined the inscriptions on the precious lotus lantern. Although he couldn't read them, he knew they were likely some kind of scripture. Furthermore, if Wei Yi looked closely, he could hear the sound of chanting, reminiscent of Taoist texts. Perhaps this magical weapon was also formed by some kind of condensable power. Therefore, it was similar to the golden sun in his own forest of ink, and they resonated with each other. It even required the ignition of willpower and faith to unleash its power. Wei Yi didn't rush to Lingsang Valley, but instead kept the precious lotus lantern at home, allowing its spiritual energy to nourish his palace. News of Emperor Baking's murder had also reached Kingshao City, and Wei Yi knew the murderers were the white-haired and bald men. These two men truly deserved death. Although Wei Yi felt sorry for Emperor Baking, he could do nothing. While he could bring a dead tree back to life, he couldn't bring back a person who had been dead for a long time. And that was just how the world was. When faced with the strongest, the lives of mortals were worthless. If he hadn't existed, those two peak-level spiritual transformation realm masters would have been able to run rampant throughout Zhuang'an province. Let alone killing an emperor. Even destroying an entire nation would have been easy, and no one could have stopped them. A few days later, Wei Yi, carrying the precious lotus lantern, set off for Lingsang Valley. It took Wei Yi a day and a night to finally reach Lingsang Valley, where he placed the precious lotus lantern. The rich spiritual energy caused the surrounding plants to grow at a visible rate, with a halo of light emanating from their leaves and many flowers blooming. This beautiful place became even more extraordinary. Wow, such rich spiritual energy. Master, what kind of treasure is this? It can actually emit such pure spiritual energy. Xiaoli and Ziyu excitedly exclaimed as they gathered around the precious lotus lantern. Wei Yi smiled without saying a word, then flew into the air and began painting the entire Lingsang Valley with his drawing territory and ink defending magical power. He intended to divide the land into borders and make it his own territory. Chapter 218 The Dharma ending era is coming. On the Zixio continent, within a grand hall of the Zixio Dao sect, the leaders of the major righteous sects gathered. Recently, they had come more than once to pay their respects to the sect's leader, Xian'anzi. However, he had been in seclusion recuperating and hadn't seen them. Now, finally, Xian'anzi had emerged from his retreat, and upon receiving the news, they gathered at the Zixio Dao sect. Of course, Xian'anzi understood their reason for coming. Over the past year, the spiritual energy of the Zixio continent has steadily weakened, especially in the past 2 months. In most areas, the spiritual energy concentration has fallen below the previous level of 5. This has caused great concern among the major sects. The demonic sects have also taken advantage of this opportunity to spread rumors and apocalyptic claims. Rumors of the impending Dharma-ending age and impending catastrophe have spread, causing panic within the cultivation world. Furthermore, the unusual fact that Xian'anzi hasn't experienced the second celestial tribulation in over a century has led everyone to connect the dots. They believe that Xian'anzi, with his ability to divine the mysteries of the heavens, must know something. Moreover, as the leader and most powerful of the righteous sects of the Zixio continent, he should step forward now and join everyone in investigating the cause, discussing countermeasures, and preventing further trouble. Master Xian'an, this sudden decrease in spiritual energy is definitely not normal. Yes, I've visited many places, including Huakshidao's Hao. Their spiritual energy has also been significantly weakened. Only Zuanayao's Hao, where the spiritual energy was already thin, has seen a less pronounced change, but many sects have also noticed the anomaly. Is the Dharma-ending age truly approaching? The major sects are already in panic, and the demonic sects are spreading doomsday rhetoric and spreading alarmist rumors. We can't sit idly by. Whatever it is, we must face it together. We can't let this world fall into complete chaos. Everyone spoke at once, their faces etched with unease and worry. They all knew that, if the Dharma-ending age truly arrived, cultivators like them would have no chance of advancement. Not only will all previous efforts be wasted, but their strength will also steadily decline until their Zenki, spiritual energy, is constantly depleted, and their lifespans are constantly shortened. Eventually, like mortals, they will die of old age or illness. Even dying of old age is considered fortunate. They will likely perish in the struggle for resources, or at the hands of others. Once spiritual energy is depleted, chaos and devastation will inevitably ensue. Cultivators will turn to infighting, scrambling for resources, even resorting to cannibalism like demonic cultivators, relying on the Zenki of others for cultivation fuel. This is all to ensure they can ascend to the immortal realm before their spiritual energy is completely depleted, or to gain greater strength and survive in this even more brutal environment. Survival is everyone's instinct. Cultivators pursue immortality, longevity, and strength, defying fate. They devote countless efforts and everything to this goal. They battle against humans and the heavens, seizing the gifts of heaven and earth, defying the will of heaven, and changing their destiny. Such individuals will never sit idly by and wait for death, nor will they give up hope and let fate dictate their fate. If they had given up hope so easily and accepted reality, they wouldn't have achieved what they have today, much less chosen the path of cultivation. Therefore, if spiritual energy truly faced depletion, the world of cultivation would be in utter chaos. They would rise up in resistance, resorting to any means necessary to become stronger and survive. No one present dared to imagine what the world would be like then. Everyone, Xian'anzi said, and everyone fell silent. While rumors of the Dharma-ending age are undoubtedly false, the fact that spiritual energy is becoming thinner is undeniable. This, however, doesn't necessarily signify the Dharma-ending age. To be honest, I did divine the celestial forces a year ago, and the hexagram indicated a possible catastrophe. I believe the thinning of spiritual energy is a sign of impending catastrophe, much like the strong winds that precede a storm. However, I believe the spiritual energy won't continue to weaken, much less completely dry up. We can't afford to frighten ourselves and lose our composure at this moment. Otherwise, we'll fall into the trap of those in the demonic sect. They crave unrest, so they'll naturally seize this opportunity to fan the flames, create panic, disrupt order in our cultivation world, and lure more people into the demonic sect. Furthermore, judging by the hexagram, this catastrophe is likely related to the demonic sect, so we absolutely cannot allow them to distract us. Everyone, the Dharma ending will not come, and spiritual energy will not dry up, but a catastrophe may strike. I urge you to be prepared. Regardless, I will face it with you. Man can conquer nature, and we will surely survive this catastrophe. Shinion's words were resounding and resounding. He knew he couldn't tell the truth at this moment. If he did, a great terror might befall, and the order of the great Dao might collapse. The Dharma ending age might truly be upon us. The world would be in utter chaos, and all previous order might be shattered in an instant. But he couldn't just say nothing had happened. After all, the significant decrease in spiritual energy was obvious, and trying to cover it up only made it more obvious. It would be easier to convince people by claiming it was a sign of impending catastrophe. Compared to a spiritual energy depletion, a catastrophe was nothing. Shinionzi didn't want to lie, but now he had to buy time, as long as possible, stabilize the situation, and seize the opportunity to strengthen his own strength. If the spiritual energy truly dried up, they would have no choice but to face it head on, protecting as many lives as possible during the catastrophe. Don't let this world become a complete hell on earth. Hearing Shinion's words, everyone felt a little relieved. While the approaching catastrophe was terrifying, as long as it wasn't the end of the Dharma, there was still hope. Master Shionion is right. We can't lose our composure and fall prey to those demonic sects. Yes, recently the major demonic sects have been spreading the word that they can cultivate even without spiritual energy, seizing the opportunity to win over people. HMPH, those man-eating creatures, they certainly can cultivate without spiritual energy. I think Master Shionion is right. The root cause of this catastrophe is these demonic sects. It seems we need to deal with them. Why don't we attack with all our might and destroy those demonic sects first? We should avoid provoking a war at this time. Maintaining our strength is paramount. Otherwise, when the true catastrophe strikes, we might not even be able to protect ourselves. Yes, Master Yuhur is right. Our top priority is to stabilize the situation, accumulate strength, and then face the true catastrophe. Everyone began to discuss. Shinion's expression remained impassive, but his heart was filled with a heavy heart. He didn't know how long his lie could be concealed, much less what was about to unfold. As countless sects and top-tier experts across Zixio continent and Huaxia Daos are worried about the weakening of spiritual energy, Wei Yi, nestled within Lingsang Valley, reveled in the rich spiritual energy, feeling incredibly comfortable. Over the course of a day, Wei Yi had mapped out the entirety of Lingsang Valley, transforming it into his own territory, completely concealing it from the valley. With a thought, Wei Yi vanished from Lingsang Valley and returned to the palace. Immediately, he returned from the palace to Lingsang Valley. It works. Wei Yi exclaimed in delight. Now he could freely travel between two territories. He could instantly travel between the two without flaying. If a small area were marked out across the world, the effect of a teleportation array could be realized. Wei Yi returned to the palace, and with a thought, Xiaoli, who had been in Lingsang Valley, appeared in his room. I can lead others between the two places, but can't I simply create a passageway, allowing people in both places to travel freely? That would truly fulfill the function of a teleportation array, Wei Yi thought to himself. He then looked at the two paintings, pondered for a moment, and immediately began to paint, attempting to draw a connecting door or a bridge between the two. But all attempts failed. The two paintings couldn't depict the same connected object. The only way to establish a connection was to redraw Lingsang Valley into the painting of Qingsao City. But in that case, Lingsang Valley would likely be moved directly to the side of Qingsao City, merging with it. That would defeat the purpose of teleporting between the two places. It seemed that this spatial travel could only be achieved by me, the vehicle. Others, without my guidance, couldn't travel between the two places. Never mind, this is fine. Wei Yi shook his head, no longer dwelling on the matter. His ability was now powerful and convenient enough. Xiaoli, immersed in his cultivation, was completely unaware that Wei Yi had brought her to the palace and continued to practice as usual. Wei Yi returned to Lingsang Valley and summoned Xiaoli back there. For the next few days, Wei Yi traveled freely between Lingsang Valley and the palace. He divided the valley into different areas, adjusting the lighting, temperature, humidity, and other factors in each zone to cultivate different crops. After modifying each area, Wei Yi sowed the seeds. Nourished by the spiritual energy, the seeds grew at a rapid pace. Within a few days, seedlings had sprouted. The survival rate was 100%. Of course, these seeds were varieties Wei Yi had modified, and their survival rate was already high. But under the nourishment of the spiritual energy, their vitality was even stronger than before. Nourished by the rich spiritual energy emanating from the precious lotus lantern, the entire valley became more beautiful and vibrant, even sprouting many new plants. Xiaoli, Ziyu, and Sangbo, harnessing this spiritual energy, cultivated at a rate several times faster than before. The crystal fruit trees were also transforming at a visible rate, and it was expected that this year would yield a bountiful harvest. Now they could brew enough nectar for Taoist Master Yapin to drink to his heart's content. But Taoist Master Yapin hasn't come here to ask for wine in over 6 months. I wonder what he's been busy with, Wei Yi thought to himself. As time passed, the concentration of spiritual energy continued to decline rapidly. Rumors of the impending end of the Dharma and the depletion of spiritual energy spread intensified. Although Xianzi had said the end of the Dharma would not come, and it was just a rumor, the impending catastrophe was a terrifying threat to many. Moreover, Xianzi hadn't specified what kind of catastrophe it would be. The unknown was sometimes the most terrifying. They believed that perhaps, when the catastrophe arrived, those at the top would be safe, while those in the middle and lower ranks would be hard pressed to escape. Moreover, every cultivator could feel the decline of spiritual energy firsthand, as if watching their very life force being snatched away before their very eyes. Few possessed the inner strength and foresight to remain calm. Therefore, soon, cultivators and sects in some areas of Huaxia Daozhou and Xixio continent became restless. Riots have broken out in many places, with clashes between sects and cultivators engaged in mutual slaughter. Demonic cultivators are even more relentless, using the essence and blood of ordinary people to cultivate their magic. Even previously peaceful sects have begun to fight each other, fighting over mere resources. Everyone is frantically scrambling for resources. It's like 10 people of similar strength living on the same mountain. The prey and resources within the mountain are enough to feed all 10 of them. So, without personal grudges or major conflicts, these 10 people will generally live in peace, perhaps even working together to hunt. But if one day, the mountain suddenly becomes barren, with only a few wild vegetables and fruits left, barely enough to feed 2 or 3 people, these 10 people will inevitably fight to the death, even resorting to preemptive action. Only after they have eliminated the others, leaving themselves alone, can they safely enjoy the remaining food. This is human nature, the law of survival. Therefore, a significant decrease in spiritual energy inevitably leads to this outcome. Someone would inevitably strike first, scrambling for resources. A frenzied slaughter ensued, the big fish devouring the small, a frenzy of slaughter. They would seize the opportunity before the true disaster struck to accumulate more strength and resources to survive. The turmoil intensified, escalating from a few cultivators and sects at the bottom to a struggle among the upper echelons. Eventually, even powerful cultivators at the nascent soul, spiritual transformation, and even the Daoist realm became restless. The scarcity of spiritual energy had completely stagnated the cultivation of the Daoist realm cultivators, especially those at the Daoist realm. This panic also prevented many from concentrating on their cultivation and comprehending the Dao. As the saying goes, those who fail to plan for the future will inevitably worry about the present. If one can't even get enough to eat, how can one focus on spiritual pursuits? Even those at the Daoist realm had begun to sense anomalies in the operation of the Daoist principles of heaven and earth. Panic was quietly brewing and spreading, beyond human control. In Huaxia Daozhou, within the Qinggan sect's main hall, Sect Master, another village was massacred by the demon sect last night. Everyone's blood and essence were sucked dry. When our disciples went there, the demon sect people had already fled. I heard that disciples from several sects have switched to the demon sect and are practicing blood refining with them. Yes, many of our disciples have been complaining recently. Sect Master, we have suffered heavy casualties in dealing with those demon sects recently. Moreover, many people have consumed too much true energy, but have no spiritual energy to replenish it. The true energy in their bodies is consumed less and less. Even if they rely on elixirs to replenish it, what should they do when the elixirs are eaten up? That's right, Sect Master. Is it worth it for us to consume our own strength to protect those mortals? If the catastrophe really comes, we will have nothing at that time. Are we just going to wait to die? Those guys in the demon sect rely on the blood and essence of mortals to replenish their true energy. What can we rely on then? Master, if even we can't resist the catastrophe, then those mortals will be even less able to resist. They will all be doomed. Why don't we use our resources effectively, conserve our strength, and resist the real disaster? The elders spoke one after another. The same thing happened in many righteous sects. These sects, originally committed to protecting the people of the world, now began to doubt the worth of their efforts. After all, most people's generosity stems from having far more than they give. Once their giving exceeds their possessions, most people become stingy. Chapter 219 Demonic Trouble. As spiritual energy steadily waned, the cultivation worlds of Huaxia Daozhou and Zixio continent descended into chaos. Sects scrambled frantically for resources, cultivators slaughtered each other, and conflicts flared up. Ordinary people were naturally not immune to the impact, either becoming casualties in the clashes between the powerful, or becoming prey for countless demonic, and evil cultivators. The alliances among the righteous sects that once maintained order were shaky, with both veneer and deception, let alone a genuine fight, to protect the safety of the mortal world. While a significant number remained steadfast, defending the righteous path against the wanton slaughter of demonic and evil cultivators, and protecting the lives of ordinary people, many more had lost the will to care. Refraining from slaughter, and practicing the demonic ways was their last resort. They could no longer expend their energy on selfless devotion to the so-called righteous path and the people. However, many cultivators, wavering in their faith, began to turn to demonic sects or the evil ways, practicing the art of cannibalism, utilizing the ki and blood of warriors, the zen ki of cultivators, or the essence, vitality, and even souls of ordinary people as energy sources. One can rapidly improve their cultivation. It's important to note that many unorthodox cultivation methods, while inhumane or requiring one to step on countless corpses, truly surpass those of righteous sects in terms of strength and speed of improvement. Even those with lesser aptitude can cultivate them. In the past, many people were reluctant to touch the demonic cultivation system, partly because it was too cruel, and partly because these unorthodox methods were too demanding, and could lead to obsession. While cultivation levels increased rapidly, the ceiling was low. Even if one could quickly reach the nascent soul or transformation realm, they would likely never reach the Dao realm, let alone attain immortality. Furthermore, even if one managed to reach the Mahayana realm, the heavenly tribulations would be incredibly powerful, making it impossible to survive. Therefore, many people still chose the normal path of cultivation. However, all of this presupposes the possibility of ascending to the immortal realm. Now that spiritual energy is depleted, and catastrophe is imminent, who cares about such long-term matters? The most important thing now is how to quickly improve their strength. Strength is king. If they fail to rapidly improve their strength, and accumulate sufficient power, they may perish in the scramble for resources before the catastrophe even strikes. Furthermore, they can't compete with the powerful even in normal resource scrambles. Their talent also lacks that of the top geniuses. Yet, they refuse to accept their fate, and wait for death. They must abandon so-called moral principles, and strive to build sufficient resources to withstand the catastrophe. Otherwise, when the catastrophe truly strikes, no one will be able to help anyone else, and they will be left to fend for themselves. It's like how times of unrest breed crime, and how times of constant natural disasters lead to the emergence of numerous bandits. Human nature is often not so noble. Desire and sin are like fuel hidden within the body. A single spark can ignite it. In the face of the instinct for survival, many things pale in comparison. Therefore, as those formerly righteous sects disguise themselves as demonic sects, practicing unorthodox techniques, and engaging in rampant slaughter, the burden on the righteous sects is further increased. They simply lack the manpower and energy to quell the rebellion and fight against the demonic forces. The decline in spiritual energy was particularly pronounced. Even in several blessed caves on the Purple Sky continent, the concentration was reduced to less than 20% of its original value. Elsewhere, it was reduced to less than 1/10. The sense of crisis soared, leading to a further breakdown of order and increasingly brutal fighting. However, the natural barriers of the 100,000 mountains in the netherworld desolate land protected Xuanao province from this devastation. Furthermore, the spiritual energy here was already thin, making the current decline less pronounced. While the major sects had recently sensed something was amiss, they didn't see it as the dawn of the Dharma-ending age or the onset of another catastrophe. It's like someone who's always lived by the sea suddenly seeing the sea dry up, compared to someone who's always lived in the mountains seeing a small river drying up at the entrance to their village. The shock and reaction would certainly be different. The former would undoubtedly feel the end of the world, while the latter would at most think they were about to experience another drought, perhaps something they could get through by tightening their belts. This was the current state of Xuanao province. Everyone noticed the abnormality, but the reaction was modest. However, some demons and monsters that had previously lurked within the Shuan Mountains in the netherworld began to become restless. In fact, the appearance of the demonic cloud vine was a sign of things to come. These demons and monsters began wreaking havoc in the Shuan Mountains, some even invading human cities and wreaking havoc. Demonic rebellions continued to increase across the land, forcing major sects to dispatch cultivators to subdue them. Nanling Kingdom, a kingdom located to the south of the Dacian dynasty, bordering the Shuan Mountains, was naturally the first to be affected by the recent demonic rebellion within the Shuan Mountains. Many villages and even the county seat were attacked by powerful demons. Ghosts and monsters also wreaked havoc in many areas, with reports of demons devouring humans and female ghosts absorbing men's essence. Some righteous sects in Nanling Kingdom also dispatched disciples to subdue these demons. A man resembling a scholar entered an abandoned mountain temple outside Feng County. It was nearly dusk, and the temple seemed dim and even a bit eerie. The broken statue was covered in moss, and its fallen head looked eerie. The cobweb-covered beams creaked inexplicably. It was unclear whether it was the wind or something moving about. The man glanced around, unconcerned. He sat down on the ground, took out the dry food from his belt, and began to eat. His name was Wang Chen, and he was Du Shaoling's most proud student. One of the earliest students to join the Confucian Dao in Kingshao City. He had become a pillar of the sect, and had been commissioned to spread Confucianism in Nanling Kingdom. He had recently been traveling from Daning City to the capital of Nanling Kingdom. Passing through Feng County, he heard that a female ghost had been haunting the area. Several men had disappeared in the middle of the night, their bodies eventually found in this dilapidated temple. They had been drained of their vital energy. Consequently, the city was in a state of panic, many afraid to go out at night, terrified of the sight of women. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen decided to meet the ghost. Along the way, he'd fought against the strong and supported the weak, vanquishing demons and monsters. His Confucian and Taoist cultivation and strength now rivaled those of his teacher, Du Shaoling. He could employ such magical powers as brilliant writing, paper eloquence, and penetrating insight. He was unfazed even by encounters with a nascent soul realm expert. He was especially adept at dealing with evil spirits. A single recitation of Song of Righteousness could easily suppress and slay any demonic entity. He was therefore utterly fearless of female ghosts and banshees. Should they dare to appear, he would physically exorcise them. As the sun gradually set, the light in the woods dimmed, and the temple grew increasingly eerie. Just then, footsteps were heard outside the door as two men in Taoist robes entered. "This place is truly eerie," one of them exclaimed. But before he could finish his words, he noticed a figure sitting inside. Startled, he thought he'd encountered a ghost. But a closer look confirmed it wasn't a ghost, but a scholar. Wang Chen was reading when he saw the two men enter. He stood up, smiled, and bowed to them, a gesture of courtesy and friendliness. He knew they might also be here to catch ghosts. "Why are you here alone?" a Taoist priest asked. "Yes, leave immediately. Haven't you heard this place has been haunted lately? This female ghost specializes in sucking the essence of men. Many men like you have died in this dilapidated temple." Perhaps startled by Wang Chen, the Taoist priest deliberately tried to frighten him. "Are you here to catch ghosts?" Wan Chen smiled elegantly, his nonchalant expression surprising the two Taoist priests. Yes, of course. So you'd better leave quickly. It'll be completely dark soon, and it'll be too late for you to leave. We won't be able to protect you. Me too, Wan Chen said with a smile, and then stopped talking, returning to his book. The two Taoist priests were visibly stunned by Wan Chen's words, staring at each other, wondering if they had misheard. Are you here to catch ghosts too? Yes, Wan Chen nodded. The two Taoists were even more surprised. They examined Wan Chen carefully. He looked nothing like a cultivator, devoid of any Zen ki. He had no blood, nor was he a warrior. He looked nothing but an ordinary person. He seemed to be overestimating his own abilities. The two Taoists exchanged glances, a playful smile curling their lips, thinking the other must have been foolish from studying. Don't blame me for not warning you. This ghost isn't for everyone. If there's any danger, don't blame me for not warning you. Wan Chen remained silent, absorbed in his book. Seeing this, the Taoist wanted to say something, but his companion stopped him. He whispered, "It's good that he's here. Let's hide and use him as bait, to lure out the female ghost, and then kill her." Fine. The two agreed, ignoring Wan Chen. They walked around the temple, seeing that it was already completely dark, and the dilapidated temple took on a darker, more eerie look. The two Taoists quickly hid. Wan Chen unexpectedly pulled a candle from his bag, lit it, and continued reading by its light. Late at night, the entire mountain temple was utterly silent, as if not even the chirping of insects or birds had been heard. The stillness was eerie. Suddenly, a chilling wind blew into the temple, whimpering, and the candle was extinguished. Then, a sinister laugh echoed through the night, seemingly from nowhere. Kuo finally caught a big fish. A sharp sound, like nails scratching iron, echoed. The Taoist priests, previously hidden in the shadows, felt a chill gust of wind on their backs, as if a ghostly claw was clawing at them. Their faces paled, and they turned to see a cloud of black mist. From within it emerged two pale, bloodless ghostly claws with long sharp nails. Not good. The two Taoist priests immediately blocked with their magic swords, channeling their true energy and casting talismans, transforming into golden fireballs that attacked the black mist. But the ghostly claws easily stopped both fireballs. Boom boom, the fireball exploded, but it caused no damage to the black fog. Amidst the swirling black fog, a female ghost in a red dress emerged, a mocking smile playing on her lips. Haha, one in the late key refining realm, one in the early foundation establishment realm. Not bad, more than enough for a good meal. In reality, this female ghost was no ordinary ghost, but a giant and level ghost cultivator. Her true purpose here, posing as a ghost sucking the essence of men, was to lure in ghost hunters. In other words, cultivators were her true target. After all, the essence, blood, and true key of a late key refining realm cultivator were far more nourishing than the essence of 1,000 ordinary men. The true key and essence of a foundation establishment cultivator were even more potent, far more than any ordinary person could match. If she could drain these two cultivators tonight, her strength would surge. Then, she'd move to another location, and repeat the same trick, pretending to be an ordinary ghost and causing trouble, attracting the ghost hunters. Sensing the powerful aura emanating from the female ghost, the two Taoists' faces darkened. Oh no, we've been tricked. This is no ordinary ghost. Run. Without a word, the two Taoists attempted to flee. After all, they knew they were no match for the ghost and that not fleeing would only lead to death. However, the moment they turned, they saw two enormous ghost claws appear from behind. The female ghost had appeared behind them without them noticing. No, they thought they had turned and fled, but instead, they had circled and returned to their starting point. Terrified, the two men tried to resist, only to find themselves gripped by the ghost claws. The long narrow nails transformed into ropes, entangling them. No matter how hard they struggled, they could not break free, and their bodies were slowly swallowed by the black mist. The female ghost's pale face appeared behind their ears, grinning eerily. The two Taoists, terrified, looked at Hen and cried out in fear. Just then, a voice echoed. Heaven and earth possess righteous energy, flowing in all shapes and forms. Below, it becomes rivers and mountains. Above, the sun and stars. In human terms, it's called Horan, overflowing and filling the vast expanse. The imperial path should be clear and peaceful, containing harmony and illuminating the court. In times of adversity, one's loyalty is revealed, each and every one recorded in ink and ink. In the records of the grand historian of Qi, in the brush of Dong Hu of Jin. As the sound of recitation rose, wisps of golden light shot out from the dilapidated temple, instantly illuminating the night sky and dispelling the darkness. The golden light fell on the female ghost, instantly emitting a hissing sound. The ghost's face changed drastically, and she looked towards the dilapidated temple in horror, unsure of what had happened. She knew there was a scholar inside, but she had initially dismissed him. Unexpectedly, he was also a master. Moreover, the golden light was so powerful that she was simply no match for him. Terrified, the ghost immediately attempted to flee with the two Taoists. However, she discovered that the sound of recitation and chanting echoed throughout heaven and earth. The surroundings were completely enveloped in golden light, and tall, majestic figures emerged from that aura, surrounding them. Some held scrolls, some stood with guns, some elegant, some heroic, some with deep gazes, some with fierce glares. But each figure held an extraordinary bearing, radiating righteousness. Their figures stood tall and majestic, like verdant pines and cypresses, like towering mountains, unyielding and righteous. Behind them were the sun, moon, and stars, and beneath them were mountains and rivers. The aura they emanated filled the female ghost with immense fear, yet there was no escape. The next second golden swords condensed before each of these figures, and hurled themselves at her. No, the female ghost howled shrilly, trying with all her might to resist, but finding herself powerless. Her body was instantly ripped apart by the swords, and she vanished into ashes amidst her screams. Chapter 220. The forest of ink is upgraded again. The chanting faded, and with it the golden light. Night enveloped the surroundings once again. The two Taoists collapsed on the ground, their faces pale, and it took them a long time to come to their senses. Has the female ghost been eliminated? Phew, we are saved. That was a close call. They panted with lingering fear, but their eyes simultaneously turned to the entrance of the dilapidated temple, where a figure emerged holding a candle. It was none other than Wang Chen. Are you two alright? Wang Chen asked. The two Taoists exchanged a look of shock. They had never expected this seemingly frail scholar to be such a powerful being. He had so easily slain the female ghost and the golden core elm. His strength must have surpassed their masters. No wonder they hadn't recognized his cultivation. Thank you, master, for your help. We've offended you just now. I beg you to forgive us. The two Taoists quickly stood up, bowing and clasping their fists. Thinking back on their earlier words, they felt a wave of shame and fear. I'm not some master, I'm just a scholar. Wang Chen said with a smile. You're joking. We were blind just now. We were short-sighted. Your excellency is magnanimous. Please don't argue with us. The two thought Wang Chen was deliberately mocking them. Wang Chen smiled, realizing they had misunderstood him. He paused and said, I don't mean to blame you. I'm indeed a scholar, not a cultivator. I practice Confucianism and Taoism. What I just used were Confucian and Taoist magical powers, not your cultivator's magic. Confucianism? The two Taoists looked at each other in surprise. Could it be that the other party really wasn't a cultivator? But what exactly was Confucianism? Wang Chen explained Confucianism to them. He came here to spread Confucianism. Regardless of whether the other party was a scholar or not, he didn't mind explaining it to them. Because only when more people knew about it would it spread more widely, and more people would be willing to join Confucianism. Moreover, cultivators could also practice Confucianism. Their Confucian and Taoist academy currently boasts many former martial artists and Daoists who later switched to Confucianism. Therefore, anyone can become a Confucian practitioner, and even more so, a disseminator. The spread of Confucianism is accelerated by the influence of public opinion. So, if you wish, you too can practice Confucianism. Wang Chen said with a smile. Hearing Wang Chen's words, the two Taoists were even more shocked. They had never heard of Confucianism and Taoism in this world. However, they dared not question it. After all, they had witnessed what had happened tonight. The magical power used to eliminate the female ghost was indeed very different from what they had previously known, and they hadn't even sensed any fluctuations in power. Despite their shock, they were also deeply interested. Does Confucian and Taoist cultivation really not require the absorption of spiritual energy from heaven and earth? Of course, we only cultivate the spirit of writing and the way of literature. The two exchanged glances, and the Taoist was tempted. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was becoming increasingly thin, and there was no telling how long this would last. Improving their cultivation was difficult, and replenishing their Zen ki after depletion was also extremely difficult. The demonic rampage now foreshadows the coming chaos, and the situation could be even worse. Today, such incidents will likely intensify, and there's no telling when they might lose their lives. They'd just witnessed the immense power of Confucianism. Practicing Confucianism could offer another means of survival. At least before the impending chaos, it could increase their strength and provide them with an additional means of survival. Confucianism doesn't require spiritual energy, making it a perfect fit. Master, then, how can we practice Confucianism? Do we need to re-enter your sect? The two Taoists asked. You are free to choose. Our Confucianism isn't like your sects, where you must become a disciple before you can practice. However, to become a Confucian practitioner and truly master this powerful power, you still need to undergo a certain amount of study, Wang Chen said. Hearing Wang Chen's words, the two men fell into deep thought. They could sense that, if they wanted simple practice, they didn't need to join the Confucian sect. But to become powerful, to become like the other person, they still needed to join the Confucian sect and practice diligently. But this makes sense. No path can be achieved overnight. It requires dedicated practice. Regardless, if they truly cannot continue cultivating, turning to Confucianism and Taoism is not out of the question. Thank you for your guidance, Master. We understand. May I ask where we should go if we wish to study? I come from the Confucian and Taoist Academy in Kingsao City of the Great Yan Dynasty, our birthplace. However, I'm about to meet with the king of your Nanling Kingdom. Perhaps I'll establish a Confucian and Taoist Academy in your capital, where you can come and study. Wang Chen said. Okay, then we'll await your good news. The two Taoists said, bowing. Wang Chen smiled and bowed, then said goodbye. He summoned a giant eagle from a scroll and soared into the sky. The magical powers of these Confucian and Taoist practitioners are truly fascinating. Brother, let's report this news to Master. With spiritual energy increasingly dwindling, perhaps Confucianism and Taoism are our hope for the future. Well, that's fine. If Master understands and supports us, perhaps we won't have to abandon our Master and practice Confucianism and Taoism. After some discussion, the two of them, piloting their flying swords, also left the dilapidated temple. Their cultivation wasn't high enough to sustain flight, so they stopped and started along the way, returning to the Shengsu Taoist temple the next morning. They then reported to their master, Taoist priest Shengsu, what had happened the previous night in Fengsen. Master, have you heard of Confucianism and Taoism before? Master, with spiritual energy increasingly dwindling, demons rampant, and a chaotic world approaching, perhaps we should consider practicing Confucianism and Taoism. With more strength, perhaps we can find greater protection in these troubled times. The two Taoists exclaimed with delight. You're too young. Confucianism and Taoism, I think, are just heretical and unorthodox ways. How can you cultivate by simply writing and reading? You believe such talk? I see you're ignorant of the dangers of the world. Alas, now that spiritual energy is waning, all sorts of monsters and demons are emerging. Taoist priest Shengsu looked disappointed. Master, we don't think that scholar is a heretic. When he killed that female ghost, we felt a strong sense of righteousness. If he hadn't rescued us, we would have died at her hands. HMPH, maybe he's in cahoots with that female ghost. In these critical times, you must be extremely vigilant and don't believe anything out of the ordinary. This person, having just met you, wants to recruit you into Confucianism and Taoism, and even makes their teachings sound so easy and wonderful. This is absolutely unnatural, Taoist priest Shengsu said sternly. He naturally didn't believe in Confucianism and Taoism, or the idea that cultivation could be achieved without spiritual energy, simply by reading and writing. His years of experience had taught him that promises of low effort and high rewards were all scams. Furthermore, the other party was clearly trying to poach their disciples, exploiting their misfortune, and luring them away. Their ulterior motives were truly sinister. Master. The two men were about to say something, but were interrupted by Taoist priest Sheng Tzu. Master, I happen to be traveling to the capital in the next 2 days. If the scholar you're talking about dares to go, I will personally meet him, and see for myself what kind of monster he is. Taoist priest Sheng Tzu said coldly. He had been invited by the Nanling Kingdom's imperial master, Master Wei, to discuss how to respond to the turbulent times of declining spiritual energy and rampant demons. The leaders of many of Nanling Kingdom's Taoist temples and sects would gather in the kingdom. Meanwhile, Wei Yi, using his painting skills, created a manor nestled between mountains and water within Lingsang Valley. Since Lingsang Valley had become his territory, he could control the laws of nature and create things out of thin air. So, once he sketched a manor, a real manor would appear within Lingsang Valley, truly creating something out of nothing. However, the painting process also consumed a great deal of energy, and the resulting building required more than just the exterior. He also had to depict the exterior, detailing the interior structure. While a flat painting appeared to outsiders, Wei Yi saw it as a truly three-dimensional work. Wei Yi created this manor with the intention of using it as a vacation retreat for himself and his family. After all, the scenic beauty of the area, the abundant spiritual energy, and the tranquility of the surroundings made it a perfect place for self-cultivation. He could bring his family here for extended periods of time, and he could also find some quiet time there. Let's bring Jinxi and Shulian here for a few days. I wonder if practicing dual cultivation here will accelerate our progress. Wei Yi thought to himself. Previous experiments have shown that the increase in proficiency and cultivation level during each dual cultivation session is closely related to the physical and mental state of both participants. Factors such as novelty, excitement, mutual enjoyment, compatibility, and even weather and surrounding conditions all play a significant role. Simply put, the more you play, the better. So, being away from someone for a long time, or changing the environment, will bring about a significant improvement. So he thought about it, returned to the palace, and called Meng Shulian and Zhao Jinxi to his study. Close your eyes, I'll take you somewhere, Wei Yi said mysteriously. What place? It's so mysterious, Meng Shulian said with a smile. Although Zhao Jinxi was curious, she would not be the first to speak when Meng Shulian was around. You will know in a while, come on, close your eyes. Meng Shulian and Zhao Jinxi smiled at each other, and then closed their eyes. Wei Yi thought about it, and returned to the manor in Lingsang Valley, and immediately summoned Meng Shulian and Zhao Jinxi to his side. He immediately grasped their hands and said, don't open your eyes. Follow me slowly over here. Wei Yi led Meng Shulian and Zhao Jinxi to the window and then said, open your eyes. They both opened their eyes almost simultaneously. After a moment's pause, their eyes widened, their faces filled with astonishment as they took in the view before them. The manor itself was situated on an elevated position, unencumbered by towering walls, offering a wide view. Standing at the second floor window, they gazed upon a breathtaking fairy-like landscape across the valley, a breathtaking spectacle of breathtaking beauty, a breathtakingly beautiful and captivating scene. Vast expanses of grassland stretched to the horizon, covered in vibrant colors of flowers. The exotic plants and flowers seemed to radiate light. The gurgling water was like crystal, shimmering and translucent. Furthermore, the air seemed incredibly fresh, lingering with a refreshing fragrance. Everything seemed like a dream or fantasy. How beautiful. What is this place? Zhao Jinxi and Meng Shulian couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. From now on, this will be our backyard, Wei Yi said with a smile, not offering any further explanations. Meng Shulian and Zhao Jinxi were obedient and refrained from questioning. After all, there were so many unsolved mysteries and unbelievable things about Wei Yi. They had long been accustomed to this. If Wei Yi wanted to talk, he would tell them, and if he didn't, there was no need to ask. As night fell, the starry sky seemed especially brilliant and magnificent, its clusters of stars like countless gems set in the night sky, radiating a dazzling brilliance. With a thought, Wei Yi's entire bedroom roof vanished, leaving Meng Shulian and Zhao Jinsi mesmerized by the beauty of the night sky. After a long while, their love deepened. The three of them enjoyed 2 hours of bliss under this beautiful sky. As Meng Shulian and Zhao Jinsi drifted off to sleep, Wei Yi sensed that the forest of ink seemed to be undergoing another transformation. Over the past year, the Dacian dynasty, Northern Yan, Beiyu, and other neighboring states had vigorously promoted Confucianism and Taoism, and the number of students studying Confucianism and Taoism had increased tenfold. Combined with the spirit of calligraphy and painting contributed by countless students, the forest of ink has grown by more than 10 to 20 times since a year ago. During this period, Du Shaoling also led his people to promote Confucian and Taoist practices in other countries of Zhuanao province. Consequently, the forest of ink has continued to expand rapidly. Now, it seems the conditions have been met for another upgrade, and the entire forest of ink has begun a new round of transformation. As expected, as Wei Yi immersed himself in the changes within the forest of ink, countless information suddenly flooded into his mind. The vast forest of ink and brush suddenly receded, and finally, a planet appeared before him, orbiting a blazing golden sun. Then, the scene shifted, revealing a vast starry sky before Wei Yi. Within the night sky, a brilliant star slowly emerged. The sound of chanting echoed in Wei Yi's ears, and the star seemed to radiate a strange light. Looking closely, Wei Yi seemed to see countless forests scattered across the starry sky. No, countless scrolls, countless texts, and the figures of countless students. Densely packed, like a mountain of books and a sea of learning, they spread across the stars. Finally, the figures transformed into golden light, converging into the void. Slowly, they coalesced into an even taller and more majestic figure, reaching from heaven to earth, like a galaxy, stretching across the vast universe. One of his palms was vaster than the stars. Extending his hand, the stars seemed to converge into a nebula, swirling around his palm, radiating a brilliant light. And that figure was none other than Wei Yi himself. After an unknown amount of time, Wei Yi regained consciousness from his mystical state. Surprised, he ascended to the rooftop to gaze up at the starry sky. Sure enough, amidst the sea of stars, a large bright star appeared, shrouded in a faint golden glow. Today, a Wenhua star has been born directly in this world, Wei Yi thought to himself. Chapter 221. There is really a new star in the sky. Wei Yi hadn't anticipated that the forest of ink's upgrade would actually give rise to a Wenhua star within this world. With this Wenhua star, it was as if the heavenly Dao of this world had truly accepted Confucianism and offered it even greater support. Confucian practitioners would now be protected by the Wenhua star, granting them a certain amount of luck, warding off disasters, and restraining certain demons and evil spirits. Even for those with sufficiently advanced literary attainments, high moral character, and the ability to match their position, the Wenhua star would automatically grant them increased luck, fortune, and other buffs, even offering protection in times of crisis. There was no need to personally send them blessings or acquire small protective items. Furthermore, the Wenhua star would continuously nourish their bodies with its literary energy, gradually strengthening them, granting them extraordinary strength and power, and making them immune to all poisons. It could even increase their lifespan. Even if one lacks the long lifespan of a cultivator, reaching a higher level of literary attainment could still allow one to transcend the constraints of life and receive the infusion of Wenguoxing's literary energy, potentially extending their lifespan by hundreds or even thousands of years. Of course, the future advancements in the Forest of Ink will be exciting to see what kind of future this will bring to Confucian and Taoist practitioners. Furthermore, some who write truly remarkable works will automatically gain the recognition of Wenguoxing, resonating with it, and receiving an infusion of literary energy, automatically imparting the Confucian and Taoist cultivation methods. Furthermore, literary positions have now appeared on Wenguoxing. The first position is the sage, and there is only one. Wei Yi is this first sage. Below him is the sub-sage, currently vacant. This literary position is not something Wei Yi can control, but rather is granted automatically upon the approval of this world's heavenly Dao. In other words, Wei Yi's status as a Confucian and Taoist sage has been recognized by this world's heavenly Dao, making him a true Confucian and Taoist sage. However, Wei Wuxing was born from the forest of ink and brush, so Wei Yi could still draw upon its power. For example, he could now directly transmit messages to all students through Wei Wuxing, even directly transferring power to specific individuals. Furthermore, Wei Wuxing also fostered a powerful Confucian and Taoist magical power, summoning the sage. Similar to summoning a deity, using a specific method, one could summon the protection of a sage. Upon receiving this power, Wei Wuxing would condense a sage-like phantom, akin to a Dharmakaya, to protect the summoner. This phantom possessed all of Wei Yi's magical powers and abilities, but its power was limited to approximately 80% of Wei Yi's full potential. Currently, only Wei Yi knew the method for summoning the sage, and it was entirely up to him to decide who he would teach it to. When others use the summoning the sage magical power, Wei Yi would not be affected in any way, as the phantom was a clone condensed by Wei Wuxing. It replicated Wei Yi's strength, abilities, and appearance, creating a being similar to a Dharmakaya. With this magical power, I can significantly increase the strength of Du Shaoling, Su Zhe, and the others, and provide them with more means to protect themselves. Wei Yi said. Of course, what made him most happy was that Wei Wuxing would automatically grant Confucian and Taoist practitioners good fortune, protection, and even nourishment. This would allow Confucian and Taoist practitioners to truly rival martial artists and cultivators. They would no longer merely borrow their own strength, but could truly enhance their own power and change their fate. Of course, as a Confucian and Taoist sage, the master of the forest of calligraphy and ink, he still controlled everyone's use of the calligraphy and ink energy, wielding the power of life and death. First, let's pass on this magical power of summoning the sage to those who teach Confucianism and Taoism in other countries. Wei Yi said. These people are currently far away, and each country's situation is different. Not all countries will embrace Confucianism and Taoism as much as the Beiwandakian. Some countries have their own Taoist sects and schools, just like the Shinran sect of the Great Yan dynasty. Therefore, it's not ruled out that those people would attack Confucianism and Taoism, and preachers like Du Shaoling could be in danger at any moment. The sky was already beginning to brighten, and Wei Yi, without hesitation, immediately used the Wei Wuxing, spirit of literature, star to transmit a message to Du Shaoling, Su Zhe, Wan Chen, and the others, teaching them the divine power of summoning the divine. Meanwhile, Du Shaoling, in the capital of the Dangai dynasty, stood in the courtyard, gazing at the stars. A short while ago, Du Shaoling, who had been asleep, suddenly felt a warm current wash over him. Countless chanting echoed in his ears, and a flood of information flooded his mind. When everything faded, he awoke, thinking it was a dream. But he was astonished to discover a remarkable transformation in his body. Not only did he feel a surge of strength and a return to his youthful vitality, but he was also astonished and delighted by the clarity of his vision and sharpened senses. His entire brain became incredibly agile, his perceptions acute, as if he could clearly detect every movement around him. His memory also became extraordinary. He recalled many things he had previously forgotten. Even a vast reservoir of literary knowledge flooded his mind. Furthermore, he could sense a strange warmth, as if emanating from the heavens. He entered the courtyard and gazed up at the stars in the night sky. His gaze gradually focused on a single, exceptionally bright star. The star emanated a golden halo, as if pinpricks of light were falling upon him, like the warm sun, like a hot spring, giving him a profoundly comfortable sensation. It felt as if his entire body was brimming with vitality and energy. Even as he gazed intently, the words of countless sage texts echoed in his ears and mind. He even vaguely imagined Wei Yi's presence looming in the night sky. It seems Master has achieved another breakthrough in Confucianism. Du Shaoling thought to himself. But then, Wei Yi's voice suddenly echoed in his mind, and he realized that the star in the sky was actually Wei Wuxing, born from the forest of brush and ink. Wei Yi had truly become a Confucian and Taoist sage, controlling Wei Wuxing. Du Shaoling also gained the divine power of summoning the saints, imparted by Wei Yi. Thank you, Master. Du Shaoling bowed deeply to Wei Wuxing, his heart overflowing with emotion. He knew that his future Confucianism would not only cultivate the spirit of calligraphy and unleash his magical powers, but also strengthen his body, transform him, and prolong his lifespan. In the future, he would even have the opportunity to attain sainthood, gaining the approval of the heavenly Dao. This would be like a cultivator ascending to immortality. Scholars like them could truly pursue the supreme path. Meanwhile, Tang Yin, Su Zhe, and Wang Chen shared Du Shaoling's excitement. Although Wang Chen hadn't received the initiation of literary energy, he could clearly feel the energy nourishing and transforming his body. Now, after receiving Wei Yi's voice transmission, he realized it was Wen Wuxing's protection. Wang Chen, likewise, bowed deeply to Wen Wuxing, his heart brimming with confidence. He believed that with his diligent practice and study, he too would have the potential to aspire to sagehood. Tomorrow we should reach the capital of Nanling Kingdom, Wang Chen thought to himself. He had no desire to sleep, so he returned to his room in the inn and began writing. As he continued to write, he felt the energy of the brush and ink converge toward the forest of ink, while the energy emanating from the Wengue star lingered around him, nourishing his body. The feeling was incredibly comfortable, profoundly mystical. On the Zixio continent, within the Zixio Dao sect, Xianyanzi stood before the main hall, gazing with a touch of surprise at the golden glowing star that had appeared in the night sky. He had just sensed a fluctuation in the power of heaven and earth, an anomaly in the laws of the Dao, as if some kind of destiny was converging in the night sky. He immediately followed the strange fluctuations, and arrived outside the hall. He discovered that a large bright star, radiating a golden halo, had suddenly appeared in the night sky. This unusual fluctuation of heaven and earth and the shift in Dao rhyme naturally caught the attention of several other Dao level elders within the sect. They gathered around, their gaze fixed on the newly appeared star. An extra star. Sect Master, can you tell what that star is? Could this also be a sign of impending catastrophe? The elders asked solemnly. No, these stars don't look ominous, but rather auspicious. Xianyanzi said in a deep voice, then closed his eyes, and counted on his fingers. The power of heaven and earth converged, and his consciousness instantly traveled to the vast starry sky. The stars shifted before his eyes, the sun and moon whirled around. Soon, an immense figure suddenly appeared in the boundless sky. He clutched a scroll, remarkably elegant, aglow with golden light, and behind him was a vast galaxy. But a closer look revealed the starlight within the galaxy as countless shimmering words. Before him, millions of scholars recited poems, a single white light lingering around him. Just as Xianyanzi was about to take a closer look at the majestic figure's features, he was suddenly struck back by a powerful and domineering aura, and all vision vanished. His consciousness returned to his body, and Xianyanzi opened his eyes, his face filled with surprise. Well, Sect Master, have you seen anything? The elders eagerly watched him. That star is very likely a star of literary fortune, but I can't figure out how it appeared. Xianyanzi said sternly. Literary fortune? Everyone was even more curious, puzzled by the reason for this celestial phenomenon. Literary fortune is generally a kind of fortune highly valued by secular dynasties or scholars. A flourishing literary fortune often signifies peace and prosperity, an absence of war. Scholars will have a brighter future, and the nation will produce more literary masters and create masterpieces. However, this kind of fortune has no impact on cultivators, or on the current predicament facing the entire cultivation world, or the impending disasters and catastrophes. Everyone's heart sank, a sense of disappointment. They had hoped for a miracle, a turn for the better, but it turned out to be just a star representing literary fortune. Currently, catastrophe is imminent, the world is in chaos, demons are rampant, and secular dynasties will be hard pressed to escape the effects. How could literary fortune flourish in such a time? Yes, this is a bit strange. Perhaps time will tell. Xianyanzi said solemnly, gazing at the star in the sky. He pondered why, and whether the sight he witnessed truly represented only literary fortune. He felt that the appearance of this star might indeed signal a turning point. Upon arriving in the capital of Nanling, Wang Chen went directly to the Imperial Academy. This was considered Nanling's highest institution of learning, and its students were either wealthy, noble, or exceptionally talented. Without beating around the bush, Wang Chen, with his brilliant writing, directly demonstrated the extraordinary power of Confucianism, then unfurled a detailed account of its practice. Soon, the story of Confucianism and Taoism became a sensation throughout the court. Many scholars and ministers flocked to the Imperial Academy, hoping to meet Wang Chen and learn more about it. Even the Nanling monarch, Emperor Shunt, summoned Wang Chen. Wang Chen's visit to Nanling was not to use the Great Yan dynasty as an endorsement, nor to visit as an envoy. This was partly because Nanling and the Great Yan dynasty had little communication. On the other hand, Wang Chen believed that Confucianism was simply Confucianism, existing independently of political power and unbound by any nation or dynasty. He could even argue that the Great Yan dynasty was unworthy of endorsing Confucianism. Therefore, he wasn't a member of the Great Yan dynasty, but merely a Confucian student and practitioner. Taoist Master Sheng Tzu, residing at the Imperial Master's mansion, had naturally heard about Confucianism. He and many of the leading righteous leaders of Nanling Kingdom had gathered there because a great demon had recently appeared and was causing unrest in Tai Lake, 20 miles outside the Imperial City. It was rumored that the demon was a dragon, so powerful that the Imperial Master alone was unable to defeat it, and even sustained injuries. Therefore, he invited the leaders of various sects to join forces to slay the dragon. Of course, beyond subduing the demon, they also discussed how to prepare for the impending chaos. What is Confucianism? Have you ever heard of it before? Asked Imperial Master Wei. Everyone shook their heads, but Taoist Sheng Tzu said with disdain, evil and devious. His words stunned everyone, and they looked at him in surprise. Does Taoist Sheng Tzu know? HMPH, that guy is probably a fraud. He's trying to win over my disciples and get them to join their sect. He has ulterior motives. Taoist Sheng Tzu said indignantly. Then, under the crowd's questioning, he recounted the events, but this so-called story was embellished with his own embellishments, even his own biases and misinterpretations, presenting the so-called facts. So, with the impending chaos, all sorts of monsters and demons are emerging, and this kind of evil and deviant sect wants to take advantage of this opportunity to rise? Humph. Dream on. Taoist Sheng Tzu said coldly. It sounds like there's something fishy about Confucianism and Taoism. Yes, I've never heard of it before. Scholars can cultivate simply by writing and reading poetry. It's truly bizarre. But what's their purpose? To disrupt people's minds. Taking advantage of the current weakening of spiritual energy, they're using the slogan cultivation without spiritual energy to win over people, expand their power, and even shake our faith in Taoism. Well, this man has come to the capital and directly persuaded the princes and ministers to practice Confucianism and Taoism. He might even disrupt the government. Whether he's a heretic or not, we'll find out once we meet him. Well, that's fine. If he's truly a fraud, we'll expose his true colors in public. Alright, let's go together, lest we let him escape. Soon after, several leading Taoists and the Imperial Master, Wei Zenren, arrived at the Imperial Academy. Chapter 222. This is too strong. I heard a Confucian and Taoist cultivator has arrived from my Nanling Kingdom. I'm very curious, and have come here today to see him. Who is he? The Nanling State Preceptor asked expressionlessly. I'm Wang Chen. Wang Chen stepped forward and bowed politely. The preceptor nodded, examining Wang Chen. Indeed, he could not detect any trace of magical power, revealing a complete lack of cultivation. However, his appearance, demeanor, and the lingering elegance about him did not seem like a bad person. This did not mean that the Confucianism he preached was not an unorthodox path, nor did it mean that he was not a fraud. After all, the human heart is unpredictable in this world. One can only judge a person by their appearance. Sir, could you explain to me what Confucian and Taoist cultivation is? I'm very curious. The preceptor continued. Wang Chen's expression remained calm. He could tell these people had ill intentions, likely mistaking him for some cultist. But he didn't mind. In these troubled times, a little caution was understandable. He had no fear of scorn. He could dispel any misunderstandings by presenting facts and reasoning. Of course, if the other party was truly unreasonable and indiscriminate, he wouldn't mind using force to make friends. Confucianism and Taoism are fundamental human principles. They are a philosophy, a school of thought, and the path to self-cultivation, family harmony, governance, and world peace. Wang Chen began to explain Confucianism to the group. He avoided making his presentation too profound or comprehensive, striving to present Confucianism in a way that aligned with the mainstream thinking of Nanling Kingdom and theories that these Taoists could understand. Listening to Wang Chen's words, the imperial preceptor, Taoist priest Sheng Tzu, and the others exchanged glances, seeming to sense that his philosophy wasn't unorthodox. On the contrary, the principles of human relations and governance are indeed very consistent with royal power, with this group of scholars, and even more so with the ways of life of countless ordinary people in this world. No wonder, in such a short period of time, this so-called Confucianism quickly attracted the attention of these scholars, and even princes, ministers, and the emperor. Regardless of whether Confucianism can truly cultivate extraordinary powers, the ideas and principles it promotes alone are enough to give it a foothold. I heard that your Confucianism and Taoist practice only requires writing and reading. Is that true? Taoist master Sheng Tzu couldn't help but ask. His doubts were much lessened, but he still felt a little uneasy. Well, reading and writing are only part of cultivation, just like a cultivator meditating. However, we don't cultivate true ki, but rather the energy of writing and ink, or the spirit of literature. However, to achieve higher attainments in Confucianism and Taoism, it's naturally more than just reading and writing. One must also diligently comprehend and study Confucian and Taoist thought, cultivate the body and mind, truly cultivate both virtue and conduct, cultivate both inner and outer qualities, and achieve unity of knowledge and action. Only then can one achieve the supreme path. Wang Chen said with neither humility nor arrogance. I heard you don't need to absorb spiritual energy to cultivate. Taoist Sheng Tzu asked again. Yes, no. Wang Chen nodded. Then can you prove it? Taoist Sheng Tzu pressed. Why should I prove it? Wang Chen's question left Taoist Sheng Tzu speechless. Indeed, why should they prove it to them? Taoist Sheng Tzu's words were becoming increasingly revealing, and the Imperial College's highest administrator, the Imperial College's Jijiu, began to listen with a growing sense of urgency. He took the initiative and stepped forward, saying, Master, we here have all begun practicing Confucianism, and have experienced its profound depths. Whatever proof you require, we can provide. The chief priest was a shrewd man, naturally perceiving the Taoists' reason for coming, and their skepticism about Confucianism. Haha, master, don't worry. We mean no harm. We are simply curious, and want to learn more. Any offense? The imperial preceptor immediately responded. The Imperial College's chief priest bowed and said no more. By the way, master, I've heard that practicing Confucianism and Taoism can also grant extraordinary powers. I wonder if you have the ability to exorcise demons? The Imperial Preceptor asked. Of course. That would be fantastic. Recently, a great demon has been causing trouble in Tay Lake, and we are helpless. Do you have any way to subdue it? The Imperial Preceptor knew that directly demanding a demonstration of Confucianism's extraordinary powers would be inappropriate. So, he devised this plan. On the one hand, he could test the other party's true abilities and, at the same time, study the profound depths of Confucian and Taoist magical powers to see if they were truly distinct from their own. On the other hand, if Wang Chen truly possessed extraordinary abilities, he might even be able to assist them in slaying the great demon. Wang Chen smiled, understanding the other party's intentions, but he didn't care. Furthermore, upon arriving here, he had heard about the Great Demon's Rebellion, a widespread public event. He had considered subduing it, but he had also heard that the Imperial Master was aligning the leaders of the major sects to do so he refrained from interfering. After all, stealing the Imperial Master's limelight and credit could cause unnecessary trouble. But now that the Imperial Master had proactively requested his assistance, there was no reason for him to refuse. Wei Yi had leveraged earth-shaking events to rapidly elevate the reputation of Confucianism and Taoism. He could emulate a few of these strategies. If he could truly slay the great demon, it would surely spread Confucianism's fame far and wide. Besides, the Emperor of Nanling Kingdom wants to summon me tomorrow, and I'd be happy to present this great demon as a gift. Very well, in that case, I'll give it a try. Wang Chen said seriously. That's great. If you have nothing else to do, why don't we set out now? Yes. Sir, would you like me to guide you with my magic weapon? The imperial preceptor asked. Oh, no, that's not necessary. I'll be happy if you can just lead the way, Wan Chen said with a smile, then turned to the Imperial Academy's chief academic officer, doctors, and headmasters behind him and said, are there any of you willing to join me in subduing the demon? Hearing Wan Chen's words, they all looked at each other in confusion. After all, they all knew the terrifying power of the great demon, and were deeply afraid. To be frank, they were still ordinary people, with an instinctive fear of great demons. To become a powerful being, you must first have the heart of a strong person. To gain extraordinary power, you must bravely face powerful enemies. Wan Chen added, I'll go with you, Master. The Imperial Academy's chief academic officer spoke first. I'll go too. And me. Several other sect leaders said. After a moment's hesitation, the others joined in. That's right, we shouldn't be cowardly. Excuse me, sir. We are going to subdue a demon, not go on a picnic. Bringing so many people along is a waste of time, and if we can't defeat the demon, these people won't be able to escape. The Imperial Master said. Don't worry, I'll protect them. With that, Wan Chen produced a scroll and summoned a giant eagle. Seeing this, the Imperial Master, Taoist Shang Tzu, and the others were slightly surprised. They hadn't expected this creature to be so powerful. Upon closer inspection, they realized that the giant eagle didn't appear to be condensed from magical power, much less a magical weapon. Instead, it resembled a real eagle. Its body seemed to radiate the power of heaven and earth, giving it a truly extraordinary appearance. However, at that moment, a roar of dragons and tigers, resembling thunder, echoed from afar. The entire imperial city erupted in surprise, and everyone looked toward the distance, only to see the sky gradually darken. Not good. The Imperial Master's expression changed, and he immediately flew into the air. Taoist priest Shang Tzu and the others followed closely behind. Everyone looked out into the distance, only to be shocked to see a massive dark cloud rolling across the sky. It obscured the sun, like a massive black wave rolling in from the horizon. No, it wasn't a dark cloud, but a true giant wave, a raging flood, sweeping down from the distant sky. And the flood wasn't surging on the ground, but from the sky. Oh no, it's that demon. This thing's actually trying to flood the Imperial City. Everyone exclaimed in panic. While they weren't afraid of the flood, the people of the capital were in for a disaster. Even if they wanted to save them, they couldn't. And now that the torrential flood was about to reach the capital, it was too late to notify everyone to evacuate. But Taoist priest Shang Tzu had already shouted, quick, flee, everyone flee. That monster is about to flood the city. Upon hearing Taoist priest Shang Tzu's words, the faces of those below paled, and panic erupted within the Imperial College. However, Wan Chen, soaring high into the sky on his giant eagle, shouted, don't panic. All Confucian and Taoist monks, recite with me. Wan Chen frowned as he gazed at the massive waves of water surging from the sky, and immediately began to recite the verses from the Holy Spirit. Born with talents, I shall be useful. Even if I lose all my wealth, I will find it again. Enjoy a glass of wine while I'm still alive. Why bother with 1,000-year-old fame after my death? As his voice rang out, heaven and earth shook, and a golden light instantly descended from the sky, enveloping Wan Chen. Countless words appeared in the sky, then converged around Wan Chen. The sound of countless recitations echoed throughout the heavens and earth. Watching the shocking scene in the air, the fear within the Imperial College below seemed to subside considerably. They knew it was too late to escape now, so they could only hope that Wan Chen could turn the tide. So, everyone immediately followed Wan Chen's voice, reciting in unison. When the great rock soars with the wind, it soars to 90,000 miles. There will always be a time to ride the wind and waves, and set sail to cross the vast ocean. As countless golden lights and words converged, a gigantic sage figure quickly formed behind Wan Chen. He held a scroll in his left hand, a brush in his right. His figure was as majestic as a mountain, his eyes like stars. He was surrounded by auspicious aura, shrouded in golden light, and exuded extraordinary elegance, his breath like a rainbow. The moment his figure appeared, ripples rippled around him like the surface of water. Seeing this scene, all the cultivators, including the Taoist master Shang Tzu and the Imperial Master, were stunned. That enormous figure truly resembled a god. The power of heaven and earth and the laws of the great Dao surrounded him. He seemed to hold the sun, moon, and stars in his hands, and his feet stepped on the vast starry sky. Just looking at that figure filled them with awe, unable to muster a single ounce of resistance. On the distant city walls, the guards watched the torrent of water surge from the sky, stunned and terrified, forgetting even to flee. The civilians entering and leaving the city gates were terrified, and began to flee, tumbling and crawling. As the flood, covering the sky and obscuring the sun, surged, the sky darkened instantly. Many within the city had already witnessed the massive waves surging through the air, their faces tingling with fear. Panic ensued. Inside the Nanling Imperial Palace, Your Majesty, this is bad. That dragon is about to flood the Imperial City. What? Emperor Shun's face sank, and he immediately ascended to the highest point with his Imperial guards. The sight before him sent his brain into a tizzy, his heart filled with fear. Where's the Imperial Master? Where are the Imperial Master and his men? Emperor Shun exclaimed. He knew the Imperial Master was no match for the dragon. And even if he united with a host of Taoist masters, even if he could defeat the dragon, he wouldn't be able to stop the oncoming flood. Their imperial city couldn't be defended, and countless casualties were imminent. Your Majesty, leave quickly, or it will be too late, the nearby Imperial Guard urged. But just then, streaks of golden light descended from the sky, drawing everyone's attention. Emperor Shun looked in surprise, only to see a vast godlike figure appear in the distance. The sound of chanting echoed through the heavens and earth, brightening Emperor Shun's vision. As if grasping a lifeline, a glimmer of hope ignited within his despair. Soon, the godlike figure, brush in hand, wrote 3 words in the sky. I wish I had thousands of mansions, sheltering all the poor and the needy, and keeping them happy, unmoved by wind and rain, as secure as a mountain. Simultaneously, the resounding chanting echoed like thunder, reverberating through the heavens and earth. I wish I had thousands of mansions, sheltering all the poor and the needy, and keeping them happy, unmoved by wind and rain, as secure as a mountain. As the voice echoed, 1,000 rays of rosy light enveloped the sky above the Imperial City. Immediately, the shadows of towering buildings appeared in the sky, enveloping the entire city. The monstrous floodwaters had already reached the Imperial City, and then surged down. Boom, 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 boom. The surging waves crashed directly onto the roofs of the buildings, sending a shower of water everywhere, yet not a single drop fell. Seeing this, Emperor Shun's eyes lit up with surprise, his heart filled with shock, yet he breathed a sigh of relief. The faces of the city's citizens, who had been holding their breath, completely stunned, now revealed expressions of delight. They stared in amazement at the shadowy buildings that blocked the relentless oncoming floodwaters and waves. Taoist priest Sheng Tzu, the imperial preceptor, and others, who were above the Imperial Academy, also gazed at the scene in astonishment. Their hearts were filled with awe. Was this the power of Confucianism? This was too powerful. This supernatural power was beyond their comprehension. It was the power of a god. Their gazes toward Wang Chen had completely changed, their hearts filled with respect and admiration. Soon after, the floodwaters receded, leaving only dark clouds and rain in the sky. The entire imperial city, protected by the shadowy figures of the buildings, remained intact. We are saved. Great. Thank you, gods. Thank you, gods. Countless people knelt and kowtowed before the giant, distant shadowy figure of the saint. Chapter 223 Stew the Dragon. After the devastating flood, dark clouds enveloped the sky. A black dragon, shrouded in lightning, darted through the clouds. Perhaps frightened by Wei Yi's sage's shadow, the once menacing dragon suddenly turned and fled. Evil beast, where are you escaping? The sage's furious roar resounded through the heavens, resonating like thunder, shaking the heavens and earth. Immediately, an immense hand parted the dark clouds and reached out to grab the dragon. The lightning surrounding the dragon shot out, but it was powerless to stop the massive hand. It seemed to transcend space, appearing in a flash behind the dragon's neck and snatching the fleeing dragon away. Capture. A massive capture word appeared in the sky. Then, it transformed into countless chains, instantly wrapping around the dragon like a thorn in its flesh, tightly constricting it, preventing it from moving. The sage Wang Chen summoned was a projection of Wei Yi, possessing all of Wei Yi's magical powers. Naturally, he also possessed powerful beast taming abilities. When Wei Yi's beast taming skill reached the 7th level, he also gained an extremely powerful ability, easy capture. As the name suggests, no beast can escape his grasp. With ease, he can capture it in an instant. Furthermore, the moment he captures it, he unleashes a massive sealing force, sealing all its strength and rendering it completely powerless, leaving it vulnerable to prey. Of course, this ability can also be used against humans, not just beasts. It can be understood that all living creatures can become Wei Yi's beasts, even immortals. Heaven and earth are the stove. Wei Yi's projection spoke again. Immediately, a rumbling sound echoed, and the sky and earth changed color. The buildings that once dominated the imperial city rapidly converged into a single point, transforming into a massive cauldron that hovered in the sky. Below, a blazing golden flame ignited, instantly dyeing the entire sky golden, the blaze so intense that it was impossible to look directly at it. Immediately, Wei Yi's projection waved its hand, and the black dragon, sealed in golden chains, was flung directly into the pot. Then, the dark cloud suddenly coalesced into a massive lid, pressing down and finally covering the pot. The dragon struggled violently within, roaring and snarling, but it could not break free. As the golden flames rose, enveloping the entire pot, the dragon's roar gradually faded. Watching the scene in the sky, Imperial Master Qiyu, Taoist priest Sheng Su, and other leading Taoists were stunned, even gasping for air. The powerful dragon had been stewed. They had no doubt that the Confucian and Taoist sages summoned by Wang Chen were truly divine. These mystical powers had completely overturned their understanding. Such a powerful dragon had been captured without resistance, then stewed using the very universe as a furnace. If they hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have imagined such magical powers existed in this world. Thinking back on his earlier suspicions about whether they were treacherous, he felt ridiculous. If they truly had ulterior motives, would they have needed to go to all this trouble? With that kind of strength, they could destroy the entire Nanling nation in an instant. All of them combined were no match for Wang Chen. But after the shock wore off, Imperial Master Qiyu developed a deep interest in Confucianism. If the spiritual energy in the world truly became increasingly dwindling, their original path of cultivation would undoubtedly become increasingly difficult, perhaps even impossible to advance at all. Confucianism, which didn't rely on spiritual energy, might truly be their best option. Besides, he enjoyed writing and reading, so perhaps switching to Confucianism would lead to some significant attainments. Just then, a sudden fragrance wafted down from the sky, making Master Qiyu swallow. What a fragrant aroma. Taoist Master Sheng Su sighed. This dragon was actually stewed. Too powerful. This Confucian and Taoist magic is truly incredible. Yes, today has truly opened my eyes. Thank goodness for this master, otherwise the entire capital would have suffered. The Taoist leaders couldn't help but sigh. Their hearts were filled with shock beyond words. The people of the entire capital stared at the scene in the air, stunned, feeling like they had witnessed a miracle. But as the aroma wafted down, they all swallowed their saliva, feeling like they were inhaling the most delicious meaty aroma in the world. Inside the palace, Emperor Shunt, inhaling the aroma wafting from the cauldron in the air, couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Come, follow me to the Imperial Academy, the Emperor said. He knew that the Confucian and Taoist master who had saved their entire imperial city must have been the one who had saved it. After all, everything that had just happened spoke volumes. He had originally intended to summon Wang Chen to the palace for an audience, but now, seeing his strength, he dared not neglect him. In a world where strength reigned supreme, even an emperor like him would have to show some courtesy to such a formidable being. Furthermore, they had saved their capital, averted a catastrophic disaster, and saved countless lives, including his own. As a monarch, how could he not express his gratitude for this life-saving grace? Of course, he also had a selfish motive. The dragon meat was incredibly fragrant. If he didn't pay his respects now, he would miss out on this delicacy. Furthermore, dragon meat was a truly heavenly elixir. A single bite could easily equate to months of cultivation. Above the Imperial Academy, Wang Chen gazed at the giant cauldron in the sky, amazed. He hadn't expected Wei Yi's sage projection to stew the dragon directly. as expected of him. Wang Chen knew Wei Yi's culinary skills were unparalleled, though he hadn't tasted it, he had heard of it. He hadn't expected Wei Yi to cultivate cooking into a supernatural power. The power of this heaven and earth stove was truly terrifying. He had finally witnessed once again the power of their Confucian and Taoist sages. He truly was like a god. No, he was a god. This is great. I can share this dragon meat with everyone at the Imperial College, and I can even send a portion to Emperor Shund, Wang Chen thought. He knew that today's event would cause a sensation throughout Nanling State, making Confucianism famous. Smelling the aroma bubbling from the pot, Wang Chen couldn't help but swallow. The smell was simply too tempting. Master Wang is so powerful, said the Imperial College's chief academic officer. The doctors, the headmaster, and the others nearby were also thrilled. Yes, it's truly exciting to think that one day we might have the chance to become as powerful as Master Wang. Master Wang said he's only at the Confucian and Taoist Hanlin level. How much more powerful would a high-ranking Grand Secretary, a Great Confucian, or even a sub-sage be? Needless to say, the sage's shadow behind Master Wang is the perfect example. It's just a projection of the sage, yet it's so powerful. If it were the sage himself, he'd be a true god. I have to say, this dragon meat is truly delicious. I wonder if we'll have the pleasure of tasting it. Your Majesty has arrived. At that moment, a sudden shout rang out. Everyone turned their gazes back to see Emperor Shund walking in. Your Majesty. Everyone bowed. Rise. Emperor Shund waved his hand, his gaze fixed on the scene in the sky. After a long moment, the golden flame slowly died down, the enormous cauldron began to shrink, and then slowly descended from the sky toward the Imperial Academy's playground. The lid of the pot vanished, and the rich aroma of meat instantly filled the Imperial Academy, making everyone present salivate. Yet, the dragon's true form was no longer visible within the pot. The divine power of the heavens and earth as a stove had not only cooked the black dragon to perfection, but had also completed the entire cooking process within the pot. Skinning and deboning, chopping, and simmering. Even the flavors of the seasonings blended automatically, ultimately creating a vast pot of fragrant dragon meat. Wang Chen also flew down from the air. Emperor Shund immediately greeted him, bowing and saying, "Greetings, sir. I'm Emperor Shund of Nanling. On behalf of the people of this city and the entire Nanling Kingdom, I thank you for your help." Emperor Shund, there's no need for formalities, Wang Chen said calmly, not fazed by the emperor's presence. This was the confidence and self-assurance that came with power. You've arrived just in time. I was just thinking of sending you a portion once the dragon stew is ready. Since you're here, let's eat together, Wang Chen said with a smile. Then I shall respectfully obey, Emperor Shund said happily. Sir, today has truly opened our eyes. Imperial Master Qiu he also came forward and clasped his fists. Confucianism is truly extraordinary. We are willing to join it and follow you, sir. Taoist Master Shengsu also said quickly. He was now completely convinced and understood what his disciples were saying. Confucianism was truly a hope and opportunity given to them by heaven. In this time of scarce spiritual energy and impending chaos, cultivators like them, without spiritual energy replenishment and sufficient resources, would undoubtedly decline in their cultivation and combat effectiveness. In troubled times, without strength, they could not protect themselves. Practicing Confucianism would be like having a new trump card and support, and they would also have the powerful backing of the Confucian school. Many hands make light work. They had just witnessed the phenomena of heaven and earth caused by those who followed Wang Chen in reciting poetry. Confucianism is a path of practice that can unite the strength of many. Even the most ordinary people, when united, can unleash a powerful power. Perhaps in times of chaos, this kind of united will truly unleashes its miraculous power. Therefore, by this point, Taoist Master Shengsu had long forgotten his initial prejudices and misunderstandings about Confucianism and Taoism. He was captivated by the thought, yearning to become a master like Wang Chen. This might even be the best choice for him. After all, he had reached a bottleneck in his cultivation, and it seemed unlikely that he would ever make further progress. Perhaps by exploring another path, he could achieve sainthood through Confucianism and Taoism, achieving the supreme Dao. If he hadn't chosen cultivation, he might have achieved some accomplishments in literature. Furthermore, cultivators must be well versed in various classics, possessing exceptional learning and comprehension abilities, far superior to those of ordinary people. By switching to Confucianism and Daoism, he would surely make rapid progress, perhaps becoming a true Confucian and Daoist master in no time. Watching the Taoist leaders undergo a drastic change in attitude, Wang Chen remained expressionless, but a subtle chuckle clung to his heart. Indeed, strength determines everything. The best way to break down prejudice and suspicion is to smack the truth in someone's face, etch it deeply into their very being. Convince them wholeheartedly. Very well, as long as you all agree with my Confucianism, you can naturally join my practice, Wang Chen said with a smile. Come, let's eat. Over the next few days, news spread like wildfire about a great demon dragon causing chaos and flooding the capital, only to be slain by a Confucian master. It spread rapidly across the land, causing quite a stir. Some demons that had infiltrated Nanling Kingdom to wreak havoc were terrified upon hearing this news and fled in panic. At that time, the flood rolled in from the sky as if the heavens were about to collapse. The entire capital was in imminent danger, and everyone thought they were doomed. Unexpectedly, the Confucian master summoned a Confucian sage, who, with a single hand, covered the sky and enveloped the entire city, stopping the oncoming flood and saving the people. A man resembling a warrior was excitedly recounting the events of the previous few days in the tavern. He was also an eyewitness to the incident, having witnessed the entire process firsthand, and his memory is truly profound. Of course, this story has also undergone some personal artistic processing, as everyone's perspective and experience may differ. Later, the sage plucked the evil dragon from the clouds, stuffed it into a pot, and stewed it. Stewed it? Really? A dragon that size would take a pot that big? Yeah, that's a bit exaggerated. Don't disbelieve it. The entire capital saw it. The Confucian and Taoist sage conjured a massive cauldron from the air, obscuring the sky and sun, and stewed the dragon in golden flames. The entire city could smell the fragrance. It was truly the finest delicacy. At this point, the warrior couldn't help but swallow. Oh my god, this is incredible. The dragon meat was eventually distributed by that Confucian and Taoist master to the students at the Imperial Academy. I heard that His Majesty was there, too. What sect is this Confucianism and Taoism from? I've never heard of it before. It's said to be a new spiritual path, completely different from traditional Taoism. It's said to be a path suitable for scholars. No wonder, I was wondering why this person came from the Imperial Academy. Oh right, I heard recently that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is becoming increasingly thin, so those demons and monsters have come out to cause trouble. Well, this time, thanks to the intervention of this Confucian and Taoist master, I think it will have a good deterrent effect. That's really tempting. If I weren't illiterate, I would also want to practice Confucianism and Taoism. The crowd was buzzing with discussion. Although some were skeptical, many were convinced. After Taoist master Shengsu returned to the Taoist temple from the capital, he immediately announced that from that day forward, all disciples of the Shengsu Taoist temple would begin practicing Confucianism and Taoism. Upon hearing this news, the two disciples who had previously encountered Wang Chen were overjoyed. It seemed their master had personally witnessed the profound mysteries of Confucianism. When they heard about the events in the capital, they were deeply moved, and their commitment to Confucianism was further strengthened. Thus, Confucianism rapidly flourished throughout Nanling Kingdom, and Emperor Shun's vigorous promotion further accelerated its expansion. However, Du Shaoling, who was promoting Confucianism in the Great Jin Dynasty, faced a more challenging situation. The Wuxian cult of the Great Jin Dynasty, similar to the Shanren cult of the Great Yan Dynasty, practically controlled the entire country, its influence and power even more formidable than that of the Shanren cult. Furthermore, the Wuxian cult surpassed the Shanren cult in that it not only controlled the imperial court, but also reached the people. Nearly half of the people were Wuxian cult followers. They worshipped the Wuxian cult leader as a deity, believing he would lead them out of their suffering. Therefore, promoting Confucianism in such a country was a daunting task. Coupled with the instigation of the Wuxian cult, many Wuxian cult followers regarded Confucianism and Taoism as evil cults and resisted them. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224. Beat you until you submit. Wei Yi naturally knew about the dragon stewing incident. After Wang Chen invited the sage, Wei Yi could sense everything through the Wenhua star and the forest of ink and brush. He could even connect his senses directly with his own sage projection, even controlling its actions. Therefore, the decision to stew the dragon was actually Wei Yi's. On the one hand, he wanted to test his ability to use the heavens and earth as a stove, and on the other hand, he felt that stewing the dragon would be more spectacular than killing it directly. After all, Wei Yi knew that Wang Chen was promoting Confucianism and showcasing its power in Nanling Kingdom. Only by maximizing the performance and making the incident more story-like could they pique people's curiosity and attention and promote the spread of the word. So, Wei Yi, through the sage projection, smelled the stewed dragon meat. It was truly delicious. If Nanling Kingdom weren't so far from King's House City, he would have wanted to go there and taste it himself and bring some back for his family. I wonder where else I can catch a dragon? I'll catch one and stew it later. Or maybe even a white dragon. Wei Yi thought to himself. The white dragon, far away in the golden rice fields in the eastern part of the Great Yan dynasty, felt a chill run down its spine. Of course, Wei Yi was just thinking that he naturally couldn't bear to eat the white dragon. But thinking of the white dragon and the golden rice fields, Wei Yi immediately set out for them. He planned to move the fields directly to Lingsang Valley. After all, Lingsang Valley could now meet all his farming needs. The white dragon no longer needed to guard them. Letting it cultivate in Lingsang Valley would help it advance faster. In the capital of the Great Jin Dynasty, at Prince Yi's mansion, Du Shaoling had been there for 4 or 5 days, dedicated to promoting Confucianism and Taoism within the capital. Prince Yi was one of the few nobles who didn't believe in the Wuxian cult, and even opposed its adherence to the Wuxian cult by the powerful officials and his majesty. He was also a renowned literary figure in the Great Jin Dynasty, so he and Du Shaoling hit it off immediately. After learning about Confucianism and Taoist cultivation, he immediately gave his full support to Du Shaoling's efforts. However, the suppression and exclusion of the Wuxian cult made their progress difficult, and today they received even more grim news. Sir, His Majesty has just issued an edict banning the practice of Confucianism and Taoism. Prince Yi said to Du Shaoling with some resignation. Alas, it must be the Wuxian cult leader behind this, deliberately suppressing us. Prince Yi's face was filled with indignation, but Du Shaoling remained unfazed. He was all too familiar with this scenario. It was the same way the Shanren cult had once courted its doom. It seems we need to go to the Wuxian cult and discuss the Dao with their leader. Du Shaoling said with a smile. He had originally intended to win people over with virtue and peacefully coexist with the Wuxian cult. After all, believing in the Wuxian cult did not interfere with the practice of Confucianism and Taoism. Moreover, the Wuxian cult did not, like the Shanren cult, oppress the people, persecute loyal officials, harbor ulterior motives, disrupt the government, and commit all sorts of evil. The Wuxian cult itself was not some evil cult. They protected the Great Jin Dynasty and slew demons. Because the emperor also believed in the Wuxian cult, bound by its rules and its leader, he was compelled to diligently serve the people, diligently govern the country, and ensure the stability and prosperity of the Great Jin Dynasty. The Wuxian cult also understood that the Great Jin Dynasty was the foundation of their religion. Only with the prosperity and stability of the state could their sect prosper. If the state fell, their foundation would be lost. Therefore, they played a crucial role in the governance and security of the entire country. Although they used various brainwashing methods to convert countless princes and nobles, even the emperor and powerful ministers, they did not cause chaos in the court, nor did they allow corrupt officials to dominate the government, nor did they overly interfere in political affairs. Of course, this was relative. When their own interests were at stake, they would interfere in politics, pursue personal interests, and disrupt normal legal order. Furthermore, their ideologies were somewhat restrictive and, in many respects, even extreme. but overall, the Washan cult could still be considered a legitimate sect. This was why Du Shaoling initially considered peaceful coexistence with them. After all, a sect that even half the people believed in was difficult to completely eradicate. If he truly wanted to eradicate it all at once, it would be like ripping out the roots and taking away the soil, severely crippling the dynasty and even implicate many innocent people. Du Shaoling couldn't bear to do that. It would go against his original intention. However, the Washan cult wouldn't listen to reason and insisted on a life and death struggle, so he had no choice but to argue with them. Du Shaoling had previously attempted to meet the Washan cult's leader, Yuhe, but they had always remained unresponsive. This time was no exception. When Du Shaoling arrived at the Washan cult's gate in the capital, he was turned away. "Go. Our leader doesn't have time for you." The Washan cult disciple at the gate sneered, even dismissing Prince Yi. After all, even Prince Yi had no right to control his Washan cult disciples. Even if they, the princes and nobles, killed the sons of powerful officials, they could still survive. But if they killed a Washan cult disciple, especially one from the capital, they would surely die. Therefore, Prince Yi couldn't afford to offend these people who overran the imperial power. Seeing the Washan cult's defiant demeanor, Du Shaoling didn't bother to waste any more words. With a single stroke of his brush, a few characters transformed into ropes, tightly entwining the disciples guarding the gate. Du Shaoling immediately walked through the Washan cult's main gate. Yi Wang and the others who had come with him exchanged glances, but didn't dare follow him in. Fearing the Washan cult themselves, they waited outside. Du Shaoling paid no mind and headed straight for the Washan cult. The guards inside immediately stepped forward to stop him, some even resorting to violence. But as Du Shaoling walked, he wrote one character after another in the air, transforming into countless ropes that bound the Washan cult disciples who tried to stop him. Trespassing. Help. Someone is trespassing. Cries rang out. Washan cult's law enforcement elders and disciples also rushed over, attempting to stop Du Shaoling. But he too was restrained by Du Shaoling. Furthermore, Du Shaoling took up his pen and composed a poem. Suddenly, the sky and earth changed color, dark clouds gathered, and thunder roared, instantly enveloping the entire Washan cult's halls and pavilions. Then, a massive bolt of lightning, like a dragon, descended from the heavens and instantly struck the Washan cult's main hall, shattering the roof. Sand and rocks flew, and smoke billowed. All the Washan cult disciples stared at Du Shaoling in shock. Who dares to act so rashly here? With a shout, the Washan cult's grand elder rushed out first. He swept his sword, a massive blade beam slashing directly at Du Shaoling. But Du Shaoling waved his pen, unleashing the magical power of eliminating with one stroke. The incoming blade beam vanished into nothingness. I'm Du Shaoling, an ordinary Confucian and Taoist practitioner. Today, I have come to discuss Taoism with sect leader Yuhe. Du Shaoling said calmly. Seeing his sword's ray so easily dispelled, the great elder was surprised, but he didn't retreat. He roared, "Master, you're the one who can see me just by meeting me. Die." With that, the great elder rushed forward, attempting a close quarters engagement. However, as he took a step, a bolt of lightning struck. He immediately blocked it with his sword, but more lightning struck, scorching him from the outside until he was tender inside. Even the aroma of barbecue emanated. Seeing this, the other elders and guardians who had just rushed over didn't dare to move forward, staring at Du Shaoling with fear. They knew full well that this old scholar-like figure was a powerful being with unparalleled magical powers. "Master Yuhe, are you too embarrassed to face others? I've come to visit you, and you still won't come out?" Du Shaoling said coldly. Before he could finish his words, a handsome man in a moon-white robe flew over from behind the hall, where the roof had been shattered. Finally, it landed in front of Du Shaoling. He glanced at the great elder, whose body had been charred by the lightning, and who was still twitching slightly on the ground. His brow furrowed, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. "Why did you harm our elders, and destroy our main hall? This is not an honorable act," the Yuhe sect leader said coldly. He knew who stood before him, and what they were up to. He hadn't expected this scholar to possess such power. "This has nothing to do with me. I just thought it was your own fault for your injustice," Du Shaoling said with a smile. His words left the Yuhe sect leader speechless, his face sullen, but he dared not act rashly. HMPH, it seems that you Confucians and Taoists are nothing more than this. You are all a bunch of hypocritical people who dare not even admit your own actions. I truly despise you. The Yuhua sect leader said coldly. Du Shaoling didn't bother to waste time talking to him. He believed in the saying be polite before using force. He had already given the Wuxian cult plenty of face and respect, but they hadn't taken his offer seriously and were even taking advantage of him. So, coming here now wasn't about trying to reason with them. No point talking, just get to work. Du Shaoling pointed his brush at the air, and suddenly clouds and wind surged, a fierce wind arose, and bolts of lightning descended, striking the Yuhua cult leader. The Yuhua cult leader's expression changed, and he immediately used his defensive magic weapon to resist. But at that moment, Du Shaoling swung his brush, and the magic power and protective ki released by the Yuhua cult leader's defensive magic weapon dissipated. The lightning struck the Yuhua cult leader directly, and even wind blades sliced through his robes. Horrified, the Yuhua cult leader fought back desperately, using his ki to resist the force of the lightning. However, after a wave of thunder struck, before Yuhua sect leader could even catch his breath, he saw the dark clouds in the sky suddenly part. An immense sword beam slashed down. Even before the sword beam reached him, the terrifying pressure filled Yuhua Zenran with fear. His hair stood on end, and a sense of imminent death surged through him. His expression drastically changed, and he immediately crushed a red jade pendant in front of him. Instantly, a red light enveloped him, and a towering Dharmakaya condensed. It was a rugged figure with a green face and fangs, possessing 3 heads and 6 arms. The instant this Dharmakaya appeared, it extended its 6 arms, and ripples spread from its palms, forming a barrier to block the falling sword beam. Boom, the sword beam slammed into the barrier, and space seemed to tremble, sending shockwaves surging outward. The 3-headed, 6-armed Dharmakaya barely blocked the massive sword beam, but all 6 arms shattered. This Dharmakaya was a life-saving trump card passed down by the Wuxian sect. This power could only be deployed when faced with a crisis of cult destruction. This Dharmakaya could unleash strength comparable to that of a peak divine transformation realm cultivator. But it could only be used once. Sure enough, he has some hidden tricks up his sleeve. Du Shaoling grumbled inwardly. After all, he was the leader of a cult. He must possess some strength. However, Du Shaoling wasn't afraid. The Dharmakaya was nothing special. With a single strike, he severed 6 arms. Though slowly consolidating, this Dharmakaya, condensed from mana, posed no threat to him. Regardless of how many hidden tricks the Yuhua sect leader had, if he didn't defeat him today, his name would be written backwards. With this thought in mind, Du Shaoling once again unleashed the elimination technique. The 3-headed, 6-armed sorcerer god's Dharmakaya instantly disintegrated and struggled, ultimately unable to withstand the powerful force of the elimination technique, and vanished completely. Seeing his Dharmakaya vanish, the Yuhua sect leader's expression darkened with disbelief. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't sense its presence. It had truly vanished. He looked at Du Shaoling in fear, wondering how he had managed to instantly shatter his Dharmakaya. The Dharmakaya was his last resort, yet it stood so vulnerable before this Confucianist. How powerful was this fellow? What kind of Confucianism was this? How could it be so powerful? The Yuhua sect leader lost his composure, his heart pounding. Facing such a formidable opponent, he felt powerless to fight back. Sir, I believe we must have a proper discussion. The Yuhua sect leader declared hastily. He knew he was no match for Du Shaoling. If the fight continued, he would surely perish. The still smoldering great elder beside him was a prime example. Du Shaoling seemed oblivious to his words, composing several poems in the air to summon heroic spirits. Immediately, extraordinary heroic spirits materialized. Due to the upgrade of the forest of ink and brush, the heroic spirits summoned through his mere musings were even more powerful than before. Seeing these manifested heroic spirits, the Yuhua sect leader's expression darkened, filled with shock and fear. He had no idea how many more tricks the other party had in store. Each of these heroic spirits summoned from thin air was no less powerful than his Dharma body. Was he showing off in front of me? Sir, let's talk. Everything is negotiable. Yuhua sect leader said again, his aura completely gone. But Du Shaoling remained silent, waving his hand instead. Several heroic spirits immediately rushed forward, attacking the Yuhua sect leader. Seeing the sect leader being attacked, the elders nearby couldn't help but want to help. But they were forced back by the relentless thunderbolts. Although Yuhua sect leader had reached the nascent soul realm, he was completely powerless against the assault of several heroic spirits nearly at the spiritual transformation realm. Furthermore, the heroic spirits didn't kill him, nor did they use weapons, only their fists. They quickly bruised his handsome face, leaving him battered and swollen. He collapsed to the ground. "Alright, now we can talk," Du Shaoling declared, and the heroic spirits finally stopped. Du Shaoling knew that, if he didn't beat the other man into submission, he would definitely have to waste a lot of words. For this kind of disrespectful and arrogant guy, only fists were the most effective. Only by making him truly afraid and hurt would he remember. Chapter 225. Is this paradise? Senior Du, please come in. The Yuhua sect leader respectfully ushered Du Shaoling into the main hall. Then, he said to the people beside him, "Hurry and serve the tea." Although the Yuhua sect leader's cheeks were swollen like buns, his smile was still ingratiating. He seemed much more approachable than before. "By the way, I have a few friends outside," Du Shaoling said. The Yuhua sect leader quickly sent for someone to come to the door and usher in Prince Yi and his personal guards. Prince Yi and the others were stunned upon entering the Washan sect. They had just witnessed the terrifying thunder in the sky and heard the earth-shaking noises within. But they had no idea what had transpired. Seeing the hall with its roof collapsed and the wounded being carried away, they realized just how fierce the battle had been. However, upon entering the hall and seeing the Yuhua sect leader, their eyes widened in surprise, trying to suppress their laughter. Master Du had truly been ruthless, beating the Yuhua sect leader like a pig's head. "Prince Yi, come and sit down," Du Shaoling said. Prince Yi nodded and quickly sat down beside him, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he quietly waited for Du Shaoling to speak. Du Shaoling didn't waste time, but got straight to the point. He asked the Yuhua sect leader to help promote and publicize Confucianism and Daoism, and to establish Confucian and Daoist academies throughout the country. Du Shaoling knew that the Yuhua sect leader was the uncrowned king of the Great Jin dynasty. Dealing with him would solve all problems. This time, he had frightened them enough that they would agree to any offer. By leveraging the Washan sect's influence and power throughout the Great Jin dynasty, he could rapidly promote Confucianism and Daoism, allowing more people to practice it. "No problem, it's easy. Leave it to me. From now on, the Washan sect, in conjunction with Confucianism and Daoism, will surely bring greater prosperity to the Great Jin dynasty and greater peace to its people," the Yuhua sect leader said with a smile. Du Shaoling smiled. As expected, fists were the most effective. He had repeatedly requested an audience, repeatedly hoping for cooperation and coexistence, only to be met with contempt and suppression. "Well, very good. I hope you'll keep your word and not make me come to your door again," Du Shaoling said gravely. "Haha, of course. I'll visit you again if I need anything in the future. If you have any instructions, just send a message and I'll be there." Prince Yi, standing by, was stunned. The once aloof Yuhua sect leader had no idea what Du Shaoling had just done to him, yet he had been completely subdued. It was unbelievable if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. To be honest, Senior and I are acquainted. It was all a misunderstanding before. I hope you'll forgive me if I did anything wrong. From now on, I, Yuhua, am willing to be your student and practice Confucianism with you. Yuhua sect leader clasped his fists and said. It was obvious that he didn't truly want to become Du Shaoling's disciple. It was partly to flatter and smooth things over. On the other hand, he was truly afraid that Du Shaoling would exploit their Washan cult and, once he had established a foothold in the Great Jin dynasty, would completely eradicate them. So, since he couldn't defeat them, he had no choice but to join them. Perhaps that would give them a place in the Washan cult. Du Shaoling nodded non-committally, his expression showing no significant change. By the way, Senior, our great elder was just. Is he okay? Yuhua cult leader paused before asking. He hadn't had time to check on the great elder, so he felt a little worried. He's not dead, anyway. As for his eventual recovery, I can't guarantee it. Tell him that, if he can't continue his cultivation, he can switch to Confucianism. After all, Confucianism doesn't require spiritual roots or the absorption of spiritual energy from heaven and earth. Du Shaoling said. He had indeed held back, otherwise the great elder wouldn't have been able to withstand the force of the lightning bolt. After all, he wasn't here to make enemies, so he had no real intention of killing. Haha, as long as I can save my life, that's all that matters. Thank you senior, for showing mercy. Master Yuhu bowed again. Well, I won't say more. Now, take action. I don't need to teach you how to do it. Of course not senior. Rest assured senior. Give me a month, and I guarantee that Confucian and Taoist academies will flourish everywhere. Master Yuhu said respectfully. Well, then, I'll see what you can do. Du Shaoling put down his teacup and stood to leave. Master Yuhu quickly stood up, bowed, and said, farewell senior. Du Shaoling waved his hand, then, leading the Prince of Jin and the others, swaggered out of the Washan cult's gates. Seeing Du Shaoling leave, Master Yuhu breathed a sigh of relief, finally sending this great god away. Fortunately, he was able to bend and stretch, otherwise, after today, the Washan cult would have ceased to exist. With the Washan cult's cooperation, Confucian and Taoist academies began to flourish throughout the Great Jin dynasty, and many scholars began to practice Confucianism and Taoism. Even the princes and princesses of the Great Jin dynasty gradually became Du Shaoling's students, dedicating themselves to the practice of Confucianism. As they experienced the wonder and mystery of Confucianism and the power bestowed upon them by Wen Wuxing, their yearning for its power intensified, their desire grew even stronger. Even the leader of the Yuhua sect tasted the sweetness. Their initial feeling of compulsion shifted to enjoyment, initiative, and even a desire and need. As spiritual energy grew increasingly scarce, their cultivation stagnated, and even normal recovery of their ki became difficult. However, Confucian practitioners advanced rapidly, nurtured by Wen Wuxing, experiencing a noticeable transformation. Furthermore, Confucian practice was far more engaging than their previous practice. Previously, it had been tedious and dull. Now, it not only strengthened them, but also cultivated their character and tempered their sentiments. It was truly intense. In fact, it wasn't limited to the Great Jin dynasty and the Nanling Kingdom. With the continued spread of Confucianism, it had rapidly flourished in most of the states and dynasties within Zhuanao province. As spiritual energy steadily weakened, the cultivation worlds of Huaxia Daozhou and Zixio continent were thrown into complete chaos. Major sects fought each other for resources, even turning against each other and crumbling their former alliances. The demonic sects, known for their cannibalistic practices, rapidly rose in power, slaughtering and abusing lives, devastating the lives of the people of Huaxia Daozhou and Zixio continent, leaving them in utter chaos. Unrest also erupted in the Zhuanao province cultivation world. Within Zhuanzang mountain, constant fighting erupted over resources, with many cultivators even venturing into the Shuan mountains. Meanwhile, demons and monsters began to wreak havoc on the human world. Fortunately, the expansion and popularity of Confucianism and Taoism in Zhuanao province, particularly the spread of the Song of Righteousness, provided cultivators with a means to counter these demons. The appearance of Wen Wuxing intensified the power and effectiveness of the Song of Righteousness. Even the most humble students, unable to harness Confucian and Taoist magical powers, could achieve enlightenment simply by reciting or memorizing the Song of Righteousness. Each of them receives the protection and blessing of Wen Wuxing's power, condensing into a righteous aura that renders the demons powerless. Consequently, with this balance of power, demons rarely run rampant within the various dynasties and states, easily slain by powerful Confucian and Taoist figures. Many demons and monsters even dare not cause trouble in countries and regions with Confucian and Taoist academies or sects. This also makes most of Zhuanaozhou appear peaceful and stable, a stark contrast to Huaxia Daozhou and Zixio continent. Of course, due to the natural barrier separating them, ordinary people are unaware of the dynamics between the various continents. Within Zhuanzang mountain, the sounds of fierce fighting lingered, and periodically, aftershocks of magical energy rippled through the surrounding landscape, destroying some vegetation. However, many of the trees within Zhuanzang mountain were incredibly sturdy, impervious to ordinary magical aftershocks, or even the slashing of swords. Within the woods, Two figures, one blue and one red, clashed and battled relentlessly. Because the spiritual energy was now thin, replenishing ki was difficult, and they used it sparingly. Therefore, the fight between the two men focused primarily on close combat, rather than the frequent exchanges of magic and supernatural powers they had previously engaged in. One of them was a cultivator, the other a demonic cultivator. However, their conflict wasn't due to a feud between the righteous and demonic sects. It was simply a fight over a spiritual plant. In fact, the cultivator had already killed a cultivator from another sect before engaging the demonic cultivator in this fight. However, just as the two men were locked in a fierce battle, three figures appeared from the air. A dark purple aura shone around them, their eyes dark and their pupils crimson, giving them a sinister appearance. The leading man gazed at the two engaged in combat, his eyes flashing red as a red vine shot out from under his sleeve. The vine, flat and sharp like a sword, instantly ripped through the air, passed through the gap in the trees, and pierced directly into the cultivator. The cultivator, locked in combat with the demonic cultivator, sensed danger the moment he realized his body was pierced by the sword-like vines. His vital energy and vitality were rapidly devoured, and his skin and body began to wither at a visible rate. Finally, he collapsed to the ground, a corpse-like corpse. Seeing this, the demonic cultivator's expression changed drastically, and he stared at the three figures in midair with fear. He didn't dare act rashly. Although he could tell they were also members of the demonic sect, in this situation, even fellow disciples might kill each other, let alone strangers. The red vines pulled out of the corpse and then retracted, wrapping the storage bag. Three figures instantly appeared in the forest, appearing before the demonic cultivator. "Is this Xuanao province?" the owner of the red vines asked. Yes, senior." The demonic cultivator replied nervously, cupping his fists. "What is the most powerful sect here?" the man asked. "Yes, it's the Yunshan sect." The demonic cultivator quickly replied. "What's the cultivation level of their sect leader?" "Senior, that Master Xian is in the late nascent soul stage." "Does their sect have anyone at the spirit transformation stage?" "No, not really. Master Xian is the strongest. Looking at the Great Yan dynasty and several neighboring nations, he's already in the top tier. Perhaps my knowledge is limited, but I've never heard of a spirit transformation cultivator." He wasn't lying. Spirit transformation cultivators were indeed rare in Xuanao province. After all, the spiritual energy here is relatively thin, and the resources are scarce, making it extremely difficult for a spirit transformation cultivator to emerge. Even if there were, they would have long since left for the more spiritually rich Uakshadao province and Zixio continent. If it weren't for the dangers of the 100,000 mountains in the Netherworld wasteland, which kept many away, even these giant cultivators would have gone there to cultivate. Upon hearing the demonic cultivator's words, the three exchanged glances. It seemed that Xuanao province, as they had known, indeed had no cultivators beyond the spirit transformation stage. These three were from the Zixio continent. They were three independent cultivators of the demonic realm, each of them quite powerful. The lowest cultivation level was at the early stage of the spiritual transformation realm. The leader, the one wielding the red vines, was named Hangen, a cultivator in the late stage of the spiritual transformation realm. He had visited Xuanao province 100 years ago, when he had just entered the spiritual transformation realm. He had a certain understanding of the situation there. At that time, Xuanao province had no spiritual transformation realm cultivators, and the strongest were at the nascent soul realm. Unexpectedly, a century later, the situation remained the same. However, they also understood that, if someone reached the spiritual transformation realm, no one would stay here. As the saying goes, people tend to go to higher places, and water flows to lower places. Furthermore, the spiritual energy and resources of Xuanao province were clearly insufficient to meet the needs of those striving for higher realms. However, spiritual energy was now uniform across the world. The Zixio continent and Uakshadao province were in turmoil, with cultivators fighting each other for resources. Even these spiritual transformation realm cultivators faced a precarious situation. Furthermore, the rampant slaughter by the demonic cultivators had prompted the Righteous Alliance, led by the Zixio Dao sect, to declare war on the demonic sects. No one in this conflict could truly remain unscathed, especially those with blood on their hands. While the three of them were formidable, there were many far more powerful figures within the Zixio continent and who Dao's how. They could easily become prey, refined as human-shaped elixirs. So, Hangan considered Zuanao province. It posed no threat to them. Their arrival would make them the most powerful beings. They could use the cultivators here as their own elixir, drawing on the vital energy and blood essence of countless cultivators, to rapidly elevate their cultivation and strength. After all, using the entire continent's resources to support a few of them would undoubtedly boost their power. More importantly, Hangan felt that most people's attention was currently focused on the Zixio continent and Dao's how, leaving Zuanao province unnoticed. After all, due to its scarce spiritual energy, it had long been forgotten by most top cultivators. They suspected many people might still be unaware of it, or perhaps even unaware of it. Since they were on a first come, first served basis, they could be among the first to try it, so they immediately set out. However, they also became somewhat disoriented while traversing the Netherworld. They finally made it out and arrived here, thankfully having successfully reached Zuanao province. The so-called 100,000 mountains actually refers to a region, not a single mountain range. This area is considered uninhabited. It also serves as a natural barrier between Zuanao province and Dao province, hindering communication between ordinary humans on the two continents. However, some powerful cultivators and warriors, or some lucky individuals, may still be able to pass through this area. Areas like Zuanzang Mountain and Lingsang Valley are actually within the area of the 100,000 mountains. Lead the way, Hangan said coldly. The demon cultivator, not wanting to delay, immediately led the three of them towards the Yunshan sect's location. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.